Charlie, at this time, if we could call the fall meeting to order. Proceed with the roll call, please.
Kelly, if you do the roll call, please.
Good morning. President Davis,
Here.
Vice President Broussard,
Here.
Commissioner Covello,
Here.
Commissioner Daigle.
Here.
Awesome. Commissioner Berry. Commissioner Reelholler.
Here.
Commissioner Kura. Law Enforcement Appointment, Commissioner Mark Francisco.
He is absent today.
Okay,
He is absent.
thank you. Excused.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Commissioner Wildcat.
Here.
Senator Driscoll. You with us? Excused. Representative Newsom will not be attending.
She's excused as well.
Governor's Liaison Schiffer. We have a quorum, President Davis.
We have a quorum, sir.
At this time, Charlie, would you do the welcome?
Yes, thank you. Welcome to the November 16th, 2022 annual fall meeting of the Wyoming Gaming Commission. The primary mission of the Wyoming Gaming Commission is the protection of the wagering public and the health, safety, and welfare of the participants in all lawful gaming and parimutuel activity. Individuals who wish to address the commission will be recognized and called upon by the president to speak. After the president has recognized you, please clearly state your name, the name of the organization you represent prior to addressing the commission. All comments, questions, and responses must flow through the president by addressing the president each time you wish to speak. This procedure ensures an orderly flow of discussion during the commission meeting. All meetings of the governing body of the agency are public meetings open to the public except as otherwise provided pursuant to Wyoming Statute 164403A. The meeting is being held in person here in Casper, Wyoming. Is also people are joining us on Zoom, and it is also out on YouTube. The commission may open an executive session, again, pursuant to 164405A, and inclusion on the agenda does not necessarily constitute a commission action. Just a couple of housekeeping. We have quite a bit of information to get through today, so we're going to try to keep the pace moving quickly, but we do want to take the time on certain matters and address those the way we should. Lunch will be, the commission will take a lunch break at 12 o'clock and then resume. It will probably be a relatively short lunch break for the commissioners. We will take lunch here and then we'll get back to business. Again, we have a lot of items on the agenda, so if anyone is wanting to speak, please do not, if you're wanting to speak, you can agree with someone that's maybe made a statement prior, but let's not just keep rehashing some things when we have comments today. President Davis, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
At this time, if everybody would stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
President Davis, if I could just quickly introduce some of our staff that's here with us today. Thank you.
There are some new faces.
Yes, we do. If everybody on the staff would stand up, I'm going to start with, over here is Laura Bennett. Next to Laura is Michelle. Help me with your last name. Okay, Sokol. And then next to Michelle is handling licensing and answering the phones. Then we have Delaika Lopez, who is our senior auditor. Next to her is Nick Laramende, law enforcement, Mike Steinberg, law enforcement, Brandy Koltiska, Breeders Award Program, administrative. And then we have Kelly, who handles all of our minutes and administrative duties, and also our liaison for the problem gambling. Missing today is Michelle Witcher, which is our new senior accountant, and David Carpenter will be joining us shortly. So just like to acknowledge the folks that make my life easier. Excuse me? Misty? I'm sorry. And Mike Hotard as well, yes. Who Mike is checking mares. It was kind of interesting. President Davis mentioned that Mike pulled up on his property yesterday and asked to check his mares as he was trying to leave and come to the meeting today. So, no rest.
Go figure.
We also have with us here Mike Kaler with the Attorney General's office, and then, of course, the commissioners.
And with that, if we could have introduction of guests in the audience, please. Yep, we'll start with you.
For your background in horse racing? Sherlyn Kaiser, their assistant, Wyoming horse racing.
Tim Ackerman with Everett Holdings. Jim Morrick with Everett Holdings. Kyle Ridgway, 307 Horse Racing. Scott Greer, 307 Horse Racing. Nick Adobe with Grover Games, Vanilla Games, Bank Shop, and then also a board member for the newly created Wyoming Gaming and Entertainment Association. Mark Morrison, Vanilla Games. Pat Bergman, Grover Gaming. Frank Lyman, Grover Games. Eric Nelson, Wyoming Downs.
Tracy Laycock, Wyoming Downs.
Frank Lamb, Wyoming Downs. Brett Lynch, Wyoming Downs. Good morning, Jonathan Downing, Pace-Matic, and Cowboy Skill.
With that, Charlie, I would be looking for a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I move to adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Moved by Troy, seconded by Cactus to move the agenda. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Approval of the minutes. Has everybody had a chance to review the last minutes of September 22nd? I'd be looking for a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Commissioner Wildcat made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Broussard seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, Charlie, we're down to item number 4, President's Report and Proposed Succession. We've been pretty busy going around with the JAC and other boards, and anyway, the commission's doing well, I believe, right now. We're in a good state. We've got a lot of rules going forward. Charlie will enlighten us on where they're sitting right now. And then I was recently elected as a representative, House District number 47. So I will be leaving in January, at which time Vice President Troy Broussard will take over the duties, and then we will probably elect a new president at the March meeting, I believe. And that's about all I've got really to say right now. Okay, Charlie. with that-
President Davis, just to follow up on that, just so the public knows, you will go off the commission shortly after the first of the year prior to being sworn in. Dr. Barry will also go off the commission this year. And then Sherry, hi Sherry, how are you? Sherry has decided that her life is changing and she is not going to be seeking reappointment. So we're going to miss Sherry, but I know it's Sherry wants to always give 190% and we appreciate that. And thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. President and Charlie, commissioners. It's been my pleasure and honor to serve. But as Charlie said, my life has changed quite drastically since my appointment, and I think it's time for some new blood.
Thank you, Sherry. You've been outstanding, I'll tell you. Always there when we need you. Even if you are in Arizona.
Thank you, sir.
And with that, Charlie, you know, there will be a lot of new members that will be coming on board. And
Yes.
so hopefully that the commission will stay sound as we are right now.
Yes.
Okay, with that, the financial report would be next.
Yes, thank you, President Davis. The financial reports, commissioners, are in your packet. If you have any questions on the financial reports, and I know the last time I said that we would have these printed in a larger format, and I guess I made the mistake one more time. When I put these packets together, they are larger and then they shift and change to a different formatting, and it's no fault but my own. I apologize for that. If you have no questions on the financial report, we would entertain a motion to approve as submitted, and then a second, and then a vote.
Is there any questions on the financial report? As Charlie pointed out, we'd be looking for a motion to approve the financial report as presented.
Second.
Commissioner Berry moved, Commissioner Cavella seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same. Motion carried. Okay, item number C, conflict of interest.
President Davis, if I may.
Yes, please.
Staff had prepared a memo for you commissioners. It's on the yellow sheets that would have been handed out and also in the shared drive. And I'll just read the memo. Conflict of interest disclosure form on pages 1 and 2 are provided as an informational document so the commission can identify any potential conflicts or issues and act appropriately pursuant to the enabling statutes. Potential rules promulgated, enabling statutes are on page 2 of the conflict of interest, or the enabling statutes, excuse me, are on page 2 of the conflict of interest. In the draft that is with us there with you, draft version 1.03-10/06/22, we have provided for discussion today and consideration. The WGC staff does feel the draft rules address the governor's concern sufficiently. I also suggested, if you'd like to, as just a show of good faith, the Wyoming Gaming Commission, the staff suggests formally adopting Executive Order 1997-4, even though it does apply to all executive branch, just as a good faith, formally adopt that, I think would be helpful. We would need a motion and a vote, but again, it already does affect you and apply to you. So the next step would be to approve the disclosure form as to its form here today, and then we can start implementing that and utilizing that disclosure form. And then, of course, the discussion on the rules, discussion modifying and or move it to the AG's office for their review and potentially put it into rules.
Okay, with that, commissioners, I would be looking for a motion addressing the conflict of interest.
President Davis, the motion would probably be, let's do two motions, I think. It would be to adopt the disclosure form and then discussion on that, obviously. And then we would have another motion to consider the the regulations that we have laid out.
Thank you, Charlie.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to adopt the conflict of interest disclosure form presented today.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Kura. Discussion. Discussion on the conflict of interest form. Okay. I have some points to point out. Number one, I think, all right, currently we're considering the rodeo and the Calcuttas and everything that is affected in that situation. How will that, as the current disclosure form, how does that reflect in here as far as the family in there? I think the disclosure form personally is getting too far down into the weeds. I believe that it needs to address the commissioners, not their families, not their children's children's children. You know, I believe that we're getting a little too far in overreaching there. What else do I have here? It seems to me with this disclosure form that we're addressing by going down to our spouses and children, we're not allowing them to participate in a legal form of gaming that the state recognizes. I think that's a little overreaching. Those are some of the first things I'd like to bring out. Discussion?
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
I tend to feel the same way in regards to the disclosure form and the conflict of interest, because I come, not myself, but my wife's family comes from a ranching community. They're all involved in the rodeo, barrel racing. So if it goes as deep as what we're thinking, they would also be infected with this. So that's one of the concerns I had with some of the conversations with my family, was that although they do a lot of traveling out of state, the majority of it is in Wyoming. So that's one question that they asked me, is how would that affect them in participating?
Okay,
Mr. President,
go ahead, Troy.
I have a question for legal. So in this form, if say Dick circles a financial interest in horse racing, what are the consequences? Is there, or is it just known to the public? That's
Mr. President, Commissioner Broussard, the way I understand this now is this form is to help identify. It doesn't mean that, I mean, there's nothing on this form just yet that identifies the consequences of having a direct or indirect financial interest. I think that probably will be hashed out in more detail in the rules if this commission adopts rules with respect to conflicts of interest. And so those rules would likely be the governing document. The purpose of the conflict form is to identify, okay, do we need to dig deeper and hash things out?
Mr. President, I had a question.
Go ahead, Dr. Berry.
On the back page of that disclosure form, C and D, it says Wyoming statutes 1125-104. Are these already laws, these statements? So what can the commission do if they're already in statute?
President Davis, Dr. Berry, yes, to answer your question, that is the current enabling statutes that we have in place. So that is provided on that disclosure form as informational to anyone that is filling out that form. And as Mr. Kaler had mentioned, you know, the conflict of interest disclosure form is just a form to gather that information. It's not you know, it does not include, you know, consequences or anything like that. And then what is being envisioned, we get that information. And if you look at, it goes on to read here, in any activity regulated by the commission or whether it could contribute to, we're gathering that information. If there might be a potential conflict, then we would go to the rules and we would have that discussion amongst the commissioners to make those determinations. If there was a conflict and we needed to recuse. I'm not sure I explained it very well, but this form is just to get the information, and then the regulations that follow would detail that out.
And Charlie, if I'm correct here, we currently have a conflict of interest that I have signed personally that declares that my interest in the horse racing and in the breeding side of this. My whole point on this conflict of interest is the overreach down into the family. Now, if I understand the process correctly, we as commissioners fill out a form that goes before the governor, and he then vents us, which goes before the legislature, and then we are from there appointed to the commission. So I believe the commissioners themselves are already pretty well predisposed to all this information here. So I think that if we keep it simple in the conflict of interest, I think that's what we're looking for here. That yes, I do have these interests, you know, but as far as what my wife or spouse is being prohibited from doing here, I do not agree with that, the overreach.
Are they being prohibited?
Yes. If you look at the family, the immediate family is according to Black's Laws Dictionary.
I don't believe they're
President-
being prohibited. I think they're just asking if they're engaged.
President Davis, just going back to the form, I feel the same way. It's just a notification. It's simply a notification. And ask those questions, and then we turn to the rules or the draft rules for any further developments. But I think since we're discussing the form, I think that's just simply a notification.
Yes. You know, we have, as stipulated in the back there, Wyoming Statute 1125-104, C and D, which outline what this conflict of interest should be considering here. So I think by removing underneath the engaging in any form of gambling regulated by the next paragraph there, seems a little invasive to me as far as my family is concerned. Actual or perceived conflicts of interest. I mean, we're dealing with me as the individual.
I would agree with you there, Mr. Chairman. I think the other four questions. I would agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I think the other four questions, if there are family ties to skill-based amusement, racehorses, stuff like that, that should probably be disclosed. But whether my wife, daughter, son likes to play historic horse racing or goes to gamble or whatever, I really don't think is pertinent at all.
I agree with you, Commissioner Cavella, that those are recognized legal forms of gaming in the state of Wyoming. We should not prohibit our family from doing, if that's what they want to. Is there any other comment from out there too? I mean, we're discussing here. If you have a question or comment, please raise your hand.
Commissioner Davis, just to try to maybe provide you with some more clarity on the conflict of interest disclosure form, the paragraph that starts in the middle of the page there for each question where you answer yes, please describe, the additional language is mirroring our statutes. So when it speaks about immediate family, spouses or any member of your immediate family, that is in, it says here, whose spouse or member of immediate family has an interest. Now, the notation at the bottom of the page would not be necessarily a part of that document. It's just provided to you today what Black's Law has as the definition, the legal definition of immediate family. So, and if you have any suggestions or changes or changes you want to do to this document, let us know and we will redraft it and bring it back to the commission to consider another time.
I guess I have one question, Charlie. How does this conflict of interest disclosure form differ from the one that we currently? What is the difference between this one and the current one that we currently fill out?
I don't have the exact document in front of me. It goes a little deeper into it. It speaks about direct or indirect. And that's why we added some of that language from one of our other meetings. We had those discussions. So it just takes 2 or 3 steps deeper into it and explaining it a little clearer to whoever's filling out these forms. And it also includes, this form is also intended for staff as well. And if you'd like me to, President Davis, I think we could probably pull up that disclosure form, potentially, the old one, and we could compare that. If you'd like to, I can see if I can pull it up.
So then, if I'm hearing you correctly, Charlie, this is just an expansion on the statute or clarification. Is that what we're getting here?
President Davis, I think the question, this is very similar to the original disclosure form. And the original disclosure form that you have all filled out, it just takes a little, 2 or 3 steps deeper into it and lists it out and makes it a little clearer for you all. And I apologize. I should have had the old disclosure form here. And if we can find it.
Go ahead,
Mr. President, I just have a comment. What it seems to me is there's a confusion about the disclosure versus what's prohibited. And maybe we can come up with some language that says disclosing your activity doesn't prohibit you from this, but it, so on and so forth. But whatever our next SOP is, do we recuse ourselves or whatever? But what it looks like to me is we're jumping to a conclusion that if you circle something here, you're not allowed to do it and your family's not allowed to do it, but that's not the case. Am I right?
That's
So maybe we just add
President
something.
Davis, Vice President Broussard, that's absolutely correct. This is just gathering information, any potential conflicts, so we can identify those and know moving forward if there is a situation we should be concerned with. And if something does come up, there is a process in the rules to deal with that and how we can handle those and then keep moving forward.
Commissioner Covello, you have some thought on this?
Well, I do have some thought on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the disclosure for the first 4 things. However, whether or not any of our family and stuff like that engage in regulated gaming, I really don't think is pertinent. It doesn't, I don't see that being a conflict with anything that we do here. Maybe Mr. Kaler could inform me otherwise, but I would be comfortable with everything about that, but I don't think we need to disclose whether our family engages in lawful gambling or not. Mr. Kaler?
Mr. President, Commissioner Covello, again, I think, if you look at statutes, I mean, it's helping you as a commissioner identify potential pitfalls. So if you look at 104C, it says any member of the commission who has a personal or private interest in any matter you know, I think, you know, if you have a family member that is regulated by the commission, say they are licensed, or they have licensed skill games or things like that, certainly, you know, and Charlie and his folks need to know, because that, arguably, you'd have a personal or private interest if your spouse or your child owns skill-based amusement games, for example. So again, I think, you know, it helps identify if there are any statutory issues. It helps identify whether or not, you know, at some point when we do have rules in place, if there are any rule issues. I think probably the meat of the debate will probably come in the rules and going through those. But again, I think this is helpful. I don't know that it's, you know, it helps Charlie and his folks do their job rather than trying to guess at whether or not there's a potential issue. So, and nothing in here that you put down, you know, statutorily in rule or by rule, you would still be prohibited from certain activities, whether or not you identify them on the disclosure form or not.
So I believe Commissioner Burchard is right, you know, as far as the prohibited issue as opposed to the disclosure. I think those are two different things that we're talking here. But then where you're talking about rules, can this be handled in policy?
Mr. President, Commissioners, that certainly that's up to the commission. I do know that you have some statutes that are laid out, and then back in, I think it was March, maybe, after the last legislative session, there was that memo from the governor's office that did ask the commission to consider rules. And so certainly the commission can take that under advisement and decide whether or not to consider rules. It's a policy decision for the commission.
Roy?
I think that's kind of the path that we've been going down, is looking at rules.
I'd like to make this conversation longer, so off topic, but similar. Where did the addition of indirect come from? Direct or indirect? And is there a definition of indirect?
President Davis, Vice President Broussard, that was additional language that came to us about 3-4 meetings ago that we added into that. So I'm not sure which the date of it was. And again, it's still as proposed there.
But is there a clarification or a definition of indirect? How far does that go?
There is not a definition for that at this point in this form. We do have an indirect definition in our rules. If you flip to the next page and read look at the red line, we do have indirect financial interest means an individual's personal, family, and business interests of people or groups with whom the individual associates.
Further discussion here?
Mr. Chairman, one of the things, so I think also it's a little bit confusing. In order to actually disclose, if you have a relative or something like that that has a financial interest, you must first answer yes for yourself. If you answer no, you're not required to disclose it according to this form. So I'm wondering if this form maybe needs a little bit more work, or we need to rethink this, because first of all, I think as far as engaging in gambling regulated by the state of Wyoming Gaming Commission, I think we're talking about a commissioner himself, but I don't think we can really regulate or should have to disclose whether family members do. I'm not sure whether my son or daughter do or not. I can't answer that. So that particular one, I think, is almost ambiguous. And then, again, back to the four above, if my wife has direct financial interest, but I don't, and I answer no for myself, I'm really not required to disclose that, the way it's written. I think we might need to slightly work through this a bit. I think the idea of the form is correct, but I think it's a little ambiguous at this point.
Further, go ahead, Commissioner Schiff. Liaison, Schiffer.
There it is. Seems to me where the real problem with your family or others arises would be if one of the commission members was given confidential or other information and then use that information to assist a third party, including your immediate family. So, that's where the real problem arises. If inadvertent or otherwise, if I know that there's only going to be 3 horses in a race for white horses and my daughter has a white horse, I'm going to say, well, you better get that horse in that race. Well, that's the problem. The fact that your kids or your sister or your brother are engaged in these activities, I don't think is that big a deal, but the potential for a member to cross the line with information that we're getting at the commission level is really the problem. Not necessarily the only problem, but certainly one of the problems that translate to the family or third parties. Make any sense? I don't think it did.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does.
President Davis, so at this point, is there some direction from the commission to staff? Would you like us to rework this a little bit more? What is your pleasure, commissioners, as far as the disclosure form?
I move that we table this item until
Further
we get
investigation.
more clarity. Come back around to it. That's my motion.
Prior to tabling it, could you identify exactly some of your concerns? I've got most of them written down here, but try to make sure we've got those identified.
I think Troy was referring to whether we need to have indirect, and apparently that is been a question.
Okay.
And listening to the conversation, it sounds like we do need to have indirect in there. I think the other thing is there on the wagering and playing, we need to examine that and maybe have better clarification in that, engaging in any form of gambling regulated by or charitable, need to expand on that, who, give a little clarification that this is a not prohibited issues in there, but address that this is fully informational. Did I record everything there? Commissioner Wildcat, your input?
I think we don't need to have too much on this form. If we go back and if they ask for supporting documentation, we'll have the rules, which talks about what's prohibited and what the form is. The only prohibition that the draft rules do have is just us as commission and the commission staff being prohibited from participating in gaming. That's regulated by us. But one thing is forms like this, I don't like to see them too wordy. But as almost 20 years in regulation, this is just a typical disclosure that most regulatory agencies abide by. It's simply informative. And then if an issue comes up, then you can just go back to the form. Oh, yes, they disclosed this. So it's nothing that's going to prohibit, it's simply informational. But it's something that we typically abide by or fill out or make known to our counterparts also.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Commissioner Cabello.
If the part about engaged in any form of gambling regulated by the Gaming Commission was stricken, I'd be pretty happy with this form right now. We are prohibited as commissioners from engaging in gambling. So I don't think we need to disclose it. We're prohibited, but I don't think our family is. And I don't think we need to disclose if our family does that, because I don't see that as a problem. The other four, I think, do need to disclose. And in my mind, if that was excluded from this form, I'd be happy with it. Commissioner Wildcat, what do you think?
A simple, this form, there was a couple things that was brought up. One of them is, you might not know what your kids are doing or anything like that. Or wife even going out and gambling or, stuff like that. But it talks about when you certify it, it's completed to the best of your knowledge. So that's pretty much covers that. But the reason why you typically disclose something like if your spouse or your child gambles is if they're out gambling, if you happen to know the theoreticals or anything like that on a machine, then you don't, and then they know what machines to play, or the races or something else, or stuff that we might have that's proprietary to us, then you disclose that they might play, they might bet horses or something like that. But it's just simply a protection even for us as commissioners to know that, oh yeah, they disclose that this person gambles or this person bets here, here, and here. But it's also, oh, since they disclose that, we know that they're open, they're honest, and they're betting on their own, their spouse or family members betting on their own. So we've seen claims come from families before, whether it's on a machine that malfunctions or something like that. But once it's on the form, then it's public knowledge and it's more of a protection even for us as commissioners. Does that make sense at all?
Go ahead.
Mr. President, there you go. I'm fine with the form. I just suggest everybody put yes on the last one. I don't know what my daughter or granddaughters do, If they want to gamble, it's their business. And I don't see when you elude back to the state statutes, says they can't do it. It just means if there's a conflict with them involved in it, you're not allowed to vote. And I think that's only fair. That you can't be the decision maker on that. But as far as, I think we're getting a little deep in the weeds with making it all, otherwise there is no such thing as non-conflict of interest in a state the size of 400,000 people. I mean, gee, Christmas, that we might as well shut gambling down right now. So, because nobody can do it. So anyway, I guess I'm fine with it. It does not say in the state statute, the immediate family cannot gamble. But put yes down, and then if they have a complaint that they think they got robbed at a machine, you got to set yourself out. But that should happen even if you put no on there. So I'm thinking, the rules and regulations, I don't know direct and indirect. And I think if you have a immediate family member that owns machines, that is a conflict of interest. But just because they play the machine doesn't mean they have a conflict of interest. And I don't know. I think there's a state law, you might tell Governor Gordon, you can only have 3 gray horses. You can only have 1 in a Brandon Krell at a time. So I don't know if they have a race with just 3 of them. So I'm just thinking out loud. But anyway, I think it's good. You can spend all day trying to make this thing fit every form. And we need to get something started. And I think what the governor's after is not have it become law, have it more of a policy.
President Davis, to follow up on something that Commissioner Covello said, the part to strike engaging in any form of gambling, state statute, as Commissioner Ritholler, as you said, doesn't prohibit you from gambling. You can gamble. They have put that on to, with the governor's letter, he is putting it on to us to basically regulate ourselves in this. So I all due respect and hate to disagree with you, but state statute does not prohibit you currently from gambling. And that's been the question and the issue that's been out there. Do we, don't we, and how we do this? So.
So then, Charlie, could you give us a recap of what I'm a little bit confused here about striking the engaging part of the form of gambling, or were we striking for each question you answer? Yes, please best describe. Are we going to strike the one above or that one?
President Davis, as I understand what Commissioner Covello had suggested, was to strike engaging in any form of gambling regulated by the Wyoming Gaming Commission, charitable excluded, circle one, yes or no. That's the way I understood that, the striking. And then, again, President Davis, Vice President Broussard had some questions about the indirect language that was used there. And we do have that. In the rule section, we do have indirect is defined. And then, as Commissioner Wildcat had mentioned, and a lot of this form has come from other jurisdictions. It's very standard to go through this in most all jurisdictions and also with a lot of state agencies as well. So you disclose it, we have it on file, and it's a relatively simple process at this point. Everybody understands that, at least we should understand that even though you may not see a conflict with a family member because you may not know whether they're gambling. I mean, common sense does need to prevail in some of these things. So,
So if I go down through this, Charlie, and filling this out, are you a commissioner appointed? Yes. Are you an employee of the Gaming Commission? No. Are you a contract employee or under the contract of the Gaming Commission? No. Are we receive compensation? Does that put us under yes?
no.
Okay, no or yes?
You would answer to the are you a contracted employee? You are not. You do not
Okay.
have a contract.
All right.
No.
Do you have an indirect or direct in pari-mutuel wagering? Because if I have racing stock, I would put yes.
Correct.
Okay, do you have a direct or financial interest in race horses? Because I'm a breeder, I would put yes.
Correct.
Okay, if you have a direct or financial interest, I would put no in skill base. Okay, online sports wagering, no. Who engaging, is this, do I engage, or who is this that we're talking about here next?
You.
Okay, so if we put in, do I in my name, or I guess this is. Your name's at the top. Okay, so this is referencing to the name above, okay? Do you engage any form regulated by charitable excluded? No, I do not, but the question is there, okay? And then you go down to the next one. For each question you answered yes, please describe additional. Okay, so that is already spelled out in my current conflict of interest. Okay, so that pretty much simplifies that form. Is that what you're saying? Because yes, I am a gaming commissioner. Yes, I do have pari-mutuel. Now, your immediate family, okay? Now, how do you get down into there? The question I have there is, if my spouse owns the horse and I do not, that should be declared there? Okay, because I answered.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so then I would go back up, reference back up. Is there any direct or indirect financial interest? Because my spouse owns the horse, that would be the indirect factor.
That's correct.
Okay, so that would be simple enough down there. Okay, so I've got 2 yeses, and then I go down here to, so that's all you're looking for? Yes, that we're involved in the Breeders' Award, and yes, we have racing stock. Would that be the End of the explanation. Okay, now-
That would be correct on the next page, then you'd sign it and date it. And then we would have that on file, and we would know that, have it identified.
Okay, now I'm going to reference back up to the rodeo question, the rules that we're currently developing under that. Is anything in here addressed on that?
Yes, it would be addressed in parimutuel wagering. If you have
Okay.
any interest in parimutuel
So-
wagering. And we could go ahead and add another one. We could make a more,
Is there a general? section?
more of a general term in there if you'd like us to.
Well, that would be a question to the commission. I mean, it seems like we're very direct on these specific questions here, but we've got more that is coming on our plate as we're going forth here in the gaming side of this.
And it would be as, President Davis, it would be as simple as direct or indirect financial interest in racehorses / other events
Other events?
described by the commission.
So that would be a pretty basic disclosure is what we're talking about here. Commissioner Cavella?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, then my question is, if Dr. Barry and I are entered in a team roping has parimutuel, then we would have to disclose that,
Or the possibility.
That would be correct.
or the
President
possibility.
Davis.
I may not know at this point, but if we decide to enter up, and that's one that happens to be in a parimutuel,
President Davis, Commissioner Cavallo, at that point, you would update the form.
Okay.
Fairly simple.
After the fact or before the fact?
Well, you can't, President Davis, you can't do it before the fact if you don't know.
Mr. Chairman, then
If you
my.
read on the second page there, it's best of your knowledge. You're certifying the information set forth above is true and complete to the best of your knowledge. In situations, I complete multiple times a year background questionnaires, and almost every question that I respond to, I'll answer either yes or no, whatever the appropriate, and I put in there in parentheses to the best of my knowledge.
Is there some verbiage to the best of our knowledge that you can insert into this?
It is on the second page. It's there.
Yep.
It says to the best of your knowledge. At the top of the second page.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion here?
Mr. President, so clarification, if Cactus and Mr. Barry decided to get in team roping here this next weekend, are they allowed to do that since they are on the commission?
They just circled yes.
So as long as you circle yes, you can do this even though you are on the, you can partake in this form of gambling in the state of Wyoming.
It just, this is just a, if I'm correct here on this, Charlie, this is just a disclosure
Correct.
of the information. It's not a
understand.
President Davis, Commissioner Cura, at this point, you are not prohibited under current statutes to wager or participate in parimutuel or any gambling in the state of Wyoming that we regulate currently. If the rules moved forward, it details it out further, and there's some potential to where you wouldn't. And these have been, if we go back to the original parimutuel statutes, and I brought that up to you all initially, in the 60s, 1967, and I did provide that document, if you're on the commission, you did not participate. And then in the late 80s, that was changed, and the current language was put in there to where we disclose. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cavella.
Mr. Chairman, if I may ask the good Senator Driscoll if he could,
Good idea. Good.
I guess, you know, there was some legislation brought forward to address this that didn't go forward, but I wonder if there's an appetite at the legislature that would like to, we'll just ask him when he comes back, I guess. Move on, sorry.
Okay, so right now we have a motion on the floor to look at the conflict of interest disclosure form, okay? There is, do we go ahead and then we have a motion from Commissioner Broussard right now to table this with further clarification.
President Davis, that is correct. You have a motion that was made by Commissioner Covello and seconded by Commissioner Kura to discuss or open this up for discussion. You have asked me to, I think one of the good changes is we need to simplify where it says racehorses, we need to change that verbiage. And it could be a friendly amendment to that, or you have the motion on the floor, vote it up, vote it down, and then Vice President Broussard had also mentioned a potential motion. It has not had a second yet.
Okay. Commissioner Covello.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Driscoll, we're just talking about this conflict of interest, and we're talking about the fact that at this point, commissioners are not specifically excluded from gambling with regards to anything that we regulate, but I know that there was legislation brought forward at that particular time it was defeated, but do you think there is appetite for us to be excluded from having anything to do with any gambling of anything that we regulate going forward?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Covello, there's probably some, depending on how deep it goes. You know, we've really tried to leave, at least from my end, a really loose interpretation to let the commission do it themselves. My real belief is, and you'll hear this on almost everything you do, is I think you should have the authority to do almost anything you want, and if we don't like it, then we'll step in and change it. And that's my belief on how it ought to work. So it allows you guys to have really autonomy in what you do, and that's why we drew the original Gaming Commission bills up. And if somebody has a conflict or a problem with it, they can bring a bill. And I'm not sure a bill will pass easily for just blanket nothing. It gets really hard. I tend to agree with Commissioner Rithaler that it gets hard when you get into the weeds. You know, I look at like the kids deal is, I can tell you, I might not know if my kids had a horse or not, or what they were up to. And it gets really hard when you start signing stuff under an oath that says you know what's going on. Because I can tell you in my family, and I know some others, you may not have a clue, and it may be that your wife is invested in horses and you don't know. I know of one family that I'll guarantee is that way. So, you know, my belief is to leave it fairly open if you got problems to deal with them. But if you want to bring it, we'll make it happen the best we can. And if not, I would say kind of leave things alone until you've got problems.
Thank you.
Senator, a follow-up on that. Do you think it would be best for the commission to handle this in policy instead of rules? Leaves the flexibility in there for these issues?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I do. I think policy is the way to go on a huge part, not rules or laws, is you lay your policies out. And, you know, it allows you to be pretty nimble. If you hear a rumor even, you can round somebody up and go make a change in it, and you can do it fast. And that's the beauty of you folks, is I think you can actually make a change on the fly, whereas for us, it's once a year. So I'll encourage you to keep encouraging us to leave it loose unless there's problems. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Charlie, Troy has a motion on the floor
Do we have to?
Actually, we have Commissioner Cavell and we have the first motion is on the floor.
Okay.
And
first-
it could be as simple as, well, you have a motion, you have a second. I can make the changes to be all-inclusive there where it says racehorses and make that. And then complete this form as it is, or
That's option A.
that's kind of option A.
Okay.
Or you can vote it down and come with another motion.
Option B. Okay. At this time, we have option A on the floor. Further discussion?
Could you restate the motion?
Yes.
I forgot.
Charlie, could you,
We have the Commissioner Cavello's motion was a motion to approve, I believe.
okay,
That was it. And we had a second from Commissioner Cura.
okay, so we need to
Now we
vote
have
on that
discussion,
first.
so we would need to vote on that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, so we're at that question now. After further discussion, we're may have a motion to approve as presented. Okay?
As presented, not
Not
option
as
A.
amended, as presented. Okay? For those, do we want to do a roll call or just all in favor, aye? Okay.
You could do a,
For those who
Show of
are in
hands.
favor, signify by saying aye.
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 That's 3. Those opposed, same sign. Aye. Is that 4? Sherry, where are you?
I was in favor.
Uh-oh. The question then becomes in favor of what?
Of the motion that was presented as presented.
Okay? So we have a
you have a tie.
tie.
Yes, you do.
So I would vote on a tie, is that correct?
That would be typically how that would work.
So I vote an aye, so that's 4-4, or,
Now, the question is, should you recuse yourself?
ooh, no way on this one. So,
Should we do a roll call to make sure?
yes,
Yeah, let's do a roll call. Kelly, would you call the roll, please?
okay. For those in favor, signify by saying aye as presented.
President Davis,
Nay.
Vice President Broussard,
Nay.
Commissioner Cavello,
Aye.
Commissioner Daigle,
Aye.
Commissioner Berry, Commissioner Rittenholler, Commissioner Cura, Commissioner Wildcat.
Aye.
We have 5 ayes, 3 nays.
It passes then, as presented. Okay.
Motion passes as presented.
Okay, so that takes care of the conflict of interest form,
That was easy.
correct?
President Davis,
Yes,
do we sign the form that's in our packet, or do we,
I believe you've already signed the form.
We'll
have
send
you
that
not?
to you.
okay.
Yeah.
But this one, I mean, I didn't know, the new one.
No, mine's got too many notes on it.
Oh,
Okay, then, next then is the draft of the proposed rules. We'd be looking for a motion to approve the rules as presented, or the draft. How do you want to handle that, Charlie?
Draft version 1.03 -10 06 22. It could be a motion to consider, motion to discuss, motion to approve as presented. It's whatever, it's your pleasure, but we need to get in to the discussion of it.
Commissioners, motion to approve, discuss, or consider.
Mr. Chairman, I make the motion, we approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Commissioner Kerr and Commissioner Wildcat. Discussion. No discussion? Ah, liaison?
President Davis, members of the commission, the only thing that I thought would be appropriate to possibly add was under subsection, section 1, subsection F. Indirect financial interest means an individual's personal, then the next word is family. I think it should say immediate family there, because then otherwise we got family going from here to forever. And immediate family is defined in the section G directly below that.
Discussion?
I'm in agreement with that. It brings it in closer.
Okay.
Yep.
President Davis, and that mirrors the statute. So,
With immediate in there?
yes.
Okay. Well, I was going to propose that we strike F and G, but apparently that's not going to happen, huh? Okay, any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yes, under the section 2 of the disclosure form, engage in any form of gambling regulated by the state of Wyoming. Top of the page, line 32.
Line 32. Could you repeat what you said?
I think it should, it should be engaged in any form of gambling regulated by or any form of gambling regulated by the commission.
Okay, regulated by the commission? Okay, my comments in there was to either say gambling or gaming, and then to expand with that regulated by the commission, that would exclude the lottery, the Keno, and all that other stuff. Okay,
Absolutely. That excludes other jurisdictions?
Yeah, or in Vegas or anything outside the state of Wyoming. To say that.
well,
We
it
don't
would
regulate that.
regulated by the gaming commission. Okay. All right. Further discussion here? I have over here on line 77, it says the commissioners and commission staff shall not, or do we want to put in there may not?
Mike?
Over there on line 77, Mike, it says commissioners and commission staff shall not wager, or would that be better to say may not wager?
Mr. President, if you want to clearly prohibit an activity, I'd use the word shall.
Okay,
May makes it sound permissive and gives you a little bit wiggle room. And
which brings up the question above there, participation in commission regulated activities and prohibitions?
And Mr. President, it might be worth noting, when talking about activities regulated by the commission, you may want to use activities that are licensed by the commission, because technically the commission does indirectly through its criminal enforcement regulates every form of gambling in Wyoming. And so that's poker, that's roulette, that's craps. All of that stuff, which is illegal, is regulated by the commission criminally. So it might be something, and it might just be, you know, kind of the semantics getting in there that if it's licensed, a licensed activity. And so that would limit it to the licensure type activities. One example would be, say, poker tournaments. If you want to play in a poker tournament in your basement with your friends. The question is, are you looking to prohibit that type of activity? Or fantasy football league with your friends, things like that. That's not something that's licensed
Up here,
and directly
activities
regulated
licensed
by the
by the
commission.
Can we have that inserted?
Could we have that inserted? Does that make sense? Discuss further. Commissioner Walcott, your insight on this.
To me, it's just essentially semantics. I could see, just got to make sure that it's reflected throughout the document to make sure that it doesn't say anything else about regulated by the commission as opposed to licensed. So you could go either way with that.
So we'd have to insert that throughout the document then. Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Cavella.
Mr. Chairman, I think on line 80 and 81, commissioners and commission staff shall not have any direct or indirect financial interest in any activity regulated by the commission. I think that needs to be deleted. The way that is would absolutely bar anyone having to do with anything to do with horse racing from being on this commission. And certainly we want people that are knowledgeable in the industry to be involved. So, I mean, you have to disclose it, but you can't bar them from being.
Something that is legal and legally recognized in the
Yeah.
state of Wyoming.
I think that those two lines, 80 and 81, need to be deleted.
President Davis?
Yes, Commissioner
I
Welch.
think you could keep 80 and 81 in there, but if you tailor it to say that you will not vote on any decisions, shall not, because it is pretty restrictive when it comes down to it.
But I don't believe the commission staff can vote.
Or commissioners, commission staff. It just has to be worded a bit differently.
President Davis, so Commissioner Cavello, so if we word this differently, what's our goal?
Is to not exclude those people involved in owning horses or involved in horse racing, which is basically what this commission was originally built around. I mean, we
And-
don't want to exclude people that understand this industry.
And I'm asking so I can get clarity to know how to recraft this.
I would say strike it personally.
Burchard says strike it personally.
President, I would also go echo what Commissioner Wildcat said about inserting some language that says that the commissioner that does have financial interest in those activities can't vote on
I believe that's covered in your conflict of interest to start with. Right. So I think that we've got that pretty well covered.
President Davis, are you talking about the conflict of interest form?
Yes.
Because these rules are created or promulgated to support that conflict of interest form. So there's nothing in these If that's stricken, then there's nothing prohibited a commissioner from voting on something that directly benefits them, themselves.
Well, since we've approved the conflict of interest disclosure form, we have to address that, is what you're saying in here, Commissioner Wildcat.
There's nothing prohibiting them from voting.
I think we strike it and add.
President Davis?
Yes, go ahead, Sherry.
If I'm reading this correctly and I'm listening to all the concerns, what if we were to change the wording to state commissioners and commission staff shall not have a direct or indirect voting interest in any activity regulated by the commission? Because staff could lobby a commissioner to vote one way or another to benefit them. Not that they would, but that possibility is there. And reword that to reflect more of the voting status instead of the financial status.
Commissioners shall not vote.
Well, how's that reflect to above, the statement above in A?
President Davis, as everyone is thinking through some of this, just a note, housekeeping. The camera follows microphones. So if you leave your mic keyed, it keeps coming back to you and is bouncing around. And so myself, and I think you have had your mic on, so it's been kind of wobbling around there. And Mr. Laramendi wanted to remind me to turn off our mics when we're not speaking.
It seems that it's convoluted all of section 5, Charlie, that we need to really, because on one line there in section 5, it says commission and commission staff shall not wager on any activity regulated by the commission. This section does not prohibit wagering by a commissioner or commission staff member in the course of the commissioners or staff members' lawful discharge of duties. What is that saying, really?
President Davis, thank you for the question. This is language that was taken from multiple jurisdictions. And what this means is if Mr. Laramendi is performing an investigation and he is doing investigative work, he can wager, whether it's on a historic racing game, whether it's at the live races, or whether it's a skill-based amusement game. If I'm doing an investigation, if any of you are performing your duties as a commissioner and you're gathering information or you're working as a commissioner in an investigation of some sort, you can go ahead and wager. And this exact language is what they have in South Dakota and I believe Nebraska and several jurisdictions.
Thank you, Charlie. So if I go undercover for Nick, I can do it, right?
And I forgot to turn my mic on earlier. Yes, yes. So just to follow up on that, the first sentence basically says you shall not wager on any activity regulated by this commission. And then the second sentence details that you can if you're performing your job or it's part of your job.
Okay, further discussion on this. Do we want to have this revisited and for further clarification, Troy? Is that what you were talking about?
I'm just wondering if we try to do this in policy instead of, and that way we can, if we find that it's not working, we can change it quickly. Seems like we can go on for days.
So then you would like to address this down there in line 85, where it says goes into the rules process, just skip all that stuff there and try and put this in policy?
President Davis, if I may. I think at this point, whether it's policy or whether it's rules, probably doesn't matter at this point. We have some changes that we need to make to this document. On line 13, or excuse me, line 14, we need to correct it into immediate family. On line 29, it appears that we need to add in there rodeo on that first page. And then on the second page on line 32, we need to add licensed by the commission. And then, of course, we've got to check and review the whole document to make sure we have consistency throughout. And then you've had quite a bit of discussion on line 80 and 81, whether it's wordsmithing it, making it clear, whether we delete that. So I think at this point, this is a work in progress. We will correct the document, make the changes that were suggested today, if that's your pleasure, and bring this back at the next commission meeting for consideration. And then as far as the rules, you know, while I don't disagree with any of the discussion for policy, if you do read the governor's letter, he does speak specifically about rules regarding the issue. Basically, we've taken care of the conflict of interest form, but he also speaks about a procedure for dealing with conflicts of interest, and that's what we're doing in this document. So those are some discussions that you need to continue to have, but what I would suggest is allow me to make the changes to the documents as you've asked, and we'll bring it back to the next commission meeting, and we'll continue to go forth and work this.
Which that brings up one question I have for Mike down there. Is an executive order a statute or a policy?
An executive order is an order from the governor, sorry, Mr. President. An executive order is an order from the governor, who is essentially all of our bosses, that says, thou shalt do this. So it's something that you have to follow as a member of the executive branch.
Thank you, Mike. So I believe we have a motion on the floor. Do we want to do a roll call or all in favor, aye? I would say all in favor, aye. Do we want to move this as it's presented or table it for now for further work? The motion is to accept it as presented. All those in favor, aye? Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. The nays got it. Charlie, it's back in your ballpark. Wow.
I would suggest as a motion, a quick motion to give us the direction to make those changes as presented or as discussed.
Would there be a motion from the commission to address the staff to make changes?
Motion to direct the staff to make the recommended changes and present the document to the commission at a future time.
I'll second that.
Been moved by Commissioner Wildcat, seconded by Commissioner Kerr. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
carried. Oh, nay? All right, ayes got it. Okay, with that, Charlie, we're going to line item D, wagering activity report.
Commissioner Davis, if I can go back to, the staff had suggested, and again, as I explained in item 4C, to, just as a show of faith, to potentially adopt the Executive Order 1997-4. Again, it does apply. We've talked about it. We've identified it. So that may not be a necessity at this point.
So are you looking for a motion then, Charlie, for us to formally adopt Executive Order 1997-4?
Again, it's more of a symbolic type of a situation, a show of good faith. So a quick motion to formally adopt that. It is binding in its current form anyway.
Is there a motion from the commission?
Motion to adopt Executive Order 1997-4.
Been moved and seconded by Commissioner Cabela. Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Okay, with that, Charlie. D, wagering activity.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item 4D, wagering activity report. The report is in your packet. If you have any questions, staff can definitely respond to those. Otherwise, we can continue to move on.
Are there any questions from the commission at this time on the wagering activity report? Any discussion here? Let me see. With that, we don't need a motion then, Charlie?
No, sir.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any discussion from the public on wagering activity? Hearing none. Let's go to line item E.
The law enforcement update, again, you have in your packet, OTB site inspections, skill games. You have all the information provided in your packet. And also for the public, you can go to you can either hit one of the QR codes and you can follow along in the packets with us through the QR code that's been provided to you. And again, just as a bit of a housekeeping, we are attempting to go more paperless, so providing volumes of paper for the public and everybody. We're going to start kind of trying to cut that back, but please join us on our website, and all this information is provided to you there. So the law enforcement update, do you have any questions from Mr. Laramendi or from Mr. Steinberg?
I only have one question, Charlie. It just seems like we're spiking up terribly bad on all these charts here in December.
President Davis, which chart exactly are you referring to?
All the above.
OTB complaints, incident claims, OTB inspections. Is it just because you inspected them?
Yeah, that is correct. We've been in there, and just also so you're aware, we'll be finishing up statewide inspections and audits with the testing laboratory this week statewide. So we've been almost in every OTB and touched every machine border to border.
And commissioners, the historic horse racing audits that are being performed by a third-party auditor that is verifying the signatures on each and every machine.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Nick,
Broussard.
so just to be clear, the reason the complaints spiked is because you visited more people and talked to more people? Is that how I see it?
Some of the OTB complaints, sorry, Mr. President, Vice President, the reason some of those complaints have showed up is because we've kind of changed what we receive incident reports on. So we're tracking a little bit more in detail some of the incidents that are taking place.
Any further questions? Thank you, Nick.
Item 4F, if there's no additional questions.
There are no additional questions. Live Racing, Lip Chip, and LLC.
Randy's going to run through this
Oh,
quickly.
just a minute, Charlie, we do have one. Please identify yourself.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kyle Ridgway with 307 Horse Racing. I had the same question that you guys were asking, where it looks like there's a spike on the visual of the chart. If you look at it carefully, though, the spike is on the final column called total. It's not in December. And so I think to say it's a spike is misleading. It's just because the charts include the total amount at the back. So how I would interpret that data would be that the Gaming Commission is doing substantially more inspections, but there's not that much more of a spike in terms of complaints, at least at HHR. But even when you look at skill games and these other charts, it's the same. It's just that the totaling amounts make it look like it visually on the chart, but that's just a total. When you compare them year over year, there's not you're talking about the difference between 12 in 2021 and 4 in 2022. It's not, the raw numbers aren't there. So I thought it was important to make that point for the industry.
Yes, if you look at the chart, it does end in November. And then this is just over there in December, and we're not even there yet. So I figured that was just a summary of what was going on.
Correct. The bottom line on the far right corner of every one of those charts in your packet says the word total, and that's where the spike is.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
President Davis, also, I will remove that total column. So it just shows a standard wave instead of adding all of them up in that last column to make it look that way. I can remove that pretty easily.
Thank you, Nick. Any further questions, comments? With that, Charlie, let's go to live racing update. F.
Thank you. Item 4, live racing update. Randy's going to take this, go through this. Again, we apologize for some of these forms being quite small. We also have a brief presentation that will be provided to us via Zoom on some lip chip technology. Randy?
Yes, thank you, President Davis and Commissioners. Unfortunately, I can't read the small print on this, but for the live, the totals and the combined, we provided that for you to kind of see what they paid out in purses as well as Wyoming Breeders' Awards to the funds and purses, what was paid to horsemen and et cetera. For that, if anybody needs it provided, we can definitely send it in a better format that's more readable on this, or at least in legal. But we wanted to present that to you today, as well as I went ahead and did the 22 live meet number of starters combined between all of the 3 racetracks. As you can see on the second page, it has, we completed the number of races for each entity. So we had 464 races this year. Out of those, 104 of those were restricted to Wyoming breds. Out of that, we had 3,388 starters, and out of those starters, 1,573 were Wyoming bred. So that just kind of gives you where we're at, and then that way we can focus on maybe checking each year to see how we're progressing to show growth of the industry and a growth of the Wyoming bred. So that's kind of what we have there. One thing I wanted to bring to your attention is with later on in the agenda, we will be talking about live race dates. And I just wanted to kind of refresh the commissioners on a letter that I wrote on January 18th, 2022 to Wyoming Downs and 307 Horse Racing as the Wyoming Bred Administrator. Last year, when they did overlapping race dates, they did provide their stake schedule at a later date, which had the Wyoming bred races, futurities and derbies running on the same weekends of each other. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention now during the live part. You know, as far as the administrator of this program, I just really feel that taking away any racing opportunities for Wyoming breds is not what we're looking for. And because they were overlapping race dates and they ran the Wyoming bred futurities on the same time, you know, the owners could only pick to run in one race, which limited them to go to either Wyoming Downs or 307. I had numerous calls from breeders, and I'm not sure, I see George Spiva here today. I'm not sure what he's heard, but you know, a lot of people were pretty devastated that it limited their horses, which when you're trying to sell a horse and they only have limited amount of time to run, which we only have a limited amount during the summers in Wyoming, they felt that it took away from the value of their Wyoming breds to sell them, as they could only go in one race and not the other. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and they were aware. I sent that to both Wyoming Downs and 307. So hopefully we can discuss that with them on trying to find a way to discuss that and maybe help each other out in that. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. As far as that, the next thing we can do is lip chip is a new technology. And it's, as you know, we've talked about the tattooing of the thoroughbreds and them going to chips at the racetracks. Well, lip chip offers a whole different technologies that could not only help racetracks, but also our breeders program. Brad Bolin, the CEO of Lip Chip, and his daughter Jessica will be joining us today. He is a successful horse trainer. I met him 20-some years ago in Texas when I was working down there. They have a great vision here. They've been talking with AQHA to maybe start doing these chips at racetracks for the quarter horses, and they already have some programs that are up and running. So right now, I'll go ahead and turn that over to Brad Bolin and welcome him. He was going to come in person, but he just couldn't make it. He's down in Texas, so let's welcome Brad.
Thank you, Brandy. Mr. President, my name is Brad Bolin. I'm the president of Lip Chip LLC. On the line with me also is my daughter, Jessica Cummings. She's the vice president of operations for Lip Chip LLC. We started this project about 4 years ago. We have numerous patents. We've grown together with some other companies nationwide, and we also have some patents that we share with them on moving things digitally. As the gentleman spoke earlier a while ago, that everybody's kind of wanting to go digital now and get rid of some of the paperwork. We can do all that and we use it with a stopgap for the microchips. As y'all well know, the thoroughbreds are already microchipping the horses. In 24, the quarter horses are going to start microchipping. The 23 will be the last year that they tattoo. The thoroughbred program, the thoroughbred microchip program has not been very successful because of the migration of putting the microchips in the nuchal ligaments. They've had a lot of problems. They've had a lot of problems identifying horses nationwide. They're having about, in their own words and in their own statistics, they're losing about 20% of the microchips nationwide. We have a program set up to where we can get you where these horses, number one, can be identified. but we can also help you to where people are not, you know, falsifying documents, getting horses in and out of the racetracks. We can also make it to where we can keep up with your inventory for your breed program. Make sure your investigators, your law enforcement guys can identify those horses so people cannot be moving those horses in and out of your state. I'm going to kind of turn it over to my daughter, Jessica, right here, and we're going to show you a quick video, and then we'll kind of get into the whole deal of what we can do.
Whoever is having host privileges, I'm not able to share my screen, but if possible, if I could be made a co-host, I'd be more than happy to show this to y'all.
You should be able to get on there in just a second here.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. As Brad was saying, we're horsemen first and have collectively 70 years of experience between all of our staff in the horse performance industries. So we're going to show you all a little quick video, and please know that we do this as horsemen because we know the ins and outs of kind of the pitfalls of what we face every day and trying to move our horses around. So this is absolutely no disrespect to anyone, and we hope that it gives y'all a little chuckle.
Not there. Let me look again.
All right, so as y'all can see here, it's so much easier to get in and out of the track whenever you just simply have to scan the nose of the horse. So we have a couple of points here. I'm going to turn it back over to Brad. I'm going to share those points so y'all can see what we have here. And please, we welcome any and all questions also.
So what you saw there is at Lone Star Park, and the normal deal for all the racetracks across the United States right now is paperwork, and security guards sitting at the stable gate. And so what happens is that somebody misplaces their health certificate or misplaces their Coggins or their pyroplasmosis, and they get ready to go in the stable gate. It's always the same thing. It's always a big fight. It's always time consuming. And a lot of time there's a lot of cheating going on with these paperwork. We've worked some, this year we've worked some major herpes outbreaks. Lord forbid you ever have one at one of your racetracks. But the federal government is probably going to start sometime in 24 to where all this stuff has to be done through a microchip. We have 9 states now to where to get your Coggins, your health certificates, and your paperwork, it all has to be done with the microchip. We do it a little differently. We put it in the upper lip. We have less than 1% migration. We can read temperature. We can read all kinds of different things through our app. Everything is done digitally. It's done through permissions. If Jessica can pull up the wagon wheel for me, it's all done through permissions. So we have attending veterinarians, owners, regulatory veterinarians, regulatory bodies, ARCI. We have pretty close to 41 different portals. So let's say if your investigator goes over and has a guy that gets positive, he calls the trainer, notifies him, he pulls it up. As soon as he pulls it up, they notify the trainer that they're going to have to drop the boxes in for the horses that have been approved through their portals. The racetracks are doing the same thing to where everybody has to have the microchip. We did our pilot project at Ruidoso this year, had about 450 head. The horsemen are begging us for it. Everybody that was in the pilot project was absolutely begging us for it because of the simple fact that of the ease of use. Management loves it because they know what's on the backside of the racetrack. They know where they're at. We can drop a pin every time one of those horses is scanned. We can do the same for you for your breed program. Every time one of those horses is scanned, it drops a pin where that horse is at. So people say, well, it's not, and it's not exact GPS. You can't track them and all that. That's true. It's not. But here's the deal. People mess up. So if you go to the vet, they get scanned. They drop a pin there. Somebody in your breed program is going to scan a horse somewhere where it's not supposed to be. It also makes it much easier for your law enforcement just to walk out in the pasture, whether you have cell service or not, and reach and take the scanner, hit the app, and it'll load automatically and show you exactly where that horse is. We also have a racetrack test barn program to where the actual program itself, we know we've got a real problem in the industry, especially in the quarter horse industry. And we've been working with the American Quarter Horse Association and some of the other associations because they know that the RMTC and basically all the hierarchy that the Jockey Club wants to bring into effect all the time has really done nothing to catch anything in the last 15 years. Everything that's been caught drug-wise or any things like that has all been caught because of a horseman getting tired of getting beat. So they give the product to the investigator, and then they develop a test and they catch somebody. If you will notice that in the last 4 to 5 years, the last big one that was caught in Texas. They haven't caught anything in the last 4 or 5 years. And so we've been working with the Texas Racing Commission and some other people here in that we're working with our racetrack test barn program to where when this horse comes in, not only is he identified immediately, he has a temperature. So then we have the temperatures come up, his heart rate come up, and we've been working with some of the biggest veterinarians across the country, Dr. Chauncey, some different other veterinarians across the country, from the different registries and also from the different racing commission. And we actually have it now to where we can pull a heart rate. So they're working on the protocols now to where if a horse has a particular heart rate, then they give them a warning. After the third one, they come in and they will exclude the trainer and exclude his horses. And they're figuring out that this is the best way to get these guys that are running on these designer jugs to quit. Jessica, can you pull up the portals?
Yes, 1 minute.
Jessica, I don't see anything but the readers in the app. You might want to just take the whole thing down. Can you try to put it back up now? Can y'all see it there at all? There it is. So there you go. So this is kind of what we're looking at and kind of what everybody has asked us to do. We're going to do some work for the National Finals Rodeo in December. But what everybody's kind of asked us to do is to come in and do this, and it's wide open. We can add whatever y'all would like or whatever anybody else in your law enforcement or the commissioners want. But this is the way we do it. And all of this is done through permissions and apps. And so the racetracks would have their own site and permissions, regulatory veterinarians, breed associations, aftercare programs. We have a rescue program that we did our first rescue the other day through law enforcement. They had a horse that was it's kind of a bad deal. It was a veteran got shipped off and his dad died and nobody knew his dad died. So we made a save on a horse. So the rescue and aftercare programs love it because we can identify these horses. We sent 1,000 down to the hurricane victims in Florida with the help of the state veterinarian down there. So we can actually help and identify these horses. What else you got, Jess?
That's what we've got here. Does anybody have any questions?
I have one question. This is Bob Davis. What's the cost associated with the implementation of that program?
It's about $60 a head for the microchip to be implanted. We're going to have it whether it's preferred providers to where the local veterinarians will be the ones that put them in. Then there's an application fee that's associated with it. The regulatory bodies are cheaper because they have more horses. If you just have one owner that goes out and has it, it's per head, about $20 a head per month. Keeps the temperature, daily health checks, Coggins, pyroplasmosis, anything you want to put on your app, you can put on your app. It's your app and you have to have permissions. We have to have permissions to let anybody inside your app. It replaces we have a central database that we built. Everything is being built in the United States. The state of Texas is helping us build our readers and also helping us build our smart buckets. So we have smart buckets that we'll be coming out with in 25 that will actually tell you the temperature on that horse, what time he ate, how much he ate, all that kind of stuff. We're doing that also in conjunction with Purina Feeds. The accessibility and the falsification of documents, the racetracks love it. We have 18 racetracks down here and that we did a conference call before we ever started our pilot projects. They know they're having a problem. They know they also have a problem in the paddock because people having to touch their lips and roll the tattoo and not being able to read the tattoo. Like we said, the 20%, 2 out of 10 of the thoroughbred horses that have been done off of their website instructions are missing. So there's a lot of them. We're called in on one from one of the safety stewards at Oaklawn, and grade 1 horse, Swiss skydiver, had migrated, and it was no longer on the left side of the nuchal ligament, it was on the right side of the brisket. We helped them find that one. So it's been a really interesting program. Brandy was really interested when we talked about this whole deal about people moving their brood mares around and stuff, and we can definitely help with that. The racetracks love it because when they come in the gate, they know who's there. They know they've been checked in. They know they've been checked out correctly. They don't have to rely on a guy that's so bored that's sitting in that stable gate, or they don't have to worry about a guy that has to argue with a guy because he doesn't have his paperwork. Do you let him in or do you not let him in?
Thank you. What's a downside to this? Are there any?
We hadn't found any, but I mean, the only pushback we've gotten were from some 70 and 80-year-old veterinarians that are a little bit afraid of technology. So that was the only pushback we had for a while. When we got the United States Animal Health Division on our side and started working on the digital forms for the Coggins and the Pyros, and we're working right now on a universal lower 48 state health certificate. So what we would do, we're setting up protocol with USEF and United States Equestrian Federation and with the United States Animal Health. What we would do is on the new health certificate to keep up with this deal so they don't have these terrible herpes outbreaks like they did in California this past spring. You take a temperature on day 1, and you take temperature on day 2, go into the app, it's sent over to your veterinarian, and it's all secure. And then on the 3rd day, depending on the state, some states, I'm not sure about Wyoming, but some states you have to be there in place to get your health certificate. So the 3rd day they would come in, scan the horse. There would be 3 days of temperature. And the veterinarians have found that if by taking 3 days of temperatures, the likelihood of having a horse that they're writing a health certificate on for a herpes outbreak is very, very low percentage. So then the 3rd day it would come out, they would extend the digital health certificate. We're trying to make it to where it's good for 45 days. Some states will come on board with that. Some won't. Some want to stay with 30 days. But so we're trying to get this to where it's all done digitally. We also have inside the portals virtual veterinarians, to where some states are going to allow us to do this through the tech, to where if you get 3 temperatures in a day, and then they can see the horse virtually, then they can go ahead and write a health certificate. And that's kind of exciting because a lot of people, can't get their horses to the vet or whatever to get the health certificate done. And we think, and the veterinarians we've been visiting with, we think that they're probably going to be a little bit cheaper because it doesn't take them as much time to go in and do all this paperwork. They have a real problem right now with, and I'm sure y'all already know this, but veterinarians hate writing health certificates. They absolutely hate writing Coggins and Pyros and all that kind of stuff because it takes so much time and nobody can hire help now. So with the microchip in the app, it just downloads, it punches it in, and everything's done in real time and done digitally.
I had a question. Is there a annual maintenance fee associated
No.
when you put a chip in?
No, sir, we don't do any kind of maintenance fee. Once it's in, it's in. They just go through the app. Like the racetracks would have a different program than a regular owner. Like an owner would just pay by the month. It gets cheaper. It's tiered. The more horses you have, the cheaper it gets. The racetracks would have a different setup where they would just pay when they were up and running because there's different equipment involved. Our Bluetooth readers are the best in the industry. There's only one competitor that tries to compete with us. Their read range is about 8 feet when they're pushing their Bluetooth out. So at Red Osa Downs, we made a Bluetooth shot that was 900 yards. So that was a world record. So we can go anywhere on the racetrack and we can scan that horse. Let's say we got a horse coming to the paddock. We go in and scan that horse. It goes directly up to the tower, drops the time stamp, goes up, tells you exactly when he got there. So on your horses that are coming across, your stewards know when they're there. They make sure they're all there. And then of course your identifier identifies them again. It does the same thing again. So everything is done time and time again to where there's absolutely no mistakes. We can go in and set up the readers, the fixed readers, to where they're coming across the racetrack. You can actually track those horses where they're at on the backside. We have a system set up also where they scan, they can preload. Let's say I'm going to take 20 to Wyoming Downs. I send my paperwork over across my app. We hook it up to the racing office. As soon as they're scanned at the stable gate, they're in. They can assign the stalls right there. If they're going to the haul-in barn, it'll pop up on your app right there, barn 2, stall 37. And then there's no mistakes because that's where that horse is supposed to be. And same thing when you go to the test barn. When it goes in, we have a digital dashboard that we just put a TV up. It puts up the horseman's name, but it only puts his initials. So like my name is Brad Bullen, so it'd be trainer BB, owner is not shown, and then the horse's name is done in the initials. Heart rate, temperature pop up for the attending veterinarian, and then what stall he's going to be collected in. When he gets collected, they scan him one more time. When it pops up off the collection app, it goes across to the samples for the urine and the blood tubes. They've all got barcodes on them. it pushes it in there. It tells you what veterinarian collected the blood, if that's what y'all would like. It tells you who the witness was, and it scans their license if the state has a barcode on their license, so you know who the witness was.
President Davis, if we don't have any more questions, we could move on to the next item. We've got to keep on a timeline here.
We have one question. Identify yourself, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Eugene Joyce from Wyoming Horse Racing. Brad, just really quickly, chips and thoroughbreds are mandated by the Jockey Club. How close are you to getting this approved by the AQHA to make it mandatory in racing quarter horses?
Eugene, they've already passed it that in this is the last year we're gonna tattoo. In 23 and in 24 we'll start microchipping all the quarter horses. We think by the time they get the mandate in place that they'll already be somewhere around probably 12 to 13,000 that are microchipped from the Quarter Horse Association. California and some other states have already mandated it, so you have to have a microchip in the quarter horse. Louisiana's looking at it right now because they're having a lot of problems down there identifying horses. So in 24 for sure, it'll be a mandate from the American Quarter Association.
Thank you, Brad. President Davis, really quick. I just wanted you guys to know that this technology is coming. We have one more year left and it's going to be mandatory. That's why I wanted to bring it to you today. I think it's going to be incredible. Hopefully we can work something, talk more about it becoming part of our breeders program, things like that. It would really help us identify. We have our investigators out in the field, 15 brood mares, trying to get them and not get kicked, to try to identify them and so forth. So it really is an amazing program, and I'm glad they took the time today, but make no mistake, it is coming, and this is going to be the future of this industry. So thank you. And Jessica, could you please give back the host to Nick?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Brandy. We appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
President Davis, real quick, just a quick question. Is there going to need to be anything changed within rules or within policies, and will you be bringing this forward for approval? Because you mentioned within the year. That way we can give everybody a heads up on anything.
Yes, thank you, President Davis and Commissioner Wildcat. We have already put that into our rules when the thoroughbred started tattooing by microchip. So I believe that that's already in. So we are covered, but before they're tattooing with ink in their lips, still for quarter horses. And what this does is it does the chip to where we can scan it. Like Brad said, it'll be 900 yards, and you can do that. But it's also good for breeders and just people that care about their horses and check their temperature every day. You're going to be able to know they're sick before they even show signs. That's huge. Our state vets could use it to do our pre-race checks. If a horse has a fever, not showing any signs, has a fever, won't let him run. I mean, so it's really going to change how we do business. So it's very exciting. But yes, we are covered in rules already.
George Spiva, Wyoming All Breeds Racing Association. In response, President Davis, Director Moore, Commissioners, we did have our annual meeting in Lander on Saturday. Yes, it is a huge concern among the horsemen to have the overlapping stake schedules. With that, we do realize that the commission approves race dates, but not stake schedules, so it's pretty much up to the operators. One other thing, and this is, may I address Brandy, please? Brandy, the form that you were having trouble reading, we all do. Also, I think that was through the third quarter of the year. Now, does Wyoming Horse Racing's total added money include the finals weekend down there, which would have been October 1st and 2nd?
Let me look back there really quick. Yes, I believe it does include those last 2 days.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions and comments. Thank you.
With that, we'll take a 5-minute pause. Okay, we'll come back here. What time is it now, Kevin?
It is 10:38, 5 minutes.
Oh, give a little longer than that.
What time? 10:48.
Green light, oh, would everybody come back in and be seated? And let's run a roll call, please.
You're welcome. It's time to take the roll call. Please be seated.
If everybody would take a seat so we can do a roll call, thank you.
Commissioners, President Davis, Vice President Broussard, Commissioner Cavello, Commissioner Daigle,
Here.
Commissioner Berry is here, Commissioner Kura, Commissioner Wildcat. We have a quorum. President Davis, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Brandy, that was a very good presentation. Are there any other questions about the reports presented for Brandy at this time? Liaison Shepherd.
President Davis, members of the commission, I don't know how to get you to the right page, but there's a page with wagering activities / purse distribution report. I guess it's the first one. And what concerns me about this report, and it's very difficult to read given the size of the print, but if we go to the fourth from last line, the average purse / race, I'm concerned that the difference in the purses given the different takeouts that the different racetracks are doing. And it seems to me as one of our constituents are the horsemen, they aren't being well served by this much disparity in the different percentages that they're receiving from the handle, and I guess from the historical horse racing. I really do, I think to help them prosper in this, really a booming world, we need to look at how they are being represented and protected, their interests are. I think it's a subject for another meeting, but I do think we really need to look into the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment? Oh, my glasses?
President Davis, just follow up with Liaison Schiffer. In California, I believe you had a set percentage of purse money. And in Wyoming, we do not, as you know that. And I totally agree. And that's exactly what this report was designed years ago to show. In the very base of that report there in black, that is the accumulative purse money that's been returned over several years. So, and then we have the year to year. And again, I do apologize. When I put these into the packet, and again, it's totally my fault, and I think even Kelly and I had the conversation, we will get those printed to you, landscape those, and it just automatically turns it to where it's very difficult to read.
I agree. It is kind of alarming to see the newest permittee with the highest percentage of handle returned to the purses. 4%, and Wyoming Downs 0.2%, Wyoming Horse Racing 0.3%.
President Davis, and again, that's the accumulative over the years. And remember back in 2020, 2021, when 307 horse racing started, at the time they started, they did not have an off-track wagering locations opened. So again, they did what was very similar to what Wyoming Horse Racing and what Wyoming Downs did in the early days. They were trying to build that cash reserve and continue to move forward. If you look way up to the very top, and then some of it's dropped off, Wyoming Downs had a few day meet without even an OTB, I believe, in operation at that time. So, and you could ask the permittees, they could respond to that as well.
Is there any comment? Oh, hearing no comment then. Any further comment by the commission? Oh, we do have. Go ahead. State your name, please.
Jack Greer, 307 Horse Racing. Good morning, President Davis and Commission. I would just like to highlight what Director Moore had pointed out, which we did run our first race meet with no OTBs and no machines. So obviously that would have been 100% of handle, which was 0 at that point. Even again to 2022, we are putting a lot of money to the races at this point in terms of a percentage of handle, but it's because we're growing the business and we're trying to offer a competitive meet to our competitors. So that's the reason for the probably stark difference in percentage of purse money off of handle. But we're happy to answer any questions on that. And worth noting, we're going to continue to grow the purse money year after year, as well as growing the handle on the business. So I do wanted to point out what Director Moore pointed out, which it does look high, but it's because we don't have the handle. So we're trying to offer a competitive meet.
President Davis, Kyle Ridgway with 307. The only other thing I would add, and I think this goes back to a question that you specifically asked me, President Davis, at the last meeting about how we think about the relationship between handle and purse money. And what I had explained then is, as part of our business plan, we basically ran at a loss, a pretty substantial loss the first 2 years to build a foundation. And that's part of why we've moved quickly to get parlors open, is because we're trying to compete with folks that have been in the business for 8 years. And so if you want to offer a competitive meet that the horsemen are into, you're going to run at a loss for a while until you get the handle where it is. And so if you look at where we're at as a business now, and we'll present more on this when we get to our license, but we think we've got a good, solid financial foundation to the business now that allows us to continue to grow the purse money at a pace. But the percentage is misleading, because when you were at 100% loss to put the meat on without any parlors, it takes a while for those numbers to catch up. But I don't know that I want any of that to poorly reflect on our competitors, because it goes back to what Director Moore explained when they first started theirs too.
And you've taken all your valuable time. I wanted to comment just a little bit, because Wyoming Downs shows some different numbers here. We're very consistent on what we do. And so the game plan is, we own a racetrack, so it's a little different. We actually put a lot of money into the racetrack facility. We opened up, I think, 40 new RV pads at the facility. We have full-time security at the facility year-round. So you're looking at kind of apples and oranges. When you're looking at this number here, when we negotiated with our horsemen, and we have a 10-year contract with them, they were very excited about the fan participation. And so we advertised probably $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year just to bring in the Utah crowd, which is very important for the city and the county of Uinta. So when we bring in a crowd of 2,000 people, and we're spending the money to bring them in there, that's not only important for the horsemen, because they want to show that. They want to show off their horses, but it's important for the town. And so here we spend a lot of money importing individuals to the facility, so we put on a whole show. And we don't just put it on for just one season, we do it year-round. So we're working at the racetrack now. In fact, the year before, we brought in employee housing for some of the jockeys and the gate crew, or not the gate crew, but the track crew. That allowed them to stay at the racetrack there, and they didn't have to drive on the streets. And they could maintain their facility instead of at a motel. So you're looking at the numbers here. The horsemen we have a contract with, we negotiate in good faith, but we have a different horseman organization than they do at Rock Springs or possibly in Gillette. And the reason why is because the way the rules and regs are designed is each horseman and each owner get one vote. So they voted for the package here. Now, if you increase purses way high, what happens then, we'll suffer with our Utah horses because Texas horses will come in and take those purses. So there's a plan in raising purses where our purses will probably be approximately 1.7 million next year. And so it's money we put into that, the purses, but then also we've obligated for improvements, meaning doing better stalls, better advertising, better promotions, better things for the fan participation. And sometimes we'll have a crowd of 2,500 people there. So it's exciting at that. So if we went into a situation where it's all about the purses and nothing else, then I would take out the employee housing. I would take out the advertising. I would just show up and run a race, and I really wouldn't care about the fans. Here we have 4 restaurants at our facility there. They sell a lot of food there. We have a Clocker's Corner. So we do the full gamut on it. We're out to the next future on Fast Bet. So we do Fast Bet technology, which accounted for up to 1/3 of the handle at the racetrack itself. Our handles were at $120,000. That's a substantial showing of what horse wagering is all about. If you take a look at some of the other facilities, it might be 10 or 15,000. So you're looking at apples and oranges when you're looking at this. This is a racetrack facility. This isn't a fair meet, not to beat up the fair meets, but this track is owned exclusively for horse racing. We have 800 stalls that we maintain year round to make sure we have the best opportunity for the horses. So we put in a lot of extra dollars and cents into the racetrack, and that's what our horsemen want. So we're looking at money. It's important, but it's about the show too. It's about the industry itself. It's about improving the racetrack there. So I wanted to make sure that we're clear that when we're looking at purses, that's part of it, but we got to look at the full picture. And the full picture is we have an organization of horsemen that like our organization, like our tracks, like the way that we're climbing up the purses, which will exceed $2 million in 2 years from now. So there are some great growth products in there. It works for the horsemen, it works for Uinta County, and allows us to put money back into the track. And I would assure you that we probably in the last few years have put $1 million into the facility where it'd be very difficult if you're renting a racetrack or a fair meet. But with that, Commissioner Davis, stand for questions.
Are there any questions from the commission?
That was fast, thank you. No. Questions, please, if any. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Online sports wagering, David?
Good morning, President Davis, Commissioners. I don't have a lot of updates today. No new operators have applied, no new vendors have applied in the last several months, I guess. So we're just kind of motoring along with the online sports wagering right now. Kelly and I did just complete our gaming compliance program that was provided in statute. It is about 400 or so pages. It's a thoroughly boring read for anybody that would like to take a stab at it. I have a hard copy here and probably a digital copy available for you guys as well. Other than that, I will stand for any questions. President Davis, basically I picked line by line through the statute, through the rules, and came up with a plan for every little aspect of it. Geolocation, approval processes, payment processors, and the various things that we need to take a look at from that end, all the way down to the approval process of the catalog, things of that nature. Thank you.
President Davis, it has been dropped into your shared drive, so you do have that 400+ page document there, if you'd like to read it.
Yes, thank you, President Davis. Well, I'm happy to report everything's well and good on the Breeders' Award front. For the third quarter, we're at over 3.2 million in the Breeders' Award Fund. We're really hoping to have a good, these 3 months, hoping to get it to 4 million. As you can see, we provided all of those, the totals that makes up the 3.2. Also, the final point summary is in your packet. We did have 312 Wyoming breds run this year. We are only, these are the points have been confirmed and balanced with the Wyoming All Breeds Racing Association. And these records are still unaudited, as we still have a pending finalization of a held race that we are waiting on to have a hearing and lab results returned on a split sample. Once that is done, then these will be finalized after we get that. So we are on schedule. We would like to have the payout and validations will be done going into the first of the year. So once we get the money, we should be able to do the turnaround time a month or a month and a half in advance than past years. So I'm already working on that. I just have to wait till we get the finalized points to start doing that through AQHA and Jockey Club registrations. I have to check every paper and make sure we pay, you know, the correct owner of the race and breeders and stallion owners. So that's on schedule. As you can see, we had, as of October 14th, over 759 broodmares enrolled and 65 stallions. And that's new accreditations included in that total. As you can see, the broodmare totals, we had 176 new broodmares. So everything is really looking good. We had 4 new stallions move in. Our deadline is December 1st, so we might have some more stallions. And then December 31st will be our yearling deadline. And at the next meeting after the first of the year, we will do year-end totals for you, so we can get that going. So the program is still doing well. Growth is substantial with 176 new broodmares. The investigators are out doing broodmare and stallion checks now, so it's keeping them busy. But all in all, it's alive and well. So did you guys have any questions regarding the numbers or the totals?
Brandy.
Yes.
Mr. President, just a quick question. If it's not quick, we can defer. But just out of curiosity, I know that the fund is divided by the amount of points, and that's the amount each point is. What's the trend year to year on the points amount?
Well, the trends are right now status quo, and the reason why is we're getting more money. The HHRs are still going above and beyond. However, they're staying stagnant because we have more horses running. So I predict that this year will be about the same as what we paid last year. And the good thing is the HHR money is going up, so we can maintain and not drop. Eventually, I see that you know, there's only so many horses that can come in. A lot of people, you know, we've had a lot of deceased horses. These people are not just letting them go, they are going and replenishing their stock with new broodmares. So I see that still going up, but the HHRs and all the other revenue will have to keep going for us to maintain the status quo. So right now, we're at status quo. If we hit 4 million, we're gonna be about what we paid last year.
I have one question for you, Brandy. The total horses, 312, were participating. Is that up from the year before?
Yes, we had 270 last year. Yeah, so each full crop, because we have more mares, you're gonna see a rise in that. And that's another thing I will be working on after the last JAC meeting. I realize that we need to do better comparisons, or I need to do better on comparisons as far as how many Wyoming breds we get each year for full crops. The full crops are what matter, not necessarily how many we have enrolled. We got to make sure that those mares are producing babies. The last 2 years, we've had a lot of foals die. And that's just a struggle in Wyoming. I mean, we have them in the January, February, March, you know, the hard winter, but all in all, I think that it'll keep rising. And like I said, these people that are losing the mares, they're going and replenishing them with new stock and kind of raising the bar, so. I just have one other thing. So I have a quote in here that we'll need a motion on for the elite trophies for our 2022 awards. As you can see, the quote's in your packet for the $10,330. And that, just so you know, shipping is not included in this quote, but it is for all of our breeders awards. That's where Dick, Commissioner Cura came and helped present. So they're fabulous awards. What I did put in here and would like to request as staff is 307, or not 307, Wyoming Horse Racing, it does a stallion breeders race. In all the other Wyoming bred races, we present an award to the breeder. This race is for restricted foals of Wyoming accredited stallions. And I would like to do an award for the stallion owner of that race, whoever wins, to recognize the stallion, which we already do the breeders awards, but I would like to, it's one race, and I would like to award the winning stallion owner that he raised, or, you know, his stallion offspring won that race. So that's included in this quote. And like I said, this is a rough quote in case anything changes, but I think I covered it to where it would be the $10,330 and then plus shipping. And
President Davis, what I would suggest is the trophies come out of the interest that's retained on the Breeders' Award Fund. What I would suggest would be a motion to authorize us to purchase trophies not to exceed $10,500. And then we will go through the normal state of Wyoming procurement process. And if we have to where we're not necessarily tied to this particular quote, and then we can go ahead and go through that and get the appropriate awards ordered sooner than later.
Will that be adequate, Charlie? I've listed it.
Yeah. You know, if you want to, just to cover it, say not to exceed 11,000. And then we'll go through the procurement process. That would be, I think that should cover us.
President Davis, last year the shipping was $900 and some dollars to ship all those boxes. Just FYI.
It's significant. That's a,
Do we want to modify the motion then to 12,000? Yes.
yeah.
There's a motion on the floor to.
Actually, there's not.
There's not a motion.
We don't
So
have a
moved.
motion.
Oh, we don't have the motion?
Yes, we do. I'm making one.
Oh, you're making one?
I am. 12,000.
Second. Who made the first motion for 12,000? Cactus, seconded by Troy. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you, Brandy. Okay, with that, Victor's update.
Thank you, President Davis. I'll go quickly through this. As we talked about earlier in the day, President Davis will go off the commission shortly after the first of the year. Commissioner Daigle will go off the commission in the spring, and Dr. Berry his term will expire in the spring as well. The next item I have here, we did receive at the last meeting, just prior to the last meeting, a public comment from Wyoming Amusement regarding Calcutta, and it was a comment that was discussing Calcutta wagering and then Calcutta wagering without takeouts. We have reviewed that. We will get a document out to Wyoming Amusement in the next few weeks that clarifies that, and hopefully that helps you. The next step, we are in the process of completely overhauling our rules. Part of the problem, or part of the issue, is with the legislation last session. We have a renumbering, so we have to get those all corrected. But then I think larger than that, and we will get into it later on in the meeting, is, the industry has changed, the world's changed, and we have to bring our rules up to date, up to current, whether it's the pari-mutuel wagering rules, whether it's the simulcast rules. We have to go through everything from stem to stern and bring those up to date. We've done a great job with sports wagering, skill-based amusement games, and now we're working on the HHR and also on the rodeo rules, but we've got to go through all those. It's a daunting process, I will have to say that, but it is a process that we have to go through. Next week, November 22nd, Bill Draft Revenue Committee will be considering Bill Draft 23 LSO-0065. I do have a copy with me today that we can pass around. It's talking about opt-in, opt-out for skill-based amusement games within the state. That meeting, like I said, is November 22nd, next week. It's later in the day. It's in Cheyenne. Also next week, our offices will be closed November 24th, which is Thanksgiving. And then Friday, we'll be working with a short staff in the office, answering phones and so on and so forth. I do plan on we will have a December meeting. Just wanted to get that out there. We've got to still decide when. It would be potentially a Zoom meeting so we can accommodate everyone. We do have our December 8th public comment would be completed on the skill-based amusement games, and depending on comments that we may receive or may not receive, we could move those fairly quickly if there are no comments, but that public comment will be expiring on December 8th. As I'd said earlier, we're attempting to go paperless. We'll be providing all the information on our website and continue to do so. And then we'll have at the meetings a QR code where you can just access all the documents. HISA, kind of where is it right now? It's, Liaison Schiffer and I are always back and forth, passing documents back and forth on the process of it right now. The biggest concern that everybody has is the assessments that have been sent out to all the participating tracks. They're quite large, and a lot of the tracks are looking at these and just trying to figure out how are we going to pay this kind of a bill from it. Not a lot really to update you. There's some legislation that's potentially surfacing about pushing it back. There's been a lot of discussions, but nothing has really happened at this point. Did you have anything? Okay, thank you. Overlapping race days, as we talked about, that is problematic, but we will start, hopefully at the end of today, we will start looking for stewards for next year. It gets harder and harder as Mr. Joyce and I, we're trying to find a third steward other than me, working the Rock Springs meet because of people sick and different things. We had stewards that were not only had major health issues last summer, but we had COVID. We had people that had come in and got COVID when they were here and ended up spending 2 weeks, I believe, in a motel room here. And so it just gets increasingly more difficult out there. But it is what it is, and we'll continue to do that. We talked about earlier the HHR, Historic Horse Racing Terminal Audit that was going on, and they should be completing those, I believe, Nick, the end of this week. They'll have those completed. And like I said earlier, they are checking each and every machine that is in operation in the state. They're not just doing kind of a blanket. It's everyone. Skill-based amusement games expansion. We're preparing and looking at potentially a 46 to 60% increase in locations once the rules are completed. We have a licensing individual / receptionist that we'd put on. You met her this morning, and she's handling a lot of those duties, and we are preparing for that. And it looks like the rules could be completed sometime in March if everything goes well, and then that project would happen. Sports Betting Regulatory Association, there's a meeting in Las Vegas, December 9th to the 10th. I will be attending that meeting via Zoom. I'd originally planned on being there in person, but that just isn't going to happen with Appropriations Committee meetings the following week. Again, supplemental budget requests, December 13th. I accidentally jumped around. But we'll finish this. JAC will meet on December 13th to consider our supplemental budget request. I'm asking for 4 additional positions. A full-time licensing individual that will also be doing answering phones and light duty office work, a senior inspector, a sworn peace officer, another senior inspector, and then the computer equipment associated with that, and phones and different things. We're looking at just under $400,000 request to complete the biennium. We are already starting on our 24-25 budget, which is kind of scary that we're jumping that. I'm working with A&I accounting division. We're working on that. We'll be working on that in earnest shortly after the first of the year. I'm looking at my list here, the Racing Symposium. I will be in Tucson attending that on the 5th through the 8th of December. They have historic horse racing meeting, I believe, on the 6th that will be posted sometime yet this week, potentially, and then RCI meetings, director meetings there. The Breeders' Award rules, the Breeders' Rules. Public comment on that started just this week, and thank you for all the hard work. Mr. Kaler, thank you for your hard work on getting those rules out there. That public comment will be finished January 3rd, and then we can hopefully move those towards the governor's office, and then he'll have his opportunity to review. Breeders' interest, there is a significant amount of money in the breeders' interest. I've been working with A&I Accounting on that. Once we have a little more direction from A&I Accounting Division on the breeders' interest, there is more than we can probably spend in there at this point, and what is the appropriate way to dispense with that money. And those will come up in some extensive conversations, I'm sure, in the meetings to come. The legislative session starts January 10th through March 3rd. We also have a situation that we're dealing with right now with the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. There is an overpayment to that account. Again, we're working with A&I Accounting on that to get the exact figures and the accounting. We're having a meeting later on this week to interpret some of the statutes and hopefully have some good guidance. A&I Accounting handles all of our disbursements, and what had happened in that situation is we had a difference in methodologies in transferring that money. And so it did create an overpayment, and we can get that corrected relatively easy. February 15th, the governor's prayer breakfast is out there on the website. Not meaning to necessarily tout it, but it is a nice event. One other thing I had of note here was the OTB operation plans. We need to be site specific and detailed on those. Mr. Laramendi and I are working on that, and we will be getting that information out to the permittees in the future. What we've seen in the past is it's basically when we have a request for an OTB, it's kind of a general operation plan. We need to have specific operation plans to that location. It makes it much easier for us and just simplifies all of our processes. That's all I have at this point in time. Are there any questions from the commission? No questions, Charlie. Then we proceed to item number 5, off-track wagering location. A? Yes. Item 5, A. Off-track wagering locations in Natrona County, the test market locations, Troopers Bingo and the Hangar Bar. Commissioners, you do have a memo that was provided to you from Mr. Laramendi regarding the sites and their observations with these sites in town. Again, it was originally, I believe we had 5 of them. We denied one application because it was not ADA compliant. And then one of the other ones will be being considered as a full service OTB later on in the meeting. In the memo that I did provide for you, just in providing some clarity, and also I thank you for Wyoming Downs for providing the transcripts of the meeting. When we authorized these originally November 13th, 2020, the minutes, we will correct the minutes to reflect the actual motion. And I don't know if you've had an opportunity to read the transcripts. And I think some of the concerns that we have out there right now with these locations is the Wyoming Gaming Commission licensed individual at each location basically has no working knowledge of the games or how to connect and wager via the FastBet mobile application. The concern number 2 that was in the memo, there are no rules that address these sites, whether it's a large site or a small one, leaving it up to interpretation, which is now problematic. Without rules, guidance, or proper direction pursuant to the rules, the commission is at the mercy of the submission. We can have the discussion via the rules process, whether it's a traditional OTB model or a new hybrid model, and spell out the specifics. What staff is recommending, and a couple of these kind of run together, is, and this identifies, is the need for clear rules, which would give the operators direction and the commission direction. And our rules are outdated, old, and archaic at best, as far as how these sites look. So we have some that are offering simulcasting schedules that are minimal at best. And in a lot of these locations, that's what it is. And Mr. Laramendi, on some of the report there, it talks about the simulcasting. If you could go through that for the commissioners.
President Davis, members of the commission. So in some locations on the simulcasting, we're having live simulcasting 2 days a week. Some of the smaller sites, the simulcasting calendars don't really coincide with the hours of operation. So a site could be run in the a race could be run in the afternoon, but the location doesn't open until later in the evening, so there's really no opportunity for live simulcasting at some of these. We've noticed that, the live simulcasting is something I think we need to identify in rules of what the commission really wants those to look like. And how many races should be shown at a specific location a day or a week or a month, or however that ends up playing out.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Laramende on that?
And so just, to President Davis, these two sites that we're talking about, they have 4 machines, or 4 historic horse racing terminals there. They are working on they are utilizing a different pool than what the larger sites are utilizing. And that was by design. And that was, during our original discussion with this. And then the simulcasting, and I think the question probably is, in our statutes, in our rules, do we require simulcasting? Do we want to keep horse racing in these locations or not? And this is kind of a larger discussion on all of this. What do all these sites need to look like? And do we have 4 machines scattered? And these are also, they're utilizing a route-based, I guess. And can you explain that, Nick?
President Davis, members of the commission. So the smaller sites are a route-based operation. Currently, we have 2 operating small sites in Natrona County, and the regional manager for Wyoming Downs, who's also a site manager for the Wilkins Circle, he's kind of in charge of that. So he's the one that goes and services those machines. If there's an issue, he'll go collect those machines. He's the one that just kind of travels to those sites as part of his responsibilities, and then kind of does it in that form.
And President Davis, you've been provided a memo there that talks about the traditional off-track wagering location, OTB, and then on the next page, you've got the route-based small OTB, what's missing from the traditional one. And again, these are your decisions, these are policy decisions. Is this a road you want to go? Is it not? Either way, we need rules. We need rules that guide us down this path, I think. And, in defense of the permittees, one of the questions maybe later on is, are we having a problem? Is there a problem with this at this point? And, I don't think there's necessarily a problem, but there needs to be that guidance. And we've just got to have that guidance in dealing with this. And so there's no question for the commission, for you, for all of us. So if it is your pleasure, we will start working feverishly on developing rules, as we have done with sports wagering, with skill-based amusement games, and we are with historic racing on some of the operations to identify and lay out what these off-track wagering locations look like and should look like, and then have that discussion. Everybody can chime in, and maybe we come up with a hybrid product.
Mr. President. Nick, on these route-based, is there the security in terms of the properties compared to our larger off-track betting locations? Is it as secure, or is there more of a chance for that to be corrupted in any quicker or in any other way?
President Davis, Commissioner Kura,
That's a good question.
I don't know if I would say that there's more probability that it could be, corrupted, but the security is definitely different. The full service OTBs, they have office areas and designated count rooms, and they go about doing counts, random times and with only their staff involved there. But in the route-based stuff, in order to do that, they have to go in during operational hours and they have to remove, money from the machines and then transfer that money from that location to an OTB to where they can do the count and compare it with the data that they get from their reports. So there is definitely some difference, but like I said, I wouldn't go so far to say as it could be corrupted. I don't believe that it could be corrupted. The terminals operate the same, but there is definitely some security concerns when it comes to how those do operate.
So the question here is that these two sites are was a test, trial to start to see what type of issues we'd run into these. Is that correct? Is that a fair assumption?
President Davis, so there was discussion that it was going to be a test market. That's not really how the motion ultimately came out and was voted on. So there was discussion that it was going to be a test market and we needed to kind of see how this was going to work, how it was going to operate, how it was going to be regulated. But again, the word test didn't go into the motion.
Okay. So, the hangar, troopers, and Sunrise Lane.
Mr. President, we approved 3 of them.
Right.
And I can clarify that for you too. So originally there was, and we got to think back, this was 2 years now. So in 2020, November of 2020, 5 locations were brought before the commission. 1 was denied due to some ADA compliance issues. 4 were approved. 1 of those 4 never came to fruition. It never opened and never operated. 3 of them did operate, which is the hangar, troopers, and then it was called Split Happens at that time. Split Happens, you'll see on your agenda further on down the road. That is looking at being converted from the small route-based type to a full-service OTB. And we can cross that bridge when we get to it.
Answer my question. Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Who owns the 2 that are operating now? Is it Wyoming Downs?
So Wyoming Downs, I won't say that they own them, but they are the service provider of the OTB operations in those locations. But they don't own Troopers Bingo or the hangar.
Right.
Those are owned by separate entities.
Well, my question is, are these profitable enough to maintain in the future, or are we just wasting our time making rules on something that may not exist in 12 months? There we go.
Profitability will be for those 2 right there.
Eric Nelson, Wyoming Downs. We are making millions on those 2 facilities. No, I think some of the questions that were out there, whether it was a small location or regular OTB or a route operation, what we decided a couple years ago, if I recall correctly, is that we're just going to classify them as OTBs. Whether it's a big OTB or a small OT, the way we ran them had a little bit different in the operation with the way the route operation worked. What we were trying to achieve at Wyoming Downs was to see, did the system work? Was it protected? Did we have complaints? Were we able to deliver fast bet to the facilities, IDA-bet to the facilities? And those were all, yes, they all worked very well. The profitability of them really wasn't the design of it. It really was the technique of the facilities itself. And then to judge, do we want to increase the facilities and be more competitive in that area? So we tested several different markets by keeping the different jackpots or the dollars that were being offered at a different rate from our other OTBs. And so we were able to learn that we want to increase it to tie all of our pools together. That's one thing the customers really wanted to see. Then the customers wanted to see actually more machines in the facilities and said, we need to increase that to 10. Not a problem, but the other part of it is, was it a concern on the safety issues? The safety issues were just fine. Now, I want to make you a little comparison, and I hate to do it, but I'm going to do it. We have cameras on our facilities. You have facilities with skill games for facilities, and they do not have cameras in many of their places. They're in facilities that have to open up during working hours too, generally speaking, at their 4 facilities. We're talking an increase of 60% of the number of OTBs, with the skill games that are coming online. So we thought it was critical back 2 years ago to explore what we can do. More so with the bars. More the bars are calling us and wanting to participate in some of these areas as in skill games as a customer attraction to it. So they're very similar in very natures, but our system, as far as we're fully reporting every penny that's being dropped, we don't do anything, and I've never heard of it, a self-reporting mechanism on good faith within the gaming world. If you're going to be in the gaming world, you should have everything fully reported, everything fully designed that the commission can do their job. Having something on good faith only attracts I can't even, envision what it could attract in those areas there. So I think the outline is, what is the outline for the future and things like that? I think that it did, Commissioner Berry, demonstrate that we want to service the bars and the OTBs in a fashion that satisfies their customers. And that's increasing the number of terminals and just declaring them all OTBs. Now, it'll be up to the commission if the commission says we want an individual in every one of those sites. But I want to remind you again, you have hundreds and hundreds of locations with skill games that have no one at those facilities policing them. We have cameras, we have technology that basically accounts for every penny. We haven't showed any problems. But that's, so I lend myself to answer more questions, in that area. I don't know if I answered anything. Excuse me? You think these are going to last? I think they are. The more important than the profit line is, can we offer a product that can compete with our competition? And can we offer something that's profitable for the horsemen? So we pay taxes on all the facilities. We pay everything into the Breeders' Award Fund, and a portion of those money go back to our track funding the way we work it. So it works for everybody. Now, whether it comes down to our bottom line, how much we make, at this point, we're not making large profits in those facilities, but it is profitable for the company to be able to look to the future.
I don't believe the question here is the comparison between an OTB and a game of skill. Okay, those are 2 different rules and regulations and everything like that. Okay, but according to what I remember here, it said that the motion that was made upon completion of the decision, Vice President Burchard amended the motion to include the following: a Wyoming Gaming Commission licensed individual employed by the permittee shall be on location during operational hours. Does that occur?
President Davis, that actually is at the beginning of the conversation. If you actually go to the bottom of the transcript, you'll see that there was a very long discussion after that motion was amended to determine whether or not that had to be a Wyoming Downs employee, which did not make it into the final motion that was approved by the commission.
Well, my information says Commissioner Daigle reaffirmed her second, and hearing no objections, the amended motion, a roll call vote was taken.
Though there is no requirement currently for a Wyoming Downs permitted employee to be at those locations. The way the motion was presented and the way it was voted upon after a very lengthy discussion was that it was to be a Wyoming Gaming Commission permitted person.
Does that happen?
Yes, it does.
President Davis, and we noted that, and that's the correction we have to make to those minutes to reflect accurately.
These minutes or these minutes?
The minutes that you have right there, we'll have to correct that.
Okay.
So the motion was that it would be an employee, or excuse me, it would be a licensed individual in those locations.
Thank you, Charlie.
And
So it
we've
has
gone
to-
back through and listened to we've listened to the video, and also it's reflected in the transcripts, certified.
Mr. President, so at the end, it was a person on premises who had gone through the process and been vetted. And that's unlike the quote here where it's not actually a Wyoming Downs employee, but an employee of the facility that's licensed. Is that?
President Davis.
And that is occurring?
President Davis, Commissioner Broussard, that is correct. We are currently operating while the machines are operating, there is a permitted person there at the facility from the Wyoming Gaming Commission. But they're not required to be a Wyoming Downs employee.
Commissioners, what's your pleasure on this here? Further discussion? Are we going to need a motion here, Charlie? Are we considering to extend the test market? Is that the question here at these locations?
You know, to be very honest, I'm not exactly sure
Or is this
exactly
just
which
discussion?
direction to go here. You know, one of the biggest things is we know we have to have rules that identify this. And I am suggesting in here to table any actions on these two locations until such time as we have rules in place. That's just staff's suggestion to try to get ahead of this and get it all cleared out and have it the way it should be, and then we'll start working on those rules immediately. And then that moves into, you know, what we have here in the next item as well, where we're talking about the test market locations and the rules. Excuse me, let me get to the right page here. Off-track wagering location rules too.
Just a quick question, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
So Eric said that there should be no distinction between OTB, small or large. That's sort of, am I right, Eric?
Where'd he go?
President Davis, Commissioner Broussard, that's correct.
So does in fact these particular establishments follow all the existing rules?
President Davis, Vice President Broussard, that is accurate because our rules, we don't have rules that really define either or. We don't have a rule that says, you know, to be a traditional, you know, in our office, we refer to them as full service OTBs, you have X, Y, and Z. And to be a route-based, you have to have X, Y, and Z. We don't have that to differentiate between the two. So an OTB is an OTB is an OTB currently.
So I guess my question next would be, if we've determined there's a problem, how do we fix the problem with a rule or with a change in the rule? And that's my next, I guess, going forward from here is if we table this, from staff's perspective, what are the problems that we want to address as opposed to, do we make a whole set of rules for small OTBs or not? I mean,
President Davis, Vice President Broussard, I think that is kind of the route that we're looking at. I think on the staff level, the concern is that if we don't get a handle on it and we don't have rules that identify, you know, what is a traditional OTB? And that kind of goes back to the simulcasting requirements. Is there going to be a simulcasting requirement? And if so, what is that going to be? And does that simulcasting requirement pertain to the smaller OTB operations? And if so, in what capacity? And without having the guidance or the rules in place to do that, I think, you know, the fear is that we call it an OTB as an OTB as an OTB. And then if we're looking at a 60% increase in skill game locations, does that mean we're looking at a 60% increase in OTB locations? Because we're competing. So we're going to have 100 OTBs throughout the state with no real rules or guidance on how to follow that or what we need to look for in the smaller operations on top of currently 300 skill game locations in existing bars. I think that's kind of where the discussion is coming from.
Mr. President. I think we need to jump on this because from some of the conversations that I've heard throughout my small travels throughout the state of Wyoming is the concern for the flooding of the market of these games, especially the skill-based amusement games, some off-track betting. This just leaves, I think, an opening for this to become more of a problem. I mean, you get I want 4 more machines. I got little mom and pop bakery over here that wants that. And we're gonna do it the same way we've done it out here at these 4 locations. So I think we need to jump on it and get it taken care of.
So your recommendation is to have staff go ahead and develop rules?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. I have one question though, Charlie, and maybe this is to you. When this original proposal, was there any economic projections associated with these mini OTBs?
President Davis, we are required to submit a feasibility study, and that would have been in our original submission.
Did you meet the feasibility projections, I guess is my question, or how close are you to them?
So I think that we were able to keep on track with where we thought it was, where the market was going to go. But I'd just like to make 2 comments. Respectfully, we would request that the 2 locations increasing to 10 not be tabled today. And that's really for 2 reasons. One, I think that, Director Moore even said it, is there a current problem? No, we don't think so. These have been operating for 2 years. We haven't been before you with complaints or issues. That's not to say that maybe rules don't need to be done, but I just addressing that, whether or not those 2 increase of units should be before you today should be tabled. And the second is that per Mr. Laramindi's request, I went before the Natrona County Commissioners and I presented these 2 facilities. And I currently have county approval for both of those to be increased to 10 units. So this is something that the community has heard and is okay with proceeding with. So respectfully, while those rules are being created, we would request that those 2 increase of terminal submissions not be tabled.
So the question here with Troopers Bingo and Hangers Bar is an increase of units, what you're asking.
That's correct. We currently, oh, sorry, President Davis, we currently have 4 and we would request to seek to increase those to 10 units.
So without additional.
Correct.
Comes up in the, okay. So this discussion is basing on the rules, Charlie? Okay. So later on in the discussion, you'll be asking for an increase in games at a test site. Is that?
President Davis, with all due respect, there is nothing in the minutes that call these a test site. We currently have 2 approved, fully approved locations that were approved in November of 2020. We are seeking to increase the units, which is a very routine request. I am simply responding to Mr. Moore's comment that he wants us to table those 2 submissions until these rules are completed, which we would respectfully request you not do.
Which comes up in item 7.
Correct.
Okay. So what we're looking for here then, commissioners, if I'm hearing things correctly, is that we want to proceed with development of rules to classify, i.e. mini or large, right? No different than what we've talked in the past, okay?
Well, right now they're operating under the rules of the OTB that generate 1 rule
In
for
a
all
test
OTB.
facility.
That's not a test.
President Davis, respectfully, I'll continue to correct you because that's not what the commission approved in November of 2020. But Commissioner Broussard, you are correct.
Well, if I'm reading here correctly, it says mini OTBs. Is that correct? Is
So
there a
these-
difference between a mini on this document and the standard OTBs that we issue permits?
We are, President Davis, we are currently operating under the current rules. We presented a pretty long presentation to you all about how it was going to work. That's how it currently works. We are currently operating under the simulcast rules in Chapter 10 of the rules.
Thank you.
President Davis, I could just elaborate just a little bit. Because I know we can argue the word test. It was more of a test in our world than in your world to make sure that we're in compliance with everything that we're doing, and we are. We definitely met all the rules and regs that are required to have these facilities. So what, I'm happy to comply with the Gaming Commission as I would with any new rules and regs. However, I think presently for us to go to 4 to 10 with the county and the city and the locations wanting those improvements from 4 to 10 is different than what we're talking about. What we're talking about is in the future, if we want to have the commission set up new rules and what we have to do on simulcasting, do we have to have an individual in these facilities and some of those other areas. And those may touch on skill games too, to incorporate the Gaming Commission to do joint gaming in those areas. So I think we got the apples and oranges. One, I think we need to look to the future to have some better ideas of what you folks would like to see in simulcasting. As we're aware, simulcasting at several of our locations do 90% of our business in simulcasting, and all the other ones combined make up about 10%. And so there's a great question is, do we need simulcasting at all the facilities? That runs a great expense. It's several $1,000s a month. And that money comes out of somewhere. It actually comes out of somewhere into the horseman side of it too, because we're not as profitable. So we can't do the improvement. So I think my understanding, Director Moore, is that do we want to have some common rules that all the licensees can follow in the OTB areas? But currently, the one message that's coming up in the next agenda is going from 4 to 10. It's kind of a different issue totally. That's something that should be discussed in 15, 20 minutes or however long that would be. So I do support the idea for the commission to give us better ideas of what they would see in the future on large locations, small locations, medium locations. And then at the same time, is it fair that we have to meet requirements for handicap where they don't? So you have all these different areas. One of the locations that we're talking about is a location that we couldn't do our facility because we didn't meet the requirements for handicap. The next week, the skill games were in that location at that particular spot. So I think there's a lot of discussion that needs to take a look at the Gaming Commission side of what they'd like to do and not like to do. But these two issues from going to 4 to 10 are completely different. And we can compromise if the commission requires us to compromise with those two locations to whatever they would be requesting.
Thank you, Eric.
President-
Question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just going to make a
Commissioner
motion that we give a directive to the commission staff to create the rules, promulgate the rules for in draft form regarding this issue.
Charlie?
President Davis, if I could just ask a question of Mr. Nelson. The Blue Roof, are those employees of Wyoming Downs that are working there?
President Davis, Director Moore, yes.
Okay. Galloway's, the people that are there, are they all employees of Wyoming Downs?
That's a very good question. The answer is no.
Okay.
The OTB facility,
OTB
we have
facility, yes.
an individual there 24/7 when it's open. However, the bartenders and some of the other bowling alley people are not licensed.
Okay. So then the small sites, we've made an exception there to where they just have to be licensed, not employees, or excuse me, they're not Troopers Bingo in the hangar.
Yeah, President Davis, Director Moore, that is correct. It's not an exception. It was the way that we license those facilities
Right.
as OTBs, and I hate to say the word small OTBs. Now we're going to bring them up to medium OTBs. So the
Just don't
small,
say
medium,
mini.
large need some direction. I agree with you.
All right. So with,
No.
it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Wildcat, made a motion, Commissioner Berry seconded a motion to turn this back to staff to develop some clarification on an OTB.
rules.
So, Mr. President, so the rules we're looking at, body of rules are just the OTB rules in general, because there's no additional mini rule. So we're just looking to clarify the existing OTB rules to broaden it, to make sure there's no problems with things that might be small.
President Davis, the only request I would have is that the 3 permittees, who are the stakeholders, be involved with staff in the promulgation of those rules.
I think that's very good. The other caveat I'd like to put in there, Charlie, is to make sure that we are, you said you contacted the county commissioners. Did you contact the city on their input? Because we've had some conversations over the last meetings about the city's input into these OTBs and the saturation points, et cetera, et cetera. I would like to see that the cities are notified and have some input into this process also. And then the other thing I'd like to bring up, and maybe this is far-fetched, but like you to, similar to the State Liquor Commission, your license is renewed every year. Maybe something we can reevaluate these operations every 2 to 3 years and address any public comment or something, an avenue to address this. Make any sense, commissioners? Because right now, if there's one, it's there forever. Just to protect them and, okay.
President Davis, if I may, real quickly. So when we get a new location request, staff, usually our law enforcement team, will contact the local municipality as well as if it's in the county, we'll contact the sheriff's office. If it's in the city limits, we'll contact the chief of police. And we talk to those individuals as well, just so you're aware.
That's good information to know, but I just want it spelled out specifically that we do have those chains of command in there.
Understood.
Is there any other? Yes, Kyle. Green light.
Kyle Ridgway with 307 Horse Racing, President Davis and Commissioners. I just have been kind of listening, and I want to try to create a framework that I think is appropriate for the commission here. Is, from what I understand, is these locations were permitted. So the discussion about what you want to do with these individual locations, from my perspective, is separate from the rules discussion. When you're looking at permitting a location, the commission has statutory things that they're supposed to analyze, elements. The last time I had to permit something, which was our newest location, I had to explain how we met all of the elements in the statute, right? The commission is supposed to take that into consideration in approving or denying a request, which you don't have to have rules to approve or deny any individual request. You could use that analysis to approve or deny Wyoming Downs request now, one way or the other, based on what those statutory framework says. Now, we already have OTB rules. My concern from the permittee perspective is we have 30 facilities that follow those rules. We follow those rules already. Those rules are appropriate for the existing facilities in terms of what an OTB is supposed to do. If there's no difference from an OTB, then those rules all apply equally to each facility, okay? So let's get that. To me, there's nothing that the commission has to do with the existing rules. What I hear is there's a question for the commission going forward about what its policy should be related to terminal counts in these smaller facilities. There's a number of concerns there. One would be, do we want HHR to start competing head-to-head with our friends in the skill games? Because as some folks have said, depending on how you create this policy framework going forward, we already have skill games that are going to go into these facilities with 4 machines. If you want to allow HHR to start doing that with a reduced simulcast option, then you're going to have, obviously, a lot of expansion. I mean, we get calls from bars every day that want 4 or 5 in. And what we say is the same thing that Mr. Nelson just talked about. If we have to put on a full simulcast product in a bar with 5 machines, the simulcast makes the facility unprofitable, okay? So from a policy perspective, the commission's got to decide how much simulcast do you want in these facilities? Do we want to keep the horse racing that's supposed to feel like an OTB? What's the point? The other policy consideration is how much do you want HHR to compete? Because right now you have an appropriate framework to deal with the existing facilities that Wyoming Downs has with the request today. That's under your statutory framework, right? What's this do for the industry? What's this do for the city? What's this do for the state? All of that, the same thing you analyze every time. Then the question is going forward from staff, to me, you could have one rule that says you can't have these minor facilities. The rules are the rules. If you want to open a facility, they're the existing framework. Or you can have the staff spend, I don't know, weeks of their time, months of their time to come up with another subset of rules for small facilities that are going to turn around and compete with skill games. And that's purely a policy decision for you all. And I don't have something that I'm going to advocate for one way or the other on that. I just thought it would be helpful to outline from my perspective the decision that you guys have to make here on not only Downs' request, which these are already permitted facilities, versus what you want to do in the future, exactly what Mr. Nelson is saying. So the permittees have guidance about, if you want full simulcast in each one of these facilities, then we know what we've got to do in terms of looking for new facilities and new communities. If you want to go to 4 or 8 or whatever with minimal staff and minimal simulcast, that's a different business model that we all have to evaluate. So that's my 2 cents, and I hope that's helpful for the commissioners.
So where are we then on our motion, Charlie?
We have a motion to start drafting rules to address the off-track wagering regulations.
Okay. And there was a second, correct? Moved and seconded. Okay, so that's a question on the floor here. Commissioners, is there any further debate? Okay, at that, then the motion is it stands. All in favor, aye? Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay? Aye or nay? Aye. Aye, okay. You got? Motion carried, I'm assuming. Okay. Would you like the roll call? Roll call, please.
President Davis,
Nay.
Vice President Broussard,
No.
Commissioner Cavello, Commissioner Daigle.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
no.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Commissioner Holler. Yes. Commissioner Kura. Aye. Commissioner Wildcat. We have 4 nays and 3 ayes. Oh. Ayes. It's a tie again. 4 nays and 4 ayes.
Further discussion. If there's a stale, it's failed. Is that right? Okay. Further discussion on the motion failed or because it's stale?
Please not.
Okay.
This will come again.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on item number 4?
Item 5.
Item 5.
Basically, what you just did is you dealt with both of those, A and B.
A and B? Okay.
Unless you want to go ahead and take up B one more time real quick, which
I-
let's talk about the off-track wagering.
I would like to bring up B one more time, if that's all right.
Yep.
There's been the question of simulcasting, is that correct? Outside the designed area or designated area? Do we need to have some, like we do with sports wagering, geofencing around the state? Is that, wasn't there some simulcasting issues? Or
President
my-
Davis, I think we're going to take that up when we get to the ADW
Okay,
item later on in the meeting, but each one of the locations is geolocated where they're utilizing Fast Bet Mobile.
okay,
It is limited to at the racetrack, right there, and then also these locations. We've walked the perimeters of these locations to make sure they're not able to access those apps outside the building.
so this would be brought up for, okay, I had,
But just to expand on, if I can, 5B, you know, I still think it's very important, and you'll see from the, I'm taking a little bit of liberty here. I do think that our simulcasting and off-track wagering rules are outdated, incomplete, and inadequate for the current market. We need some consistency across all platforms. The WGC staff suggests that we start promulgating rules to address the following: minimum number of simulcast offerings, designated areas, minimum number of mutual employees, auditing, continuing education in those locations. We're finding across the board, a lot of the employees in those locations have no idea how the terminals work. Responsible gambling, minimum, maximum number of HHR terminals to qualify or not. Operators' general benefit to the horse racing industry, and expand upon the current Chapter 10 simulcasting. And you see the memo that I did provide to you, commissioners. I know you've already struck down going over this and start working on rules for this, but I think there is a huge need for this, and I just want the record to reflect that.
commissioners, any further comment?
Mr. President?
Yes, Sherry, hello.
Hey, hi. So I just have a quick clarification question then with regards to that. If staff or our director sees that there is an issue with rules that currently are in place, which I'm understanding that they may be outdated with regard to this section, is there really a need that the commission give you direction to review and revise those? Or is that something that staff can take on themselves and bring to us for revisions?
President Davis, Commissioner Daigle, that's a very good question. And you're absolutely correct. That is not something that necessarily needs a motion or addressing it at all. So we will go forth and work on those. We will work with the operators, the permittees in the state, and work together on that and come up with a plan.
Thank you,
Mr.
Sherry.
President, just to follow up, maybe we can encompass the whole thing in this one section instead of having a separate set of rules for a separate size or whatever the case may be. So that just food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Point well taken. Any further discussion on item number 5B? Any discussion from the public? Comments? With that, Charlie, I suggest we take a short lunch break.
Yep. What time do you want to adjourn? Reconvene. It's 12:12. 12:45, make it easy. At 12:45, we'll reconvene. Thank you, everyone. Statutes 1125-201. Should the commission, the first question would be, commissioners, and if you look at your memo that was provided to you, the source market fee that we're assessing these operators. And in that, in your yellow memo, you can see Idaho is at 10%, Colorado's at 5%, Indiana has a sliding scale for source market fee, 2.9 up to 5%, Pennsylvania's 4%, Virginia's 2.5%, and West Virginia is 6%. We can assess up to a 10% source market fee. This was put in place in, what year was it? Brandy, do you recall when we started charging the date of that? It would have been 2010, 2011, somewhere right in there is when we did this. And at that point, we came up with a 3% source market fee. And to give you a little history, how this came up is, at the time, other states were receiving some funding from these out-of-state operators, taking wagers from Wyoming residents. And there wasn't any regulation or oversight from the state where it was happening. But also it was to help mitigate the lost revenue that at that time Wyoming Horse Racing and I think Wyoming Downs were seeing from those wagers going on those platforms and people leaving the OTBs. And so we came up with the percentage that's returned to the permittees. We came up with the percentages, and some of that is based on our rules, which divides it up proportionally for race days. And then there was purse enhancement, which we pay that out back to the operators to go to the purses. And then there was a 5% assessment that, well, it's listed on the second page, all of those distributions, of the yellow copy that you should have. 75% to the live flat track permittees in the state on the number of live day basis, 10% to the simulcast permittees in the state weighed by the annual simulcast handle other than the advanced deposit wagering handle, and 10% to the Breeders' Award Fund is created under subsection J, and then 5% to the commission. So we came up with the 3%. And we wanted to have it low enough to where we received the funding, but also be high enough to where we got the fair share that we thought. And again, the way the legislation is crafted, and if you look there on that second page, and 1125-201M, the commission may license. And we knew going into this that some of this would be problematic, but we're looking for the funding. We're looking for the funding to the racetrack, to the breeders, and to everybody, and trying to kind of get our head wrapped around it. And it was kind of a similar pitch at the time as what we've seen with sports wagering and even skill-based amusement games. We know it's out there, so let's try to gather some of that money and get it going back to the right people. So it was very similar in that piece. So the first question would be, do you want to stay at the 3% or do you want to increase it, commissioners? And then we have a second question, which is very complicated, that we need to address as well. We would need this in a form of a motion if we're going to increase it, or do nothing and leave it the way it is, status quo.
Your argument for increasing
I don't have an argument for increasing it. I just wanted to bring it up for your discussion and maybe even hear from some of the horsemen here, the permittees, on their opinions. The 5% that we retain is minimal at best. They're the ones that are the beneficiaries of this. Yes.
On how much? Mr. Chairman, actually, I'll enlighten you on that part. You know, in the statute, it says president and vice president. For 30 years, it was always chairman, even though the statute said that. So every 2 years, we'd get a new one. And one year in early 2000s, the new chairman read the statute, and she says, I'm the president, and I want to be the president. So that's why now you're Mr. President. No, actually, if Senator Driscoll is here, I would recommend that he run a one-word bill to clear it up and just make it chairman. But on the source market fee and the 3%, I've seen it go both ways. In Idaho, they take 10%. And but you have some companies that don't register and skirt around that. So you create some cheaters by charging such a high fee. Now your big time guys, they're not going to take a chance of doing that. The TVGs and the FanDuels and all those guys, they're not going to do that. They're going to pay the 10%. They don't make any money at it when they're doing that. It's just more of a customer service. To me, I don't see a problem. I don't see what's broken. So if there's nothing to fix, it's been working for several years, seems to work all right, and why mess with it, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President? Mr. Chairman, President.
Let me clean up this mess.
Oh, there we go.
No, I think there needs to be a raise on the ADW fees we charge. But I think we need to do it in a gradual method so that the ADW companies can see it coming, you know, so be 1% over the next 2 years and then maybe another 1%. 5 would be the absolute maximum I would go. I agree with Mr. Lamb in that it is going to push some people out of our market, say, hey, it's not worth it. We are a very small market when it comes to ADWs. I think that the TVGs of the world do it just to be able to say they're in all the states that allow it in the United States. So you're not going to lose the big companies. You might lose a couple smaller ones. What do we gain? Well, that's why I say move it up gradually. Move it up a percentage point, see what happens. And then 2 years later, if we want to push it another percentage point, and you know, hopefully it's to the benefit of the operators and the horsemen for that. And again, going back to this was all back, I think this was passed when there was a track operator not doing the right thing when it comes to simulcasting, and we needed a revenue source for purses. And so this was an idea that even if there were no OTBs, there would be some money going to purses. And I hope I got that right, Frank.
Yes, you did. That's correct. So, but you know, I think that's a good idea that Eugene came up with, a gradual increase if you want to do it. But before you do that, I think it'd be important to get the stakeholders involved. Of course, they're going to say no, but at least they're warned, like you said. You know, that they know that this is coming, and they might have some very valuable input that would change your mind on that.
point as far as the 3%. Is that President Davis, now moving on to the second piece, which is going to be a little bit consuming. Again, if you read your memo that's there. And let me read the enabling statute, which is on the second page again. The commission may license, regulate, and charge a source market fee to persons outside of Wyoming who conduct parimutuel wagering simulcast races and accept wagers from Wyoming residents at out-of-state simulcast facilities, and shall require out-of-state simulcast facilities licensed under this section to be maintained and operated in accordance with the laws of the state and the rules of the commission. I remember when this legislation was going through. I was the one that brought it up to, I believe, TRW committee at the time. Senator Burns, I think, was the chairman at the time in the committee. And we were looking, as Mr. Joyce and Mr. Lamb, we were looking for additional funding for the agency. It was never contemplated at the time, and I do lay that out, I hope, in my memo, that we were trying to retain the money and do some real simple rules that covered it, and that was the end of it. It was happening anyway. They were, the out-of-state ADW platforms were accepting wagers from individuals in Park County. They were accepting wagers from individuals on tribal lands. They were accepting wagers from Natrona County. And with that, if you go ahead and you consider the statutes and the change in the market and different things, Park County is excluded from parimutuel wagering. We have no regulatory oversight over tribal lands. We do in, 11 counties, is that correct? 13 counties that have authorized simulcasting. So again, if you go back to the memo, at this point, we need to bring these individuals, the stakeholders involved, together. We need to inform them. And with the ADW platforms, unlike what we have with online sports wagering, those accounts are based on zip codes. They're not based on geolocation services. So if we, and we would handle this probably similarly to for instance, advanced deposit wagering is illegal in the state of Utah. Gambling's illegal there. So they cannot have an account with an ADW in the state of Utah. So we would have to notify these platforms and tell them that they're going to have to go back through and deal with those zip codes that are in counties that are not authorized for parimutuel wagering. And you're going to have to refund those accounts, unwind that ball. David and myself, David did it, but we know roughly the number of accounts that are in these different counties. We know the wagering activity, I think up to $250,000 was wagered up through somewhere in there. Yeah, up through this last quarter from those counties, and we need to notify them. So as we move this forward, the first thing is we need to put them on notice, and we will be doing this as well with the potential increase of the source market fee. And then we need to to send them a notice restricting those areas. And then additionally, and maybe we don't at this point because it's fairly plain, do we ask the Attorney General's office to contemplate the enabling statutes and rules and then provide us with a legal analysis on this? That was my first bullet point I had, but I think that we all understand that parimutuel wagering is not allowed in those areas in the state. And we need to put them on notice of this and start coming up with a plan for them to refund those accounts and close those accounts. But they will still be able to, and as I was telling Commissioner Wildcat, you know, you could have an account and you could be on tribal lands and still wager because it's zip code based. And at this point, nobody is geolocating based platforms. I'm sure at some point, maybe TVG, because they're also in the sports wagering side, but that's time would tell. Did that help? I see a lot of nodding heads. I'm not sure if it's clear as mud.
It's just informative that that's where you're headed.
Well, I don't think we really need a motion at this point. I'm seeing enough nodding and that we know where we need to go and do this. And I will get with Mr. Kaler as far as the notice that we'll put together, and we'll get that drafted and get that out. And then we'll, after we tell them to unwind the ball of string, we'll ask them to come to the table and we'll talk about increasing the source market fee.
Yeah. Cut them both ways.
Further comments or questions here? Good action plan going forward.
Or any questions?
So will that cover all the questions on item 6A, Charlie?
Yeah, I thought it'd take longer. Wow.
Well, then let's proceed to item 7A, relocation request on the bypass road, Buffalo, Wyoming.
Item 7A, that would be for Mr. Laramendi to present.
President Davis, I don't know if it would be beneficial maybe for Wyoming Downs to be at the table through this entire section, because there's going to be things in these locations that they might need to clarify better than I can.
Thank you, Nick. Commissioners will handle these one at a time. Okay.
All right, President Davis, item number 7A is a request received September 6, 2022 from Wyoming Downs regarding a new OTB location in Buffalo, Wyoming. The address is 75 North Bypass Road. The proposed location is located within city limits. On 9/6/2022, we received the letter requesting inclusion to the commission meeting, the letter of approval from Johnson County Commissioners, photos of the interior and exterior of the premises, rendered drawings of the terminal layouts, the amended simulcast permit for 2022, financial statements, the feasibility study, and the lease agreement with the building owner. The 75 North Bypass Road in Buffalo would be run by Wyoming Downs, offering off-track wagering, historic horse racing terminals, and the possibility of food and beverages in the future. The site plan shows the location of 50 proposed historic horse racing terminals. It shows a simulcast area, IT room, offices, etc. On the 6th of September, I reviewed the operational plan. The operational plan for this site is that it will offer 50 historic horse racing terminals and simulcast wagering. United Tote would be the tote provider utilizing FastBet technology. And in the original submission, there was no plan to utilize or provide a self-serve standalone tote terminal for simulcasting. Johnson County approval was received on June 21st, 2022. This one's a little bit different than we've had in the past. They didn't do it by resolution. They just did it by motion and vote in the meeting. We do have a copy, and it's in your packet, of the agenda showing the vote that it was approved. Wyoming Downs has been operating in the surrounding areas, including Sheridan and Campbell counties. The current area locations offer simulcasting and historic horse racing and the availability of a standalone tote terminal. The additional Buffalo location would offer simulcasting and historic horse racing, with the exception of having a standalone tote terminal. Chapter 10 of the Wyoming Parimutuel Commission rules governs simulcasting within the state. Chapter 10 states the commission shall use the following decisional criteria and approval or disapproval of an application: the operator's general benefit to the state of Wyoming, the operator's general benefit to the state of Wyoming's horse racing industry, the operator's integrity, individual and corporate conduct, criminal history, betting and gaming industry conduct, the operator's credibility, accuracy of the feasibility study, experience and expertise of the operator in the simulcast industry. Wyoming Downs has met these criteria for their current operations. The submitted request is similar to other new location submissions, with the exception of the standalone tote machine. The commission had previously approved the use of FastBet Mobile exclusively, or as the exclusive tote provider at the small sites in Natrona County. There's currently no full-service OTBs in the state that don't provide that standalone tote machine. I would stand for any questions, and I'm sure Wyoming Downs will as well.
President Davis, just one clarification. We did email Mr. Laramendi and tell them that if the commission required the standalone terminal, that we would provide that.
Thank you. I noticed that you're in the narrative that the interview with the Buffalo Police Department was not conducted.
Multiple attempts were made. Every time we called, he was out. I believe Special Agent Steinberg did finally get in touch with him, and there was no areas of concern noted.
Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. President.
Oh, boy, that's a loaded question. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Why no standalone tote? I don't, to me, that's the one distinction between all the rest of the sites and the two small ones that bring into question a lot of things. So
President Davis, Commissioner Cactus, it's a good question, and it needs to be addressed more on what exactly is FastBet. FastBet is an ADW, an advanced deposit wagering site. So you can go to FastBet and you can register, you can get money online, you get it back offline, similar to sports wagering. The nice thing about FastBet is it's a secure site. You don't make mistakes in there. One of the concerns that I understand from Director Moore is that in our facilities throughout the state, that a lot of our actual employees, not just my employees, but all the employees throughout the state, they lack the education in simulcast wagering, which is kind of tricky. And going through FastBet allows the customer to become acquainted with it. To give you an example, at the racetrack at the Downs this year, at one time, 30% of the wagers were done on FastBet. This allowed tellers to meet our other customers that wanted to go to the regular terminals and make wagers. However, by the end of the race meet, it had gone up to 30, 40% in some days on just the FastBet technology. So that allowed us at the racetrack to have some record handles. The reason why is because we didn't have personnel. We didn't have personnel to come in. The challenge with the personnel learning the wagering systems on all the racetracks in America is complicated. And I've got to be honest with you, I couldn't do it myself right now. To go to a self-serve terminal, I can do, but I mean, it allows you to do it there, but your mobile device is a self-serve terminal. That's exactly what that is. So the future will tell us all that everything's going to be on the computer. If you're going to do sports wagering, and if you're going to do simulcast wagering, you're probably going to do it on phone. some of the biggest and largest racetracks in America, they depend on their technology at their racetrack to take over 70% of their wagers off their phones and not on their self-serve terminals anymore. So it's looking to the future, and then it allows our personnel to take care of the other issues in the facilities. It's a huge cost savings too, because we don't have to rent United Tote terminals for $500 a week that sit there and may only get one bet at a time. If they get on to the fast bet technology, they understand how it works, they control their money, they control their bets. And I would like to see fast bet at all of our facilities and remove a lot of the tote systems because it's antiquated. Some of those machines are 20, 30 years old. If you go to United Tote, that's the systems they're selling. Amtote on the other side of it has taken a very aggressive approach on their terminals being ADWs of some sort. They call it not fast, but it's a different name to it. So I would prefer to allow this to be on fast bet unless there's a customer complaining and unless there is some need of that. We really don't have the training. Now, if you give us the guidance that we have to have those people there, we'll have them there. But the likelihood of utilizing those people to do actual simulcasting is they may take one bet a week in some cases. Now, if you go to Evanston, we do 40% of our handle goes from there and 50% from the plaza. So two of our places really do 90% of our wagering. And the other places are using United Tote. They're not doing it very well in some areas. But the way to get people trained is to allow them to be on fast bet, learn the fast bet technology, then they can expand to IdaBet and bet 200 racetracks around America. And so we bought IdaBet just for that reason, to be at that edge that we can offer it around the world, not only our signal, but we can also accept signals. So we are a large provider of an ADW throughout the country.
How long does it take to activate a phone to get ready to use it?
You go to the system itself, and it's how fast you are on a phone is one of the things. Me, it's a little bit slower. You should be at the racetrack there, they're able to activate it within 5 minutes.
So you'll have employees there available to assist the patron?
Yes, we will in some cases, but it's not needed either. You could go to the FastBet app, and it'll tell you how to do it. Now, you can't do fast bet here because we're not into an OTB, but you can go to IdaBet right now, all of us. We can pull up IdaBet, you could register to IdaBet, and you could wager today on racetracks throughout America in this facility here.
Just one point of clarification, though, that the FastBet technology would be what is used at this facility.
And that's why I have Tracy here to correct me on anything that I say that's damaging to me.
President Davis.
Go ahead.
If I may, just real quickly, part of the reason and things that we've heard from customers with the fast bet versus the standalone, if you walk into an OTB and a race just happens to be on the screen, you can walk over to a self-serve terminal, put $1 in it, make your wager, get your ticket, and you're done. With the fast bet, you have to create that account, which can take some time. So the race that you're interested in, if it's a spur of the moment wager, you're going to miss out on that. So you have to have that account created ahead of time. And that's kind of where we've seen some of the necessity to have that standalone terminal to where a person can come up, put $1 in it, be good to go. You know, and all the ones here, actually, I think statewide now, the full service OTBs offer both. They offer the standalone and the fast bet. So as they move their customer base over to FastBet and get those accounts created, you know, the future will tell how that kind of trend goes.
President Davis, so I could, on commenting on that, and that's very true, is that you can have that machine there, you can wager several bets in a month, and you know, and it makes it convenient. However, you take a look at sports wagering. We have sports wagering legal here. If you're going to start an account, you have to be in Wyoming, and you have to be in Wyoming, and then you have to register. So it does take a little time to do sports wagering. And so those are same challenges that they have. But however, once you register folks on the sports wagering platform, then they know how to do it. That's the same thing with FastBet. Once they have that account, then we've got them involved, they've got an account, they're more active in those areas too. So there are some give and takes in that area there, but we're at the pleasure of the commission on what they like to do and how they like to see it. We'll make it happen.
Commissioners? I have one question, Eric. You know, throughout your establishments, you have approved machines and deployed machines. And there seems to be a difference in the numbers when they add up. Of here, you're wanting to deploy 50 machines. How many actual machines will you deploy?
I'm sorry, the question is, are we talking in the site Pacific, Buffalo? And I believe we have, how many we're requesting?
50.
And what's the layout, Tracy? I'm sorry. 50, so we'll employ 50.
But your other sites have more machines, but don't have those machines deployed.
President Davis, if I may, there was some change during COVID. During COVID, what we did is we separated machines on our floors. And so we actually reduced our terminal count on the floor to allow for that 4 to 6 foot difference. And so that's why you see some discrepancy between deployed and approved. The plan for this is to deploy all 50.
Thank you. So there is no plan to redeploy the other ones that are sitting over here in limbo on the other site?
So,
We are after COVID.
yeah, President Davis, thank you. What we found is actually customer experience in a lot of our OTBs. They actually like some of the spacing changes. So we've been slowly, trying to figure out if we're going to, add those back in or not. But at this point, we've added minimal back in. But we have changed, somewhat our approach to layouts, just feedback from customer experience.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioners? This time we would entertain a motion then to approve this site. Is there a motion?
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Berry,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Cavella. Further discussion?
Just a question.
Question?
Are we approving this with or without standalone?
The discussion part.
That's where we're at.
Okay.
President Davis, in my opinion, although we would like to have that option available to the customers, to the patrons, us as a regulatory body do not need to require that because it is basically an extra amenity to that. I believe that would be left in their ball court on how they want to run their business.
I agree. Any further discussion? Because it's not spelled out in the rules, is that correct, Charlie?
Not at this point.
Ooh.
I have a question.
What I would suggest is have them offer the standalone, which they have in all their other locations, and at some time, if it starts as they transition over more, because currently, it's really interesting. The off-track wagering locations, the Fast Bet mobile application is not getting a lot of activity. At the live racetrack, it's phenomenal. I mean, it's a winner all the way. But in the OTBs, the activity is minimal at best.
President Davis, if I may, with all due respect to Commissioner Moore's comments, it's a business decision, and I believe we're in compliance with the rules as they currently stand.
I was just going to ask you if you had any information supporting.
So, I'm sorry, what?
Do you have information supporting that assumption?
So I did actually ask our accounting department to provide the simulcast. It is correct. Currently, we're only operating the Fast Bet at the 2 small locations, Hanger and Troopers. It's interesting, though, because when you look at how our simulcasting numbers work, as Mr. Nelson stated, between our OTB in Evanston and our OTB at the Plaza in Cheyenne, that actually accounts for about 93% of our simulcasting income. All the rest of our locations, which I believe is 15, accounts for that 6 or 7%. We do have self-serve terminals at all those other locations, but we don't see that it increases our simulcast, with the exception of Plaza and Evanston.
So there's no location that has both, right?
That's correct.
To see if there's a trend away from the kiosk or not?
Yeah, that's correct. Absolutely.
So President Davis, just to clarify, so you are not, they had said initially that they would put a standalone in there. You're going to leave that up to, for them to make that decision. You're not going to require that to be done, just so I understand the motion. Is that correct? Okay.
Right there, there are no, in Matron County, there are currently no full service OTBs in the state without a standalone token. This location will be employee, full-time licensed staff, the county has approved. That's correct.
And Nick would be the one to ask that question of.
That is correct.
Okay, with that, call for the vote. All in favor, aye? Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. 7A is in the book. 7B.
President Davis, item number 7B is a request received September 20th, 2022 for a new OTB location at 500 South 6th Street in Thermopolis, Wyoming. On 9/20/2022, the commission received a letter requesting inclusion to the commission meeting, Hot Springs County resolution, photos of the interior and exterior of the premises, rendered drawings of terminal placements, amended simulcast permit with the inclusion of the new location for 2022, financial statements, the feasibility study, and the lease agreement. The host facility license and fingerprints would be submitted upon approval. This location request is to add 16 historic horse racing terminals. The plan shows the location of the simulcast area, the IT room, the count room, and the offices. The operational plan for the Thermopolis site, it will offer 16 historic horse racing terminals, simulcast wagering. United Tote would be the tote provider utilizing FastBet technology. As the previous request, there was no plan to utilize a standalone terminal or self-serve terminal unless required by the commission. On October 3rd, I confirmed with legal counsel for Wyoming Downs that Robert Communications would be the network used to provide the simulcasting feeds. Hot Springs County approved the request by resolution on April 6, 2021. That is also included in your packet. This location, and I think Wyoming Downs will have to speak to this because there's a little bit of confusion maybe internally. When this location was originally received and I had reached out to legal, I was under the impression that this was a full-service staffed OTB. In fact, I have some emails back and forth where I had asked that question, and I was told that it was going to be a full-service staffed OTB with Wyoming Downs employees. When Special Agent Steinberg went to do a site visit there, he was kind of told that it was not going to be staffed with Wyoming Downs full-time employees. So they're going to have to maybe clarify that for us.
President Davis. Yes, thank you, Mr. Laramendi. That's correct. He and I did exchange, and I looked back at the submission that there would be a full-time manager. There has been some discussion back and forth between that facility, but we did submit it as a full-time manager, and our, at the commission's pleasure, we'll do that. It was submitted with a full-time site manager when it was submitted to the commission.
President Davis, so just to clarify that, the full-time site manager would be an employee of Wyoming Downs? Is that correct, or is it? Okay, and then is any additional staff, or would it just be her?
Yeah, at this point, because of the machine count, it would just be
Yes, sir.
The interview with the Thermopolis Police Department, they got the same chief as the other one?
They have the same work schedule, apparently. Special Agent Steinberg made contact with them as well, and there was no issues. Correct. No issues at all. The one other thing that I'd like to point out, I believe Director Moore had submitted to you all kind of an updated, maybe floor plan. Is that correct in this one? So there's a floor plan concern, but when Special Agent Steinberg did the site visit and talked to the location, they had already kind of saw what we had seen, and they're making some changes on the floor plan, barring the approval of it. So you might want to think about that in the motion, that the changes, and if you want me to show you, or do you know what I'm talking about? Okay. So the motion might want to be, if it's the pleasure to approve that those changes be, verified at the final inspection. Okay.
And commissioners, if you look at the packet you've got, what it shows is the kitchen staff would be able to walk through the count room. And from what Special Agent Steinberg verified is they have discussed and plan on putting a wall up there and separating the equipment in the count room to where it's fully secured area, so.
It's right here.
Yep. Okay, are there any other questions? We're looking for a motion to approve this.
Mr. President, I would approve item 7B with the stipulation that the kitchen equipment room, I guess, upgrade be made so that the staff aren't commingling.
Meet staff recommendation. Okay. Is there a second? Second. Then seconded by Commissioner Bouchard. Further discussion? Any further discussion? Then we'll call for the vote. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Same. Aye, Sherry. I know, she does look like a princess over there, don't she? All right, motion carried. Okay, new location request for 4370 South Popular. Yes, Poplar.
President
Item
Davis, if you'll
C.
give me 1 second here, I'm going to give you a handout on this one real quick. I got it. Yeah.
Handout or hand up?
This might be in your Dropbox, or you might have gotten a copy of it. But I just want to make sure that you have it, because this will be different than what you're looking at.
And commissioners, I can kind of set this up. Yesterday afternoon, 11/15/22 at 12:41 p.m., we received an email from Wyoming Downs requesting an alternative floor plan after there had been some discussion with staff, with Mr. Laramende. And, one of the first questions, I guess, is, and you can answer this through Mr. Laramende, is do we want to consider this updated floor plan, or do we want to table this for a later date? And then probably more importantly, does this updated floor plan address the security concerns that Special Agents Laramendi and Steinberg had? So you have your floor plan. You also have a video that was shared with you in your Dropbox that shows that location. I'll turn it back over to Nick. Thank you.
President Davis. Item number 7C is a request received on that one day a couple of months ago, on the 5th of October, 2022 for, this is a conversion, really is what this is, but it is a new site location for 4370 South Poplar. This was the Split Happens smaller site is converting or requesting to be converted to a full-service OTB. On October 5th, 2022, the commission received the letter requesting inclusion to the commission meeting, the Natrona County resolution granting approval, photos of the interior and exterior of the premises, rendered drawings of terminal placements, the amended simulcast permit with the inclusion of the new location for 2022, financial statements, an updated feasibility study, and a lease agreement with the property owner. The host facility license would be submitted upon commission approval. In the request, the location would be run by Wyoming Downs full-time staff. And this is where I'm going to start deviating a little from the report that you have. Originally, the request was for 25 terminals. With the updated layout that I had just given you, that has been reduced to 22 terminals instead of 25 to accommodate the floor plan layouts. The site plan showed the location of the 22 historic horse racing terminals. And the IT rooms, the offices, and the count room. The operational plan for this site shows that it will offer 22 historic horse racing terminals, simulcast wagering. United Tote would be the tote provider utilizing fastback technology. There's no plan to utilize the standalone self-server man tote machine unless required by the commission. Roberts Communication would be the network provider for the simulcasting feeds. Natrona County Commissioners approved the request by resolution on September 6, 2022, the resolution number 29-22. That is also in your packet. The only, outside of this, the only thing, the law enforcement team has expressed some public safety concerns on some certain aspects of this plan, even with the updated floor plan. That's not something that I'm comfortable talking about in an open public meeting, being it public safety related, but I'd be happy to express those concerns to you if you would like.
In executive session.
Okay, commissioners.
That's why we have cameras. That's unnecessary.
Yes.
I have a call with the district court judge in Campbell County in 5 minutes, and it'll probably be 10 minutes.
Should we table this and take 5 minutes for the cause?
15 minutes?
Would that be all right with you?
I would probably need to go through.
15.
So you want to reconvene at 2 o'clock?
Yes.
Reconvene in executive.
We will reconvene and then go into executive session. Kick you out.
At 2 o'clock.
And then come back in.
Sounds good.
Okay, we'll just temporarily thrown under the bus.
And we will adjourn until 2 o'clock straight out.
Good. Since I was spanked severely just a moment ago about the OTB's discretion.
No, it's not. It's upstairs.
Mini OTV.
Yeah, that's a separate entrance. What was,
Being presented to.
Mini,
OTV.
it starts as a mini.
And that's why we put the cameras here.
Until we get. Full disclosure. But anyway.
Weather, and that's kind of what the concern is, that they have to use their own word here, coming here, so when they were talking.
Like a pass-through.
the fire suppression doors work, but they take months to get. We could do the camera. You know, that's not a problem. And then you're gonna be in the, then you're just
But
like
what
every.
about a little pass-through?
Well, no, you're just like every other OTB. There's a certain degree of risk in every facility. We've never encountered it in Wyoming. Kind of like the skill game guys. They count it right there in the place and they run with it. So it's pretty much until we recognize a problem. Now, we do have almost 20 cameras. And we also have the luxury in Vegas to watch our people walk and count. And we have security for that. So we take into account to look around. We may need additional cameras to span the back of the building and the front of the building.
Yeah, no, you're good.
So, you know, it's just general course of business. But there's always going to be a certain fear, a certain degree of risk.
Instead of agreeing to the fire.
So you look in the minute, see which way you're going.
Well, I don't think we need to agree to any.
President Davis. Vice President Broussard. Commissioner Cavello. Commissioner Daigle.
Here.
Commissioner Berry. Commissioner Ritholler. Commissioner Kura. Commissioner Wildcat. We have a quorum.
We would entertain a motion, we would need a motion to go into executive session pursuant to 164405A, non-receive confidential information.
So-called move.
Second.
Been moved by
Broussard?
and seconded by Commissioner Wildcat.
So we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Broussard moved and Commissioner Wildcat seconded. As presented. Motion carries. Thank you.
Commissioner Daigle, we're going to call you on the telephone here.
President Davis, shall we call the meeting back to order and do a roll call?
Please, Charlie.
President Davis? Vice President Broussard? Commissioner Covello? Commissioner Daigle?
Here.
Commissioner Barry? Commissioner Ritholder? Commissioner Kura? Commissioner Wildcat? President Davis, we have a quorum.
President Davis, if I may, public, we had a motion to come back into regular session. It was moved by Commissioner or Vice President Broussard, seconded by Commissioner Kura to come back into the regular part of the meeting. So we'll take up now.
Make a notation, Charlie, no action. Change of layout, is that correct?
President Davis, that's correct.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the location of 4730 South Poplar Street.
Yeah, that'll work.
Is there a second? A second. Seconded by Dick. Discussion. Now, one question for you, Tracy. It says here, change split happens, small site to a, what is a small site?
President Davis, that's a test facility.
President Davis, I would suggest we go back and revisit.
Now you're laughing.
President Davis, I would suggest that either Wyoming Downs or Mr. Laramendi can explain the floor plan that we have now.
I can. President Davis, the change that was made is that the count room will be removed, and the count will take place at the service counter, which is how we operate at a few other facilities around the state. So everything will happen in that one room, and then the drop goes out the building.
I would like,
That's correct.
I'd like to further the conversation on security measures that we do. At this facility here, we have approximately 20 cameras that are inside our facility and outside of our facility. In addition to that, these cameras are tied into our security base in Las Vegas, and we have security watching all of our facilities. And this facility here allows us to say during count periods or opening or closing that our outside security can be watching this from afar and alerting local police if necessary. Also further noted is we've never had any problems at that facility when we've operated, even though it is a pool, a bowling alley and a bar, and on our facility, we hadn't noted while we were in operations anything that was of concern.
Face that we operate in Wyoming, maybe you should set up a satellite security division in the state borders of Wyoming and stimulate the economy.
Well, President Davis, you're exactly right. In fact, we've been directed by council to do more things here in the state of Wyoming from corporate offices.
Way to go, Tracy.
We have a new corporate office in the town of Cheyenne now.
All right. Okay. Is there any other questions here? Special Agent, do you have any other input?
President Davis, I do not.
Okay.
President Davis, so just to kind of circle back, we're authorizing the location at Split Happens, is that correct?
Yes.
Is a full service OTB utilizing FastBet Mobile and a standalone, is that correct?
There's no standalone.
The application says no standalone.
Actually, I think it says simulcast betting stations, associated equipment.
Right.
All of them actually do. If you go back through all the submissions.
President Davis, Commissioner Moore, where I specified that was in my letter, which it says that United Tote will be the tote provider utilizing fastbed technology.
So we have a motion on the floor. Any further questions? Any further questions? Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Nay. Motion carried. Okay, what's next on? We have C, D. We're going to D. Troopers Bingo and the Hangar Bar.
President Davis, item number 7D is a request received on September 15th, 2022 from Wyoming Downs, requesting the addition of 6 additional terminals to the Troopers Bingo location and the Hangars Bar location. County approval was reobtained for both of those locations. On September 6th, it's resolution 28-22 for the hangar. And I believe, actually, I think that one covered both of them. The hangar bar and grill was approved as a smaller site on November 13th, 2020 during the annual fall meeting. The original approval was for the use of 4 historic horse racing terminals and the use of Fastbet Mobile to accept wagers on live simulcasting. The hangar and Troopers Bar were operated as a route-style operation with a Wyoming Downs employee managing the collection and any repairs of the terminals. Both staff at the hangar and Troopers were required to be licensed, which they have been licensed. On September, let's see. The submitted request, let me go back through this one. So the original discussion on these two a couple of years ago, as I had spoke earlier, was the discussion was a test market. They were never, it wasn't moved into the motion to be a test market. They were approved as essentially off-track wagering facilities. The only caveats to that was that there was not a permittee employee license there. It was the bar employees or the entity employees had to be licensed to operate. So these requests in your packet, you'll see it's the addition of 6 terminals to the pre-existing 4, bringing the total number to 10, which is a, I think, I don't know, 150% increase in terminals. And I believe Mr. Nelson had spoke a little bit ago on this, that, and maybe he can clarify, that these pools will now be moved to the big pools, to where all of them would share pools versus being on their own pools.
Let me just say one thing. President Davis, I did just want to make one clarification. There's actually 2 resolutions. We did a separate one for each, Nick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
You're right.
okay. Troopers is resolution 2822 in your packet, and the hangar is resolution 2722 in your packet. And to answer also Mr. Laramindi's question, that is correct on the pools.
Question, President.
Go ahead.
Does this change the status of the employee? Does it become one of your employees now, or it's still going to be a?
President Davis, Commissioner Broussard, no, it does not operate the same as they were previously approved.
And the previously approved, there were special conditions extended for these facilities, is that correct?
President Davis, I would slightly disagree with that. we believe that we've met all the current requirements under the rules for an OTB. The only difference I would say is that traditionally there has been a permittee employee at the location, and the commission did make the distinction that it would just be a Wyoming Gaming Commission permitted person while the terminals were operating.
So in other words, the simple answer is yes, there were special to the small sites. Is that correct?
Let me fill in on that one. President Davis, I don't believe there's any special conditions that were put on it at that time. We fulfilled the obligations at the meeting of the approval, and I'm not sure of anything that was contrary on training or personnel or fast bet. It was approved as is, and here it's a request from going from 4 to 10 and keeping everything else remains the same.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any questions, commissioners?
Do you have another facility that doesn't have an employee, a person, a Wyoming Downs employee?
This is why we ran these smaller locations. I got to be careful because all three of them ran without an employee, but they all were licensed from the Parimutuel Commission.
But the split happens, we'll have a Wyoming
Split happen,
Downs
we'll have a
employee,
full-time.
and these two are still going to not have a Wyoming's Down.
That's correct.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Dick.
at what point are you going to be making these people require that they have an employee there that's permitted and licensed by them? Right now, we're just opening the door. They don't have to have a licensed employee paid by them. They're allowing the bar owners to take all that. The law states or the rules state it has to be a permitted employee, correct?
You're correct.
President Davis, I don't believe if the rules and regs require a licensee to be at any of the facilities. It's simply a business choice on that. We license all the individuals that are with the machines there. They're located in bar facilities where, generally speaking, it's over 18. And so we're in compliance, from what I understand, on all rules and regs with the current conditions at both locations there. We weren't asking for any exceptions. We were only describing a business plan and how the business plan worked. And it was different having a site or a route operator that checks the facilities and go. Just as further information and so you can understand a little bit more, we'll take other facilities all throughout the United States. It's very, very common to have route operations of 15 or less machines. And all those operations, generally speaking, none of them have a facility, will have an individual as a sole person being there, because the games are somewhat self-explanatory. And if there are questions there, they can simply make a phone call too, which are very small questions. People know how to gamble. When they put money in, they know what's going on with their money.
Oh, I know.
If I may, President Davis, also the route operator that currently services these two locations is in Casper. So he's located in Casper.
Thanks, President Davis. So these are still going to be considered route style operations, correct?
That's correct.
And the individual that's responsible for the route is a Wyoming Downs employee?
That's correct.
And they're the ones who do the drop. Do they do it daily? Do they do it bi-daily, every other day, weekly?
Generally speaking, it's 2 times a week.
Okay. Are you worried about any liabilities when people come in and you have people that are not your employees, basically taking care of the machine, so to speak?
If I may, President Davis, Commissioner Wildcat, I'm going to speak before Eric. No, I'm just kidding. That's a very good question, and truly it's why we limited it initially within the business to 2 businesses and have ran it for 2 years with this model to determine whether or not it's something that we would have concerns. And currently, within the 2 years, we haven't had any concerns.
Commissioner Cavella.
Mr. Chairman, so to address one other question, what would happen if I was in there and hit a big jackpot requiring a W-2?
President Davis, what would happen is that the route operator would be contacted. And typically, if they can't get there that day, then we ask the individual to come back the next day. And that's all facilitated through the route operator, the Wyoming Downs employee. That's not handled with the permitted employee.
Further to that point, it is a good question. It has happened, and the route operator goes over, handles the actual paperwork that's required, and we haven't had any complaints in that. So they're willing to hang around an extra half hour to an hour to get it. It is part of it is part of the rules that we post, that, you know, how things are done at the operations like that, so the clients and customers are aware of it.
Commissioner Broussard.
Yeah, I guess my concern is sort of the lack of training or the lack of understanding of the nuances between HHR machines, casinos, or, I mean, if these people mismessage what you're doing, that doesn't concern you, the lack of training and the lack of control over, if they call them slot machines and et cetera, when they're not?
President Davis, commissioners, the good question and a very good answer. We have to do better training. We have to do better training throughout the state. We even found at the live track, we've got to do additional training. So these things do come up periodically where we have challenges with, you know, situations that arise with jackpots or machines being broken or people getting upset. So we adapt to those situations and we make corrections in that. These facilities here, including all of our OTVs, we have noticed, and I think Director Moore spoke well of it, is we have to do better training on how the actual terminals work, the HR, how the fastbed, actually fastbed is a little bit easier because it's, you know, you just go to fastbed and it comes up. HR, you have to go through a little bit more training if you want to understand, you know, how those horses work and getting into the back of the house of the actual terminal. So yes, better training should come with this, training that we need to provide to Charlie and to Nick to show that we are training our personnel, because I know we were challenged this last month to do more training for our personnel at all our facilities. And so we'll put that into our program throughout the whole Wyoming operations here, including the live track, better training.
And if I may just follow up, President Davis, Commissioner Broussard, we do require the same training for those, even though they're not our employees, we put them through the similar training.
So, and if I'm hearing you correctly, Eric, is there a way that you would willingly put that statement down in writing to the commission that you are going, what the goals are, the dates that we need to see that these actions occur?
I think that's fair enough. Upon the request from the director, we'll address that directly on throughout the whole industry and how we can better improve the training that we're doing to our employees. We do, you know, take them through TIP programs and stuff. We do update them, but I think additional training is really required on individuals on how to go to fastbed, how to go to your United Tote terminals, and the same thing with you know, the HR. We have to do better training in the state at all our facilities, and so we're willing to put together a program from our security efforts and energies and get that to Charlie for his review and his comments. Yes.
If I may, President Davis, we've actually started internal conversations with the plan for a Q1 training. So I think just to know our time frame. So if we could shoot for Q1, that would be.
I know with the other industries in the state of Wyoming, quite a bit on safety and planning training and stuff like that. There are certain goals that we have to meet. And if we don't have it in writing, then that sometimes can go to the next quarter.
Exactly. No, I agree.
He likes that.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
President Davis, if I may, just maybe a clarification question for myself. And I'm trying to remote into my office computer, but it's not letting me, so I can't pull the original submission. But if I remember correctly, in 2020, the submission was that the small sites would be mingled together to keep those jackpots lower. And the discussion here is now that those are going to move to the full sites. So I'm wondering procedurally, and I know it didn't make it in the motion on 2020, but that's what I believe the submission showed. Is there something that we need to do because that's a big deal. It really is.
If I may, President Davis, I did go back and look at the initial submission and I did not see that. I can also remote into my computer to confirm that, Nick.
I have the original submission here in front of me.
Okay, great.
But President Davis, what we would like the opportunity and the ability on this submission to be tied into our larger jackpots. We have the opportunity to tie into all the HR machines throughout the state, and we want to tie these machines into the same system there. It's a better system for us to really calculate what's going on in comparison to other facilities. So we would like to tie it to the other facilities. Yeah, it's already, I'm not quite sure, I believe President Davis said it was, that we didn't, I don't think there was an obligation to do it on a lower $3, $3,000 limit. We arbitrarily did that just to see how that would go. And now we just want to bring it back to what we currently do at a normal OTB location.
The original submission that was sent to us August 11th, 2020, and in your submission, you do speak of supplemental information for small OTB site application. So, and also in what was noticed to the public that day, Wyoming Downs, item number C7C, a request received August 11th, 2020, Wyoming Downs is requesting approval to open 5 smaller OTB site locations in Natrona County. The bullet points: self-service locations, live simulcast wagering via electronic devices, no more than 4 HHR terminals per location, and no commingling of HHR wagers with larger locations.
Thanks for.
It goes on, and the staff, originally a request was suggested as a test market proposal consisting of only 1 or 2 locations within Natrona County. The request today is for 5 locations, which will be self-service. Wyoming Downs is permitted, and so on and so forth. So that's what that original submission was talking about. Commissioners, if I may, one more time, and sorry to do this to you, but, you know, I think at this point, staff does have some concerns. We've discussed those lengthy throughout today, earlier today, with these smaller sites, and I think that staff would like to go on record as having some concerns. So you have that, and go forth.
Commissioners, we have a motion on the floor. You want to do a roll call vote, or all in favor and aye?
Mr. Chair, would you repeat the motion, please?
Charlie, the approval for additional machines at Troopers Bingo and the hangar.
I don't think we have a motion.
I don't think so either.
Oh, we don't have a motion?
There's 2 separate facilities and 2 separate motions.
Right.
You have to do them individually.
Okay. Okay, so then I would entertain a motion to extend from 4 machines, additional, let's see, what are we looking for? 6 more machines at Troopers Bingo?
6 more machines at the hangar.
Okay, do we want to handle these in 2 separate motions or together? Staff, or the commission says separate motions? Troopers Bingo, I would be entertaining a motion to add 6 additional historic racing terminals with fast bet to Troopers Bingo. Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Hearing no motion. I'd entertain a motion for the Hangar Bar and Grill to add 6 additional machines with Fast Bet Mobile. Is there a motion for Troopers, or for the Hangar Bar and Grill? Is there a motion for the Hangers Bar and Grill? Hearing no motion. They died because of no motion.
Very good. Thank you for your time and energy.
Thank you. Okay. All right, with that, item number 8A. AGS software update, 7 game themes and 5 new math models.
Nick's trying to catch up.
Mr. President, could I just make a comment?
Commissioner Barry, please.
Regarding our last discussion, I think the last discussion tells us that we actually need to do the rules that we talked about before, because we have no definition of size, of what's required in the physical facility, like troopers had no counting room, hangars had no counting room. If we had some definition of, the number of machines for what we're approving, the physical facility requirements, it would be a great help to the commission.
Some parameters in there.
Exactly.
And I trust the staff at the Gaming Commission can come up with something for us. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Direct staff to come up with the parameters and rules and regulations, because I'm new on the committee here. But if you go back and you said the wrong words, this is what we're doing, but yet we're gonna change some of the things we thought we were gonna do on that first setup. Just not a good feeling for me. We need rules and regulations, and we don't mean we have to agree with them. We can always change them after they bring them. But I'd like to direct the staff to get on it. Because this is brand new kind of fledgling thing. We got to do it. I know you're busy, but I'll bet you'll find time for your staff to get that done. I'll make that a motion.
I'll second.
There's been a motion by Commissioner Ritthaler and seconded by Commissioner Barry to have the staff develop rules for the OTBs. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, same sign. Motion carried. How are you?
Hi, President Davis.
We already motion carried.
I know, I just would respectfully request that the stakeholders be invited to help draft those rules. I think we can all be helpful.
I think that's
I think that
very
would be
well noted.
Needed.
Yes,
very well needed.
yes.
Thank you.
Looking forward to it. Just don't send Frank. Okay, with that, are we up to item 8, Wyoming Horse Racing LLC? Nick, are
President
you up
Davis.
to date? Wyoming down,
This is
Wyoming,
incorrect. It is Wyoming Horse Racing.
Wyoming Horse Racing. Okay, 8A.
President Davis, members of the commission. Item number 8A is a request received September 8th, 2022 by the Wyoming Gaming Commission from Wyoming Horse Racing, requesting the deployment of 7 new game themes on 5 separate math models on the AGS, by AGS operated on the existing Exactus system. The themes are Butterfly Rise, Lantern Rise, God of Gold, Lucky O'Reilly, Pirate Plunder, Pyramid Party, Jack's Riches, and Lucky Tea Party. In your packet, you will see the official request from Wyoming Horse Racing. Excluded from your packet is the lab reports, which equates to about 600 pages. The math model spec sheets, photos of the help screens, and videos of gameplay. On September 2nd, I reviewed GLI reports, MO 399, CAD 2211, 12, 13, 14, SY 399, 2202, 2203, all the spec sheets, all of the attached photos, and all of the attached videos. The submission was compared to the 18-point criteria, and it appeared to be compliant in all aspects of that. Scroll down a few more pages here. The math model breakdowns range anywhere between 8% takeout to 12% takeout. That's the same for all 5 math models. Based on the reference GLI reports, I concluded that the 7 game themes on the 5 new math models appear to be compliant and are similar to those that have been previously approved. And I would stand for any questions on that.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? When can we see these games in action? Okay, at this time, we do have a motion, correct, Charlie? No. Oh, my gosh. Motion to, been moved by Commissioner Wildcat. Is there seconded by Commissioner Bouchard? Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hey,
Those opposed? Nay. Motion carried. Okay, Charlie, item number 9, 307 horse racing, AGS software update.
President Davis, item number 9 is a request received by 307 Horse Racing, Inc.
What?
For 6 new game themes on 5 new math models on the AGS platform. On the AGS as the vendor, Exacta is the platform. They are Butterfly Rise, Lantern Rise, God of Gold, Lucky O'Reilly, Pirate Plunder, and Pyramid Plunder. This mirrors the exact 5 of the exact same themes that you had just approved. Would you like me to go through it all again? Okay.
Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, all right, who's first?
I'll be
Second
second.
by Commissioner, or moved by Commissioner Wildcat, seconded by Commissioner Cavella. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Okay, now we're going to 307 horse racing, item number B.
President.
Exacta software update.
President Davis, item number 9B is a request received from 307 Horse Racing, Inc. For 4 new game themes on 3 new math models on the Exacta platform. The new game themes are Monster Moolah, the Money Luckstones, Celestial Wheel, Fire and Air, Jewel of the Peacock. On October 7th, 2022, I reviewed all of the lab reports as well as the spec sheets, videos, and photos that were included as well. They were compared to the 18-point checklist and appeared to be compliant in all 18 items. The takeouts are between 6 and 10% on all 4 themes and math models. Let's see. 307 Horse Racing submitted the request for Monster Moolah, the Moneyline Luckstone, Celestial Wheel, Fire and Air, Jewel of the Peacock. All themes operate on TRM 3025, 9,000, 9,200, 9,400 with a 6, 8, and 10% commission rate. The GLI report was reviewed. No areas of concerns were noted. The submitted request passed the 18-point checklist, and it appears that this submission is compliant and is similar to those previously approved. And I would stand for any questions on that one.
Commissioners, are there any questions? You guys are moving where? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to approve. Been moved by Commissioner Rick. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Cavella. All in favor?
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, same sign. Hi, Sherry. Okay, item number 10, live event race days. Number 8, Wyoming Downs LLC, live event application and race days. That'd be you, Frank?
Your submission now, and then you ask for the suitability reviews. We have presentations by all three operators. Okay. Wyoming Downs has one as well. If you want to do theirs now, before we get to their permit, see how we want to do that.
Wyoming Downs should do their presentation now, yeah. Yeah, I think that would be the best way to handle it.
Are you sharing a computer or a screen?
Well, we had some
Audio-visual aids?
yeah, what happened was we had to kind of split up today because of the Wyoming Business Alliance meeting in Laramie. So the package that carried the zip drive that had this program on it got left in somebody's car seat. And I'm not going to mention any names.
You're up and running?
So, right. So we had to work our way around that, and Nick has it, Mr. Chairman. So I thought the best way to answer Nick's inquiry or Charlie's inquiry into our suitability is to show what we did last season. So we just put together some things here, some pictures, and some comments. And if you'll go to the next one, Nick. Is that how we'll do that? Yeah. So we had our longest racing season in 30 years. These pictures here show a winner's toast, and the picture in the middle there is kind of special. That's Ron Mostman and his grandson. And his grandson had a horse in this particular race that won, and they're watching the race there. And as you know, Ron passed away during the race meet in Rock Springs. The next one, Nick. This is a shot of our governor, and you've probably seen these pictures before. They ended up in a national magazine, and the governor it's kind of cool to have a governor that can ride a horse, so you can put him to work when he comes to the racetrack and have him lead the post parade. The governor has been there the last 3 years, and you know, the first time he came, he said, you know, I've been by this place several times, and I had no idea what we had here in Wyoming, and we're pretty proud of that. Next one, please. This was a tribute that we did with the VFW for the 13 lives that were lost in Afghanistan. And it was a very moving moment. And you'll see that there on the right, there's our chaplain, Chaplain Tom Day from Sonoyta, Arizona. At racetracks, we try to have a chaplain at every racetrack in the country through the Racetrack Chaplaincy of America, which I've been involved with for over 30 years now. And it just makes a difference. It makes a real difference having a chaplain there to pray with the jocks before they go out and just set the tone. And it really does help. And we do it. I know that rodeo has the same sort of thing, but we're real proud. We've been doing this for a long time, and it's made a difference in the racing industry in this country, and not just this country. We have chaplains in Australia and South America now, and real proud of that. Next one, please. So our best season to date for sure, but these two pictures are Clay and Nakia Teeter. Clay is a trainer, Nakia is the jockey, and this horse that you see pictured there won the distance challenge at Wyoming Downs, and then just recently went on to the World Championship Distance Challenge in Indianapolis and won that. and as a long shot, paid about $60, I think. Should have had a couple of dollars on that one. Next one, please. So you can see there's some numbers, they're rounded numbers, total attendance and purses, and the average per day, they put it at 1,200, is actually, that's paid attendance. And so that doesn't count horsemen and the people that come through the paddock. Some great shots there. We had as you can see, our parking lot was full, our stands were full. We had a jockey foot race, is that little picture in the corner. And I can't remember, oh yeah, the guy in the green won it, I don't know his name. But, and we also have a new RV park. And that was new this year. I think that's something that's really going to catch on since we're right on the way to Yellowstone. As you know, 80% of the people that come to our racetrack are from Utah. And they come into Wyoming and spend their money, and we kind of like that. We had a new ticketing platform this year, Ticket Spice it's called, and people could buy their tickets online. It worked really well, and we're pleased with that. Just more highlights, the Indian Relay, it's our third year of doing that. The public just loves it. Oh, I'm sorry, one more. Next slide, Nick. Hello, Nick. Oh, you got it. Next one after that one. And one more. There we go. Now we're talking. The Indian Relay, and then of course, the Ladies' Hat Day. And I told you about that before. I never did like that, but it sure does bring the people in. The next slide, please. More of the same kind of stuff. We do kids' stick horse races on Father's Day, and we had the Chugwater Chili Day. And the next slide, please. The Wyoming Hunger Initiative for the First Lady. We sponsored that. And next slide, please. Just more of the same. Just different events that bring people to the racetrack. We try to have something going on every day or every weekend for sure. Next slide. This was Brandy's Breeders' Awards that we were privileged to host. And we fed over 400 people a smoked prime rib dinner that day. It was pretty good. And the next slide is our sponsors. And the next slide, please. And that's it. So I have
in the back, please. Quiet in the back. Order.
we have one fan that we brought here just for that. So you have our application. We are proposing 20 days again for this next season. I do believe that we've hit on kind of the right number. We're required to run 16. Last year we ran 18, but we thought, just looking at the calendar, that 20 might be a little bit better. So that's what we did this year. We ran 20 days, and the more days you run, the more your purse money gets spread out a little bit. So it's going to be I'm really looking forward to this season. We were talking about purses earlier, because by sticking with the same number of days and our purse money going up, so our purses will be better. And now they should just continue to keep going up and sticking with 20 days. So be happy to answer any questions.
Frank, could you share with the commission your proposed purses for this next year? Your total purse?
Well, we don't know for sure yet, just simply because we don't have all the numbers in, but looking at what we think it's going to be, it was around, I heard Eric say a number earlier, 1.8? 1.7 or 1.8 million in purses.
Does that reflect the application? Was that similar?
President Davis, Director Moore, actually, the application is, the application shows 1.5 to 1.6, which was a $400,000 increase from this, it would be this year.
Right.
1.7, 1.8?
Yeah, yeah, Mr. Chairman, and so that, like I was saying, the numbers are reflective from the end of to the end of the year. So we're guessing at what we're going to have and basing our numbers on that. We'll know better at the end of the year what exactly it is. And you're welcome.
Yes. And let me read the race dates into the record. You would be racing Wyoming Downs' application was putting in for June 3rd and 4th, 10th and 11th, 17th and 18th, 24th, 25th, July 1st, 2nd, 8, 9, 15, 16, 22, 23, 29, 30, and August 5th and 6th, 2023.
Motion, is there a second? I'll second. Thank you, Commissioner Bouchard. Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Who moved it? Cactus? Did Cactus move? Okay. President Davis, while they come to the table, what we're doing every year is, and this is a little different, they are permitted through the end of 2023. And I believe that is the same with Wyoming Horse Racing LLC through the end of 2023. We felt it was important for the operators, permittees to come in each year and just kind of give us an update. What's the general benefit to the state of Wyoming? What's the general benefit to the horse racing industry and any future plans that will benefit the horse racing industry? And then communicate with us, whatever they choose, upgrades, anything, and then purses.
Jack Greer, 307 Horse Racing, President Davis and Commissioners. First of all, I just wanted to thank you all for giving 307 Horse Racing the opportunity to prove to you all what we can do for the horse racing industry, the gaming industry, and the state of Wyoming. So we did put together also a presentation today. We can go over some numbers and some things here. Again, if there's any questions, happy to answer any questions. That's all right. Are you on the first slide, Nick? Must be. There we are. First slide, 307 Horse Racing is proud to be the only locally owned and operated operator in the state of Wyoming. Next slide, please. I went ahead and included some 2021 stats in here for you all as well. We touched on that earlier this morning in the percentage conversation, but I thought it was important to go over that again as well, especially being this is just our second race meet this year. So for 2021, you can see there, we ran a total of 126 races over 16 live race days in our first season. As mentioned earlier this morning, we put up, 307 Horse Racing put up right at $728,000 in purse money with no off-track betting. That was our commitment to the industry. A company started by horsemen here for horsemen, that's what we're here to do. Total purse money after the horseman contribution came out right there about $160,000 for our first year of racing. We considered that a great success. We got a lot of great success feedback from the horsemen that attended the meet, and it was a great success. We're happy to be here. In addition, at the 2021 race meet, we spent, in addition to the purse money, there's obviously costs associated with putting these meets on. That was roughly about $600,000 in additional expense to put the meet on. In addition to that, also our first year of running races, we put, maybe that's the next slide.
It's on there.
No, it's on there. We also invested roughly $150,000 into the county-owned facility. I know Mr. Nelson earlier this morning was pointing out that he had the only privately owned track, therefore assumed he was the only one making investment into the facility. That's not true. We also are invested in the facility and care about having a safe facility for the horses and for the participants. So again, year one, no off-track betting, 150 grand in an improvement to the Camplex. It was a big deal. Next slide, please. There's some numbers there on more specific horse racing stats, which we've gone over yet this morning. Let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. So moving us to 2022, with the overlapping dates, we did see a reduced number of horses, but we, in my opinion, still had a successful meet. We had 119 total races. We did have to cancel one race day, as you all recall, for weather, but we did write all those races back, which was crucial for us as the operator and also for the horsemen. So second year of running races, again, not fully having a stood-up operation at this point. We increased purse money there from what was roughly $730 almost to $820, 307 horse racing contribution, adding roughly $175,000 for horsemen. We had a meet this year just under $1 million in purse money, second year running races. Favorite statistic from this year's race meet is we ran the first $100,000 horse race since the legalization of HHR. We're proud of that. Okay, next slide, please. Again, more horse racing stats here. We went over some of those this morning. Let's go ahead and move on to the next slide, please.
The only point I would add on that previous slide is, I mean, it's a pretty stabilized $600,000 to $700,000 to put the meet on itself. And so when you look at purse money, you also have to look at the expense side of that too. Insurance, labor, jobs, contract labor, equipment rental, and everything else. And I think that statistic's important to show in terms of, there's a lot of discussion about where money goes and those kinds of things. But I mean, just to put on a solid meet, that's going to continue to cost us more as inflation happens, obviously. So you need, you know, part of the reason we constructed these slides this way is to show what your all-in actual cost is to put these meets on, because it's not just the purses, it's all the ancillary costs associated with that, which is, you know, almost double your purse money every year just to put the meets on themselves and put good meets on. And for us, that money's going into a county facility, so we don't retain that as an asset either. That's an improvement to the county facility.
And as Kyle mentioned, I mean, it's almost double the purse money. So we're looking at roughly $1.5 million to put our meet on thus far. So next slide, please. No, right there, go back. Perfect. So in addition to the races, we also like to do some extra events. We did the Indian relay races this year on Memorial Weekend. Great success, minus the weather. We kind of got rained out, but those folks were not going to say no to running. We actually tried to shut it down, and we had to run horses. So they had a great time, but it was quite the show. But really excited about having Indian relay races that same weekend again, and growing that event. Obviously, we put up purse money for those events as well. That leads us to the next weekend. We had the bronc match. Eventually, we'd probably like to develop that into a full-blown rodeo at some point. We've started with just the saddle bronc horses. We'll slowly grow into probably a rough stock performance and then into a rodeo. But just getting the popularity going and getting people invested in the event and what's going on. Really, I think what we're trying to do, and this got mentioned last meeting by Commissioner Cabello, is we're trying to get more people involved in the races, and giving them, a spectator another reason to come to the races is important, and giving other people that don't run racehorses a reason to come is important. So eventually, every weekend, we would like to have a substantial event in addition to the races that's going to drive traffic, both for attendance, but also for future horse owners and breeders and trainers. With Wyoming getting the traction we have with the Breeders' Fund and the purse money, it's a lucrative program here. And I think there's a lot of people that typically weren't interested in racehorses that are now maybe interested. So we're trying to help those folks get involved and be a part of the industry. We did not. Next slide, please. Got cut off there, but just says 307's committed to horse racing.
This is what happens when you ask two guys who have newborns to put a PowerPoint together.
Next slide, please. Obviously, as you all may know, we got licensed in 2020, ran our first race meet spring 2021, opened our first off-track betting location in September of 2021. We've since then opened the first one in Gillette, September, Sheridan, January, first Casper site in March, Rollins in May, Cheyenne in July, and we've now opened our second Casper location, just basically right when we opened our first location in Gillette. So in a matter of 12 months, we've stood up 6 of these off-track betting locations, and in our opinion, they're very nice facilities. We're proud of these facilities, and we look forward to growing to more of them. So we're really happy with what we've been able to pull off the last year. It's been a lot of work, but we need to be doing that. So we appreciate that. Next slide, please. We wanted to include this picture here. We typically try to have horsemen come cut the ribbons at these facilities. In my opinion, these facilities are here for the horsemen. That's why that's why I'm here. So it's important for us to have horsemen come be a part of that event and realize that it's just as much their facility truly as it is ours. So that's been a neat thing for us to do, and they're happy to be a part of that. Next slide, please. Here was a couple quotes that we had published in an article regarding those ribbon cuttings, but we had several people come, Mr. Spiva being one of those. We had Jesse Vegas also in attendance. Bonita was there. Francie Martin was there. So we're trying to get people to just come to the event and get some popularity going around that.
And we have worked really hard in terms of when we message the opening of these new facilities of explaining the tie to the industry itself. And there was an article that we had put out in Oil City News talking about these ribbon cuttings where a lot of these quotes are from, but it was in a couple of other counties where we had it run too, where really talked a lot about Jack and his family and their history in the horse racing industry in Wyoming, and talked to a lot of the horsemen in Wyoming about what these are related to. And I thought it was a really well done article because it's talking about ribbon cuttings at gaming facilities, but it's like a 3-page article, and 90% of it talks about horse racing in Wyoming and interviews with these people about what these facilities are doing for the industry. So we've tried really hard, and that's kind of what this presentation's about, is linking the facilities and educating people about how these facilities are tied to the industry.
Yeah, and the discussion's been had today, I think, at several points that we need to be better about educating folks on what these machines are and why they're here. And I just want you all to be aware that that is our #1 priority. We're very passionate about educating folks on who we are, why we're here, and what we're doing. Very, very important to our business. Next slide, please. Here's some updated statistics as of September, adding roughly $45,000 a month to the state of Wyoming's budget, adding roughly $45,000 a month to the LSRA, adding $173,000 a month to local government budgets, and adding $70,000 a month to the Breeders' Fund. Created sustainable financial foundation to back up 307's commitment to live racing. Next slide, please. We employ approximately 175 full and part-time people across all 6 sites. That includes the restaurants and bars that we also operate. Not all of those individuals are licensed OTB staff because they work in the kitchen and so on and so forth, but pretty amazing that in over a year we've been able to stand up 175 jobs in the state, and in addition to that, they're full-time jobs, complete with benefits, and we offer, in our opinion, a very competitive wage to those other types of businesses. bars and restaurants. So we're happy to be involved in that. Anything you want to add to that, Kyle?
I think what I will say is all three operators are actually working together to put out another economic impact study about what the industry's done. I think the last one that was done in 2018 or 2019. And I think everybody's excited to put that out because I know when you talk about all of the operators, but I mean, we have 175 employees on the OTB side. When you look at how many people it takes to put on the race meet, you're talking another few hundred people. And, you know, I noticed somebody bought, for those of you, I'm going to talk Casper for a minute, but somebody got involved at Yellowstone Garage down here in the old Yellowstone district. And I saw an ad on Facebook where they were hiring staff for like $2 an hour plus tips, basically. And, you know, then I thought about, I mean, well, you want to run a restaurant in an inflationary environment. I mean, that's what it is. And if you look at what we do, and frankly, what all of our competitors do, these are good paying jobs for folks, whether they're working the gaming floors or whether they're working in the bars or the restaurants, because you've got a captive audience there. And I know all three operators provide benefits, health insurance, 401k, and all those kinds of things. And so it's important to, I think, demonstrate that while these OTBs support the tracks, that industry in and of itself is kind of created a whole industry in Wyoming of people that now have expertise. We work very hard to train our staff about the gaming side and how that works, how the simulcast side works, so that they can explain it to the public. But it's a whole industry of people that just didn't exist 10 years ago. So I think that's important to highlight. And I think all operators are excited to see what this economic impact study shows in terms of the growth of the industry and the impact that it's having on Wyoming.
Next slide, please. That's it. So, yeah, we're tickled to death to be here. Can't thank you all enough, and look forward to getting better all the time. Any questions? Sure. What do you want me to tell you? Yes. Yeah, no, yes, anything you need.
So President Davis, the dates that have been previously approved for 2023 for 307 horse racing, May 20th, 21st, 27th, 28th, 29th, June 3rd, 4th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 23, 24th, and 25th. I would ask the same questions of you, proposed purse structure, proposed purses for this coming year for the commissioners. And then we did have two issues that I'd like you to explain to the commissioners and your proposed fixes for. You had a gate placement problem where the starting gate was placed at the wrong distance, at least once I know of. And then also I believe we had several gate malfunctions where the timer was not working properly for quite some time.
President Davis and Director Moore, I guess the direct answer would be we're going to do everything we can to ensure that's not going to happen again. So that would be my immediate response to that. We know we had a couple mistakes at the gates and we're going to take action so that doesn't happen again. The question regarding purse money, it will be more than last year. We anticipate that we should be right around that $1 million mark in purse money. As far as the schedule, I guess I would like to point out that we do run at a county facility. Right behind our race meet is National High School Finals and some of those other things at the Camplex. So when it comes to overlapping dates and picking when these stakes races may run at which track and so on and so forth, we're very restricted. And I did want to make that known to you all here at the commission. We've got dates at the Camplex really at that time of year that can't be moved. In terms of scheduling stakes races where they're not overlapping, with Wyoming Downs on the same weekend, again, kind of restricted. We want to get an out on those babies before they enter in the trials, and then you have to have the break between the trials and the finals. We run a 6-week meet. You're pretty restricted on when you can run these races. So I just wanted to make that point. We're doing all we can for the horsemen, and we'll continue to do that, but we are restricted in what we can move around in terms of dates. And to Brandy's point, I mean, we did have some communication last year, but obviously nothing changed, so. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Davis, I'm moving a couple folks in as well on the big screen, and I have a presentation from them as well.
And President Davis, while they're getting all that put together, I'll read off the race dates for this next year for Mr. Joyce. That was a joke, Eugene. August 19th and 20th, 26th and 27th, September 2nd, 3rd, 8th, 9th, 10th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 23rd, 24th, 30th, and then October 1st. I hope those are correct.
Mr. President, Director Moore, we'd like to amend our race dates for, no, just joking. We're going to stick with what we have. Yes, but I do appreciate the tip of the hat from the director about helping to get a steward for our race meet. Since I created that problem, I'm glad I had a hand in fixing it last year. Eugene Joyce from Wyoming Horse Racing. I'm here with Lori Urbakite, who obviously needs no introduction. The gentleman to my left here does need an introduction. His name is Steve Jimenez. He is the new general manager of Wyoming Horse Racing LLC. He comes to us with over 35 years experience in the gaming, entertainment, and historic horse racing industry. He spent 3 years at the Red Mile, which is a racetrack in Kentucky where historic horse racing predated us here in Wyoming. And Pete Ligori and Nick Hughes are on the Zoom line with us. If they need to correct me. If you see them, Nick, if you see him making a motion like this, that means cut my microphone. So, but anyway, with reference to suitability and the benefits to the state, we'd like to start off with Steve just going over some of the tangible economic benefits of our business operation.
I've only been here about a month, so actually tomorrow I think would be a month on the nose. But I'm excited to be here. Obviously, being at the Red Mile, so I understand the racing industry and HHR. The one thing that makes a big difference, if we're all committed to one goal, the horse racing industry will benefit. So that's the big thing that would, coming from Kentucky, Kentucky is a big horse racing industry. Here, I know it's big horse racing. So I think it goes a long way when we're all going down the right path. A few stats I want to talk about. At Wyoming Horse Racing, we employ over 100 permanent positions and about 35 seasonal racing positions when we run at Sweetwater Downs. Last year, we paid $5.76 million, of which 1.2 was to the Breeders' Award Fund, and then about 4.5 to the LRSA, state, county, city, and towns. While this year, through October, we're at 4.84 million in total taxes and slightly over $1 million to the Breeders' Fund. We're definitely on target to exceed 2021. The big thing is while we have the horse racing industry, these monies make a big difference, but it also help the communities, the states, the towns. So it's not just the horse racing, but it affects a lot of industry or a lot of areas throughout the state. But obviously, the number one focus is the horse racing industry. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Chief.
Thank you, Steve. Nick, if you could you cue up the video? We'll play a short video with the highlights from our race meet this year. Yeah, let's have Lori do her part. We're going out of order here, but hey.
We're out of order. So I'm the lobbyist for Wyoming Horse Racing LLC, along with Sherilyn Kaiser. And we heard a lot of discussion over the last couple months about you're growing the OTBs, but you're not growing the horse industry. And the sheet I handed out to you, and our numbers are similar to what was given to you earlier. But we show the actual percentage increases. We are growing the horse industry, and I don't want any legislator or anybody to doubt that. If you look from 2010, zero. Zeros all the way down the line. 2018, we had purse money of 1.4 million. 2022, and remember we had 20 and 21 where we had terrible years because of the COVID situation. We increased by 124%. That's outstanding growth in our industry. And this is the industry growth. You look at the number of starters. We went from 2177 to 3388, 56% increase. The Breeders' Award money, I mean, I'm not going to read them all to you, but look at that, $2,324,000 in 2018 to over 4.9 million estimated in 2022. It's 111% growth. We are growing the horse racing industry in Wyoming, and it takes the money from the OTBs to make that happen. That's the message I want every legislator that might be listening to us to hear loud and clear. We have to continue to grow if you want us to continue to grow this industry. And that'll be the message that we will bring to the legislature in 2023. So let's see if they got sound now.
Okay, that video was courtesy of Michael and David Hansen. They're our filmmakers out of Bend, Oregon, and our track announcer, AP Harold, went to high school with them and reconnected with him and told him what he was doing and where he was doing it, and they thought this sounded pretty nifty. They're hoping to develop this into a reality series, selling it to Netflix. If that happens, If that happens, the benefit to the state of Wyoming and our industry is going to be in the millions of dollars. But just that somebody took an interest and to give our jockeys, our horsemen, that recognition that you really don't get racing at this level. We're AAA baseball at best. Although we are starting to see cream rise to the top. We're starting to see horses, the best Wyoming-bred horse has only raced in Wyoming once. He's been racing in Oak Lawn, Churchill Downs, back east. But that's the caliber of horses the breed program is starting to produce. I should note that the $1 million in the improvement of our racing facility is being put up by Wyoming Horse Racing. We're hoping to work with Sweetwater Events Complex to get matching grants to get more bang for our buck. But we're putting our money where our mouth is to put the horse first and put racing first. We ran, in 7 weekends, we ran 3, count them, 3 quarter horse futurities. And the Sweetwater futurity was actually had the highest purse in the last 22 years until George Spiva's futurity knocked us off the pedestal 2 weeks later with their race. But we continue to value the horse. It's all about the horse. Lori coined that phrase back in 2013 when we were trying to pass House Bill 25, and it still remains a core tenet with Wyoming horse racing. And some of the things I'm going to mention here, they're not required by us per rule or statute. It's who we are, and it's our priorities. We focus on race horses, and we focus on human resources. And it's manifested in a lot of things we do. One is track maintenance. Our track maintenance equipment is over $1 million in equipment to renovate that racing surface, to make sure the horses run on a proper surface. Obviously, we brand all our OTBs as the Horse Palace. If you ever go into the Horse Palaces, a lot of them, I know in Evanston, especially in the one of them here in Casper, you'll see a lot of horse racing memorabilia and pictures on the wall. A lot of that's my own personal stuff, but it's to remind people that it's about the horse. We take pride in training our employees on how to punch tickets. It's a lot of arcane language, as Dan Schiffer can tell you, trying to place bets. But we train them all to understand that. And then during our live race meets, we bring our employees, our frontline employees from all of our sites, we rotate them down to Rock Springs, put them up in hotels, and have them punch tickets so they can experience the live horse racing. So they understand the connection between our OTBs and the terminals we have in our OTBs and what it's all about. It's the race meet is where I like to say the rubber meets the road. It determines where and how over $8 million in purse money and breed money is going to be distributed to the horsemen and breeders. From there, all that money cascades down to all the people and businesses that are part of our industry. The jockeys, the grooms, the veterinarians, the farriers, the feed stores, the hotels, the bars, the restaurants, the gas stations, and might I add, dry cleaners and laundromats. Very important there. Anyway, so it's just not our mantra. It expresses who and what we believe in. It's manifested in our brand, the Horse Palace, the training and education, the investment in our track equipment, in our simulcast schedule, and in our commitment to be a good corporate citizen in the communities where we conduct business. So we mentioned the $1 million investment. Part of that construction is going to be taking place in 2023. We're going to be constructing a new building that's going to have the racing office, steward's office, bookkeeper's office, jock's room with shower and laundry facilities, gaming commission, licensing clerk's office, and an administrative office. So Charlie said to me, I mentioned a couple of these stats, and he said, well, nobody knows about them. Shame on you for not tooting your own horn. So we appreciate the opportunity to toot our own horn, but we do need to get the message out about the overall economic impact that our industry has. And Kyle mentioned that all three of the operators are working with us to update a economic impact study we put together back in 2019. It went through 2018. And the economic impact of our industry, which then was only half the size it is now, was $62 million on the economy here in Wyoming. So we're hoping to have that study out prior to Christmas, definitely prior to the legislative session. But hopefully it's a great story to tell. It's about growth. It's about the horse and the agribusiness that is horse racing. And hopefully we can build from here. And with that, Mr. President, I'm happy to take any questions the commission might have.
Questions, Commissioner?
Boy, you must have sold a good deal. Dry cleaners? Where'd that come from?
Is that one of your businesses? Yes, it's got a lot of dry cleaners in Evansville.
Do you have a little banner flying over the racetrack?
Well, I could afford the sponsorship rates that's wound down, but spend a lot of money with it. They start.
All right, thank you. Charlie, do you need to reiterate the dates or anything?
Already did it. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, did it when they sat down.
I'll get them tattooed on my arm.
All right.
Yeah. Just so they don't change. Yeah, that's the deal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
President Davis.
Yes, sir.
Moving on, or
Item number
take a
11.
5-minute break? What do you want to? We got a lot of ground to cover.
Well,
Or not.
If nobody has to pause for the cause, let's keep going. Keep going. Okay, Charlie, item number 11.
Yes, thank you.
Park Racing Advance ADW application, Wyoming Downs.
Item 11, Wyoming Downs, simulcast historic racing advanced deposit wagering applications for 23. Mr. Laramendi, all the necessary items have been provided. In those requests, did they identify in there that the hangar was a full, or a,
The action of those two will have no effect on this at all. Because
Okay.
they'll operate
okay. Okay.
the same way.
So we're, as far as simulcasting permit, we're talking Wyoming Downs Racetrack, the Outlaw in Cheyenne, Gateway Plaza in Laramie, Wyoming Downs Coffeen Avenue in Sheridan, El Marco Lanes in Casper, Cheyenne Plaza on Lincoln Way in Cheyenne, Wyoming Downs West Over Road, Gillette, Wyoming Downs Evanston, Wyoming Downs Liquor Depot in Rock Springs, Wyoming Downs Highway 59 in Gillette, Wyoming Downs Casper Wilkins Circle, Wyoming Downs the Town Bar, Green River, Wyoming Downs Del Range in Cheyenne, Wyoming Downs in Evansville, Wyoming Downs Beacon Club in Mills, soon to be, or approved, but not operating at this point. Wyoming Downs, it's the old Sears building in Rock Springs. Wyoming Downs Buffalo, Wyoming Downs Thermopolis, the hangar with limited operation, Split Happens, or excuse me, Split Happens, which is a full service, and then Troopers here in Casper with limited operations. As we'd said, all the necessary information has been provided by the permittees consistent with previous submissions. Mr. Laramendi's report is attached, and the application is included. Nick, do you have anything?
President Davis, Director Moore, I do not.
At this time then, we would be entertaining a motion. Correct, Charlie, to approve? Wyoming Down application. Troy has moved us to move. Is there a second? Cactus move, or second? Jeez. Any further discussion? Further discussion? All those in favor, signify
Discussion
by
from the
aye.
public?
Check with the public. Anybody in the public? Sounds good. All in favor, aye? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
The next item on the agenda, 11B, 307 horse racing. They are permitted through 2023. We've already done the suitability review. If you have any additional questions regarding their future plans or benefits, or we can continue to move on, no action is required for the simulcasting.
No action is required. Any comments or questions? Item C, Charlie?
Yes. Or did I jump?
We went to, were we doing 307 or Wyoming horse racing?
Well, excuse me, it's B, excuse me.
Okay,
307 horse, 11B, excuse me.
11B.
Yes.
Are we,
And there's no action required on this, and they've already communicated
no, we're at 11.
through the suitability, through the live event. And the same thing would apply for 11C. Something to note in 11C, not to their liking, I'm sure, the Casper location here for Wyoming horse racing, Casper Central, has been closed for how many weeks has that been closed now? Since October 17th, due to, yeah, issues beyond their control.
Yes.
Ownership, yeah.
Wonderful spot to be. Okay,
But there's no action required on that item.
okay. With that, Charlie?
Moving to item 12A, parimutuel, Chapter 8, conduct of races, breeders' rules, just a quick update. November 4th, rules were delivered to the governor's office for permission to proceed. Shortly after, on November 10th, we received the governor's approval to proceed. November 14th of this week, the rules were submitted to the Secretary of State, and they are currently in public comment. You can access that from our website or go to the Secretary of State's website and access the rules. There's the vehicle in there to do public comments if you want to. Public comment will conclude January 3rd. No additional requirement or action.
Update then, correct?
Just an update for you.
Okay, item B.
Item 12B, an update on the skill-based amusement game rules. They were submitted to public comment. That will conclude December 6, 2022. So everybody in the room kind of understands the process. If we don't have any public comments, it'll be a very simple process of moving those. The rules will come back to the commission. The commission will have a Zoom meeting to do the final adoption, and then we will send those to the governor's office. My intent is, again, if we don't have public comments, or if the public comments on those particular rules are very minimal and we're able to respond to those appropriately, would be to have a Zoom meeting prior to Christmas to where we can get those adopted and moved on to the next step. Now, again, I just have to preface this. We have not received any comments on those rules at this point. Again, depending on the comments that we receive, that then requires time to go through those. Even if we do get public comments, we will go through those and we'll address those as quickly as we possibly can. Potentially, we would be, again, depending on the volume or the type of questioning with the public comments, it could be shortly after the first of the year before we would be able to have a meeting to formally adopt those rules. Again, one time to reiterate, At the conclusion, December 6th, without public comment, shortly after that, we will schedule a Zoom meeting to adopt those without public comment and get those moved for you. And then at that point, they will be in the governor's office approximately up to 75 days.
At 75 days from adoption.
Yeah. Up to 75 days. Once those rules are completed, they'll be out there and able to jump in and expand. Any questions, commissioners? Any questions?
Any comments from the public? See a nodding head. Whoa.
Now, is this regarding the skill-based amusement game rules, or is this moving into the technical standards?
We were talking about the rules.
Okay,
Just quickly if you could.
okay.
Let's see anything else. Okay, but we're just addressing. President Davis, Commission, I believe the letter pertains actually to the technical specifications that we're not yet addressing. Initially, President Davis and Commission, we just wanted to thank you for hearing us after what I know has been a very long day because we've been here with you. Frank Fina, I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for Pace-O-Matic, and I'm also representing Cowboy Skill here today. Cowboy Skill and Pace-O-Matic are 100% supportive of the administrative rules that are being passed on from this commission to hopefully the governor's office following the Zoom meeting. Well, we'd like to make an observation and a request of the commission. We've sat here today and we've been at a great many commission meetings over the last 2 years, and we can't help but observe that there's been, we've watched as there's been extensive expansion of HHR. Today, I believe nearly 90 new HHR machines were approved. Over the last 2 years, I don't know what the number is. It could be nigh upon 1,000 HHR machines have been approved, all appropriately, all within the law and within the rights of the operators to do so. We have no problem with that. What we can't help but observe and request is a level playing field. During that period of time, we've been told, meaning skill operators, the 5 licensed skill operators in Wyoming have been told that we can't expand. We have candidly the same statutory structure as parimutuel gaming, meaning that our statute, the skill statute, is silent. Guidelines are absent as to where we can or cannot go, just like the parimutuel statute. Nonetheless, we've been told that we can't expand. And we as good corporate citizens of Wyoming agreed to that. and up till today. But now we're looking at March as the earliest, I believe, maybe March, maybe late February, as the date upon which we would be permitted under the current structure to submit applications to expand. And what we would like you to consider is to allow us to submit applications starting on January 3rd, so that we don't lose another 2 months on this expansion. If we go with the current calendar, let's say the governor's office finally approves the rules on March 1st, we're looking at June 1st, probably as the earliest day we can start to get new locations and games out. So that's another 7.5 months. Respectfully, we believe we've been very patient. We believe we've been very good citizens. We also believe there's no legal restriction on our expansion. And we very much would like to start in that effort. I also would like to point out, because I think it's crucial to this discussion, there's been a lot of comments here today, and I think elsewhere, about skill games and their presence in the communities. For 2 years, there has not been a single additional skill game placed in Wyoming, not one. In fact, the number of skill games over the last 2 years has decreased because there have been locations that have decided to put in HHR games and essentially kick out the skill games. So the number operating today is less than it had been. So again, we have been extraordinarily patient. I think we've been extraordinarily fair, but we really would ask for your consideration of allowing us to start putting applications on January 3rd, hopefully for approval on the approximate date that these rules go into effect. Thank you.
President Davis, commissioners, just to follow on what my colleague, Mr. Fina said, I was one of those operators that had skills games in my bar. I owned a bar in downtown Cheyenne called Dillinger's. We were open for approximately 2 years. We opened during COVID. We really had to kind of move with the market to figure out exactly what we were going to do. I wanted to open a sports bar. Nobody could come in and watch sports for a while. So we had live music, comedy, sipping shops where we brought vendors in to our space, and they shopped and they drank, whatever we had to offer them. We had events all the time. We had weddings, we had wedding receptions, we had baby recitals. The bottom line is the skills games were going to be the linchpin of what we did. I also represent Patriot Contest and Games, which is a distributor. When we came in 2019 to get our games approved, they were denied. And so we spent the next 1.5 years working toward approval because our lab report in 2019 said that we were a skills game, but we were told we were a game of inherent chance. And so through Senate File 56 in 2020, we found a pathway to get back to approval. And so 2 years later, after our initial denial, we finally got our skills games into my bar in December of 2021. In February of 2022, I was informed by the building owner that we were not going to be renewed because an HHR group was going to come into our space with 80 games. My 4 games weren't approved for 2 years, but 80 games came into my space in downtown Cheyenne, where I would suggest we were providing something different to the community than a casino. So I'm just echoing what my colleague had said, that there are also consequences, whereas the HHR industry is doing a heck of a job creating opportunity for horse racing. In my case, I lost my business, at least temporarily, because I couldn't compete with that. And skills games would have been a backbone to that opportunity. So I completely urge you to give us an opportunity to expand on January 3rd. Thank you.
President Davis, if I might just add to that, I think that's a great example of, you know, I'm just not here, we are just not here requesting this on behalf of Pace-O-Matic or Cowboy Skill, but we're talking about hundreds of small businesses throughout Wyoming that have been candidly damaged by this delay. They want these games. They need this supplemental income. They needed it during COVID. And now, you know, with the economy perhaps not doing as well as we'd all like, I think they're going to need it coming up as well. So another 7.5-month delay, or even longer, depending on some of the aspects of this, like the tech specs, really is consequential.
Excuse me? Well, I think that's been done several times already. And it doesn't sometimes fare too well. I think that's for another discussion.
Mr. President, Jonathan Downing on behalf of Cowboy Skill and Pace-O-Matic, and I don't know if we, for the record, with Mr. Clement, with Patriot Games, as far as was there as well. Essentially, what we're asking for as far as the process, you'll still have to go through the process of governor's approval and everything. But what you could do in that period between those two times is mainly have all the applications for the locations that are seeking to be authorized under those rules. Assuming you don't have any substantive major comments that are going to change that up between now and when that December 6th deadline is. And so in that interim period between governor's review, no major changes to those rules, that you would have those applications on file, that they'd be accepted, that staff could go through that process of essentially having them ready to go for approval before the commission once under our normal rulemaking process, assuming there's no major issues as far as from the time that they go from staff in this commission to the governor for review, which I believe the Attorney General's office has already reviewed these several times. That's the part that you could accelerate that time frame on. And then you're not waiting until summer versus being able to move, say, March 3rd or somewhere in that time period.
Mr. President, Catherine Wilkinson on behalf of Cowboy Skill and Pace-O-Matic. We'd also respectfully commit to the commission that nothing in those rules would change the way that things are operating today. The process, while very long and tedious, was thorough. We were able to participate in that process. I don't think you're going to have substantial comments, but even with a few comments, nothing will change the way that our operators are currently operating right now with the games. Nothing that passed will change that.
Indeed, Mr. President and Commission, what we would envision is that all the applicants would be adhering to the proposed rules and that they would not be formally accepted and licensed until after the governor's final signature on those rules. We would just be merely candidly, getting a march on it so that rather than having them approved, say, June 1st, or within 60 days after March 1st, they could be approved March 3rd, because all the legwork would have been done by staff and they'd be ready to roll.
How many do you expect?
Good question.
Mr. President, we currently have, I believe, 611 and 232 locations. This is speaking alone, Cowboy Skill alone. We are hoping to have restrictions to liquor licenses and truck stops. There is currently a bill that will be presented. It is sponsored by the Joint Revenue Committee, will be up before the legislature. We estimate that the total saturation of skill games that are appropriate in the state of Wyoming should not go above 2,500. There are several liquor licenses, and I'm not an expert on this, but I believe the amount of liquor licenses in the state is around 1,400. Not all of those are appropriate locations for skill games. So as you recall, skill games are supposed to be a supplemental part of a business. They are not an end destination like a casino or HHR. They have never meant to be that. They are not the main part of the business. So there are several liquor licenses that would not be applicable nor would be interested in lots of national chains. So we estimate that the total saturation level is around 2,500. That would be appropriate for Wyoming. And we are very conscious of the saturation rate of skill games. We do not want to see this like Montana, where there is a mini casino on every corner. Our vendors live here, they operate here, they're small businesses, they partner with those small businesses, and they want gaming that is appropriate for Wyoming. I'd also remind you that we specify our games are 21 and up. We ask for the restrictions of the 4 games per location, the maximum payout of $3,000, the maximum gameplay of $3. Those were all very intentional asks for a specific business design, just to supplement those. So, Mr. Chairman, the very long answer to your question, 2,500 is what we envision as the max.
So you were saying to Commissioner Cabela that on January 3rd, you would flood the office with 2,500?
No, Mr. Chairman,
My question was, how many do you anticipate we would have on January 3rd? And I realize you can't give us anything definitive, but you guys are pretty sharp. Give us one of those scientific wild-ass guesses.
Mr. Chairman, I've just received information that we may have on Cowboy Skill alone, maybe another 300 to 400 total is what we're, games, not applications, games. So remember, each can go up to 4 per location. There are lots of locations that 4 is not an appropriate number, it's too high.
Mr. President, I would just add the 2,500, I believe, would be eventual once market had stabilized, probably years away. And that would be maximum. I actually don't think it would reach 2,500 in the state of Wyoming with our population.
So, but still the question remains, how many applications would come in January 3rd?
Mr. President, speaking for Patriot Games, we would probably have about 10.
But we'd only have 10 applications January 3rd?
From me,
From
from Patriot Games.
Mr. Chairman, from Cowboy Skills, it would be 100 or less. I just spoke to the market manager.
So we'd have roughly 110 applications coming in.
Well, there are 3 other manufacturers licensed. Mr. Chairman, there are 3 other licensed manufacturers. I can't speak for them.
President Davis,
Go ahead.
if I could maybe suggest, we will know December 6th exactly how quick the process will go. And ask them to submit their request in writing. December 6th, we will know, we will have a meeting shortly after that to approve or adopt the rules. And I think, do we not have in our rules to where they're prioritized? I've done so many rules, I honestly do not remember. Do we have it in rules where we prioritize, or at least I know we talked about it? They are prioritized on when they're coming, but then the other piece is just the logistics part of it. If it goes beyond a 60-day window, we have 60 days to approve. So we have to be very careful because you don't want to necessarily have a situation where you deny. So we just have to look at that. And if you could submit that, I think, to the commissioners in writing.
On the 6th.
Before, as soon as you could, that would be incredibly helpful, I think, for the commissioners to.
Zoom meeting shortly thereafter.
Or lay out a plan to attack it.
Yep. President Davis, I hate to be presumptive or to engage in a little bit of a wheeling dealing here, but I think there could be a real fantastic meeting of the minds in terms of, I understand the statute has the 6-day provision, but this being so unusual, I can imagine that applicants would voluntarily agree to extend that to 75 days or 80 days in this unusual situation. That way giving the commission, again, leeway to then, up until February 20th or something, or March 20th to get the final approval done.
Cactus, you have a question?
I do have a question. Mike, can we actually take an application before we have the authority to do that? Or do they need to be dated the actual date that we can begin approving? Because they're approved. Can they be pre-submitted, predated? And then 60 days from there, or, I mean, how does that work legally? What can we do truly?
Mr. President, and Commissioner Covello, I don't know. I don't know that the commission has taken a position in the past that we were not accepting applications until there were rules in place. Now, I don't know if there's some sort of alternative or something like that. We'd have to take a look at the statutes and see. I don't know. I haven't, kind of a new suggestion that I haven't thought through.
Would we be able to come back with a recommendation by, say, that meeting after December 6th there when we send it back to the governor?
We can certainly look at that, and I can
Clarification, or
I can have an answer to you here shortly.
okay, an avenue for them to look at anyway.
Yeah, we can do that.
President Davis,
Go ahead.
typically when you submit an application, you're going to go based on the time that it's submitted. And that's when you start your time frame. Any type of appeals or anything like that, you're restricted on certain, if it's a denial, approval, or whatever, you go back on that date. I think we're making an assumption that everything's going to go all hunky-dory. Nothing is perfect. So I don't think that right now is the time to even, although I appreciate the request because I know what you guys are up against. We still have other rules and we still have other things that we've got to follow too.
President Davis.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
And another, along with Commissioner Wildcat, the concern would be if the commission's setting itself up for failure to have several hundred games to review with that 60-day requirement. Now, although the operators may not raise a fuss about it, there still is that 60-day requirement to get those by statute. And I don't know that the commission can violate its own statutes and not complete that review and either approve or deny within 60 days. And so I would be concerned that you'd be setting yourself up for failure in that statute.
But with that information in mind, if we had a way forward, it is possible that these vendors could prioritize a list with the understanding what we're looking at. That makes sense?
I think, Commissioner Davis, I think it does, and Commissioner Covello, to answer your question as well, I respectfully, I don't think there is a legal restriction, any legal restriction on you accepting these applications. In fact, I think as the statute is written, we could have been submitting them all along. The commission has made a policy decision not to accept them. There's nothing in the statute that talks about that. So we've respected that policy decision. So I think just as the commission made a policy decision not to accept them, I think the commission can make a policy decision to accept them, starting January 3rd or January 5th or January 15th. I think we just need to be careful about talking about legal restrictions on submitting applications, because I candidly am not aware of any.
Well, at that being said, then I think we still need to reflect back to whatever our
Certainly.
AG is going to advise us on.
Certainly.
Nick, did you have a question?
President Davis, we have Mr. Mosier who had his hand up. I've moved him over and there he appears.
There he is, the legend.
Thank you, President Davis, Commission. I didn't plan on testifying, or I would have been there in person, but I'll be brief. The hearing about the early apps has me kind of excited. To clarify, and it was mentioned in earlier testimony, the economy is really taking a hit on on-premise establishments, clubs, bars, restaurants. Last couple of months has been awful across the state, and there's been a lot of waiting for skill games to be able to expand, and they've been patient, but I get a lot of phone calls. I called January through March the starting times because they're slow anyway. And I think added on to the concerns about the economy and recessions is going to be just as bad as COVID in practicality, because there won't be any relief money coming in from the federal government. So I would just ask the commission, and I don't know, December 6th, you can make that, whenever you make the determination, I would plead that you consider this, because I'm hearing from a lot of places that are having a difficult time. Now, to clarify, you'd asked about the number of establishments that might be interested in expanding. Ms. Wilkinson ably answered that. And she's right, there's 1,400 liquor licenses, but that includes lots of chains, packaged liquor stores, ethnic and family restaurants, manufacturers, of which there's quite a few. And so none of those places, or most of those places, will not be interested in skill games. So I can see doubling or maybe a little over at the absolute max of what we currently have if the sideboards are passed, and we support the sideboards. So with that, I would like to thank the commission, Commissioner Moore, all the work you've done on these. I'm tickled to see this moving forward. The early apps, however, if you can extend a helping hand to maybe move things up a couple of months for these people that are working so hard to stay in business, like Mr. Clement, it would be greatly appreciated. So thanks again. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions, commissioners? Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
And Mr. President, Jonathan Downing again. One thing we were remiss in commenting on earlier, which Mr. Mosier reminded me with Mr. Clement, is that there are some smoke shops, I believe, that he currently has that have some games, but I don't know what that number looks like on that end as far as when they're looking at restrictions to 21 and over. And we're one of the few areas as far as industries that are 21 and over for any of those age appropriate locations. So would put that on the radar as well, just as far as in Pace-O-Matic land, we don't necessarily have any that are currently on our radar in that space. It's more where we traditionally are as far as our locations.
Thank you, Jonathan. Nick, you had a comment? Oh, I thought you did. Oh, okay. Thank you. A plan going forward, commissioners? We want to look heavily at this and see if we can have a decision for these people on December.
What I would suggest, if you could please put that together in writing and submit it to me or to the commission. It's all one and the same. And we'll have that.
By then, Mr. Kaler, you will have us some information.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, and we will plan to get that to Executive Director and Commission prior to the December 6th deadline. We aren't foreseeing any major substantive comments from Pace-O-Matic with respect to the rules as far as the current rules that are on file.
Okay, with that,
what it's worth, Mr. President,
Just spit it out.
I don't blame you people for being tense and overwrought over this situation. The whole thing, the way it came about, how this whole thing came about would have driven me nuts if I was in business. I think all of us here understand what's happened and certainly understand your frustrations. We're frustrated in trying to get to where we can license you, and I know that doesn't pay any bills, but we do empathize.
Any other comments? Oh, Mr. Liaison.
You know, I'm having a little trouble quantifying what I want to say, but I think you're engaging in a real calculated risk to take this step, in that if there are opponents, religious, anti-gaming, those kind of people are now, you're giving them the opportunity to come in and really put a wrench in these rules and the timing of this thing by you stepping forth and say, well, we're going to expand so-and-so, even though it's not going to happen until the next step. You're giving them a real opportunity to marshal against you and potentially, further delay what you're trying, the step we're trying to get to, which I guess is March. And I don't know if that's going to happen, but I think you all ought to be cognizant that there are probably people out there, who you're flying under the radar pretty good because there's only 600 of these games out there. If you play your hand and the press picks it up that there's going to be 2,500 games out there, and they decide they want to object to this, you've given them plenty of ammunition to come against you. And I don't know that that'll happen. I'm just thinking you should be aware of that potential. That's just my thoughts.
Thank you, Dan. Any other comments?
President Davis, and I'm sure Jonathan and Catherine, you understand the rule process. And one of the other concerns is always once we submit it to the governor, he has up to 75 days to sign off on it. LSO and management also. Now, it's crucial that it would get to them prior to January 10th, because typically they do not consider any rules during the session. They just won't. So, there's that delay that's always involved there, but a lot of that is your legwork, and for you to push those things, to move these along at that level.
Mr. President, Executive Director Moore, thank you for that point. And while the LSRA looks very healthy right now, and while the coffers with the Craig projection look very healthy right now, in conversations with several legislators, without getting into specifics or committing them, when you're foregoing revenues like you've foregone revenues for the last 2 years, there are desires by some of those legislators as far as whether it's the schools, as far as who are the beneficiaries of these revenues, or local governments. They're realizing that even though we're looking okay for this next cycle, we're still going to be having some tight budgets ahead. And so I can appreciate that. And I think it's a very important thing to be concerned with. At the same time, they're hearing from their constituents about how hard it is as far as some of these businesses, that while skill games are not the primary driver for that business, it would definitely be something that will help their revenues long term, just as it helps some of those revenues for those individual businesses back during the last 2 years that had them, and those that would like to try and even some of those out, as you've seen expansion in other markets. And we have clearly stayed in our lane as far as our part of the gaming industry, and we respect our friends that are also behind me right now, and I hope they're smiling. But that being the case, though, I mean, there's space for everybody in that market, but you do have small businesses that are struggling and are wanting to try and add something to that mix, because you do have those other areas out there.
President Davis, Jonathan, so the written submission, can we get it as soon as by the end of the week? Or middle or before Thanksgiving?
Certainly.
Okay.
I might just,
That's the first step.
certainly.
And the sooner we get to the first step, then the commission can
Sure.
take step 2, 3.
And just again, address some of these concerns, President Davis and Commission. You know, the skill game statute was a little different. And I'm not a Wyoming attorney, but I've read some of these statutes here, like the parimutuel statute. You know, this statute, the skill game statute, had very specific provisions about the application process, which doesn't exist, for example, in the parimutuel statute. So it's a little bit different. So you know, concerns about potential opponents in the public, they'd have to change the law. That's the current situation. I mean, we're allowed under the law to provide applications, and there's very restrictive provisions about the basis upon which applications can be rejected. You know, we didn't write the law, none of us, but that's what it says. So it's sort of a unique situation, and we are here asserting respectfully that we can go forward consistent and compliant with the law. And we would very much like agreement with that. So yes, we'll submit the proposal and go from there. And in addition, another manufacturer has contacted us, Marcus Rothenmuller, for Gracie Games, and he agrees. He agrees with this proposition, and he says he would have approximately 20 applications for expansion.
Well, all we can do is do what we can do best.
Certainly.
We'll keep you advised if you can get the wheels rolling as Director Moore has put forth, and we can see if we can get this dealt with by timely fashion.
Thank you much. Should we just stay here because we're going to move into technical specifications?
President Davis, okay, I guess we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Dick just called it. 10 minutes.
So
We'll have 5 minutes.
5 minutes,
Well, 10 minutes.
10 minutes,
All right.
so 4:37. Kelly, if you do the roll call, please. Yeah.
Here.
Vice President Broussard. Commissioner Cavello.
Here.
Commissioner Daigle.
Here.
Commissioner Berry. Commissioner Ritholler. Commissioner Kura. Commissioner Wildcat. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Charlie, at that, let's continue down this item 12B, skill-based amusement games technical standards.
Thank you, President Davis. Commissioners and everyone here in the room, there was a handout just a little bit ago, and then we also received an email from Cowboy Skills from Jonathan Downing specifically, regarding the technical specifications. I think well, why don't you just explain the email instead of me doing it?
Thank you, Mr.
You have her, Don.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jonathan Downing with Cowboy Skill and Pace-O-Matic. And if it'd be all right, we'll just tag team a little bit for today. In terms of what's in your email, as well as the printed letter that's in front of you, the signers are 3 out of the 5 manufacturers, plus some of the Cowboy Skill and Pace-O-Matic folks that are around the state. With respect to the discussions on technical specifications, just for some history's sake, thank you on making folks available for that last roundtable that we'd had to discuss some of those technical specifications. In reviewing some of the documents that were here, and Mr. Fina can get into more detail, our concerns are that as far as if the technical specifications that are on the table today were to be passed, there would be a couple things that would happen that would be problematic for the industry. And so while you've got the formalities of this type of setting, we believe that the roundtable format was very useful for having an open dialogue where people could debate some of the issues and what the commission staff is wanting to accomplish. We are supportive of ensuring that you have technical specifications, but the main caveat there is that you need to have technical specifications that work well for games of skill versus when you're looking at casino floor games or those types of games. And so I can understand the desire to try and meld those types of specifications together across all the industries that you regulate. There are some areas that need to be worked on a little bit more clearly that would be more attributable to games of skill versus games of chance. And along those lines, we'd still like to request another roundtable to go over those. Considering the breadth of what was there, we believe that it was one of those that you're probably looking at another round of rulemaking just because of what's there, how you mesh it up with statute, and how you mesh it up with what's policy versus spec. And with that, I would turn it over to Mr. Fina for more of the meat and potatoes on this issue. And then I believe Ryan's also, he might have some comments as well.
President Davis, commissioners, I guess I would start off with an inquiry. And I apologize if this is unusual, but is it your desire to have us go through these specifications at this time and raise our detailed objections and concerns? Or is it, as we've previously discussed, I believe in September when these were tabled, that we attempt to meet with commission staff and relay further those concerns in an effort to resolve what are really significant concerns with these specifications?
Commissioner Cavello.
Mr. President, it would be my thoughts that you would be far best working with staff who have the deeper understanding of what you're trying to say and where you're trying to get that can relay it back to us in simple terms that we have a chance of understanding. For us to try to hash through it here today, you should be working with staff back and forth. We're going to be in the way, in my opinion.
Further comments?
We. President Davis, these standards have been out there for quite a while, and we've seen quite a bit of comment come through. Just if we push them through even today, doesn't mean that that's the end of the line. They still have time to comment, but we can get the process done faster because we've been sitting on these for quite some time. So,
Very well noted. Any further comments?
If I might, President Davis, just as by way of an example, as to the seriousness of these specifications. Today, we were provided with a copy of an amendment to what had previously been published in the technical specifications. And it's fairly simple. It's a statement that all authorized skill games in Wyoming will be compliant with the technical specifications, and that they will be given 6 months to become compliant. Just to be 100% candid, for Cowboy Skill, which is the majority presence in the market, this is impossible, this 6-month requirement. This would require within 6 months to make massive changes to each and every game we have in Wyoming. We have estimated the costs at $7 million to come to compliance with these technical specifications. And also within that 6 months, we would need to complete all changes, have a lab certification done, and submit it to the commission and go through the application process. That's simply impossible in 6 months. So the stakes for Cowboy Skill are really significant. And that's without getting into, again, the reasons within the specifications that we would have to make those significant changes. And as far as we are concerned, and we have a number of technical people here today, the game we have in Wyoming is known within Pace-O-Matic as the Edge game. There were 2 people fundamentally who invented that game, Michael Pace, who's the owner of Pace-O-Matic, and Glenn Carter, who's present here today. With him is Shakti Kamal. They've been here before, if you recollect, and she is the director of platforms for Pace-O-Matic and is incredibly familiar with this game as well. These technical specifications have a great many hardware and software requirements in them that candidly are not necessary for skill games. So the situation that is presented to us, and we're not alone in this among the manufacturers who are currently licensed, the situation that's presented to us is that we have a compliant skill game, compliant with Wyoming statutory law, that we will have to invest approximately $7 million to be compliant with technical specifications that are not necessary for a competent, statutorily correct skill game in Wyoming. We would present that's not reasonable, as well as not practical. So again, we can go through all of these, but our request is that not advance these specifications because they really need that level of renovation respectfully before they should be advanced.
Commissioners, any comments? Go ahead, Commissioner. Yep, the green button.
One of them guys back there knows how to run a machine, might get this going. I'm just thinking. To be honest with you, kind of like what Cactus said, you're going to have to give me one example of what that is. and what it does and what the commission or the statute intends it to do, that would help me out greatly, because I haven't heard that yet. Give me one example of part of that $7 million change up that you'd have to do to all the machines that the specification says you have to do. That would really help me, because I can give you specifications on how to work on a Duramax, and I'll bet I can snow it for you. So I need to know something about your skill games.
For the buying a little bit of time, we pay 3.5 million in taxes roughly right now. And so the cost to comply is going to equal 2 years worth of current tax payments. That just seems unattainable right now. But I'll defer over to Mrs. Wilkinson if that's.
I will as soon as she returns my microphone.
Mr. President, sorry, I did steal his microphone. This is exactly why we are asking for a roundtable, so that we may have the opportunity to educate you. We did have a roundtable that was held on August 11th, and we wanted the opportunity to be able to brief you. We want to continue that conversation, but we would like to be able to sit down in an informal format and have that real in-depth conversation where we can go back and forth without the formalities and be able to easily explain, this is what they're trying to do. This is why it's not going to accomplish that. Let's do it this way because this is appropriate for Wyoming. So that is our request, that we would be able to have a roundtable so we can have those discussions. With that, I will turn the mic back over to him so he can give you the specific example.
Mr. President, with regards to that real quick, we can't do that according with Wyoming meeting laws. We can't do that informally. You could have one or two of us, but that's it.
The question I have is, what have we been doing with these since the conception, as Commissioner Wildcat pointed out? Have we not had this in front of us? Have we not addressed that? And now it's the 9th minute and we need to shut them down, table them again, and.
They've been saying it all along.
Yep.
Mr. President, to address the concern, you are correct on that, but we would love it if there would be some commissioners that would come and listen and learn and be able to share that knowledge.
I've asked, just because it'll be far more illuminating, I've asked Glenn Carter, one of the inventors of this game, to step forward and just give you one example. We have lists of them, by the way, but we'll give you one example. Thank you.
Sure, and Mr. President and commissioners, thanks for the opportunity. Probably the best example I can give you off the top of my head is the cabinets themselves. The current specifications as they're written would require locked logic areas for hardware monitoring. It requires.
Excuse me, if you could give the page number that you're talking and
Chapter
the
2,
line
section.
number, so the commissioners know exactly where you are.
Well, that's in Chapter 2, Section 4C. Page 6.
22. Chapter 2, Section 2, play interference. That's what I'm missing. Section 4.
Page 7, line 36.
God, we're never there. 6, 7, line 36.
Thank you.
Logic area.
Is it Section 5?
So then all the previous pages,
Section
you have no
5. I
problems with
apologize.
the previous pages?
I'm sorry, we're jumping around, just directing more, not at all. We're giving one example.
Okay.
If we started at page 1, we would be here very late. And that's why I started off saying that, we can do that, certainly. We're prepared to do that, but we're giving one example here.
Carry on. Another example within that is, and I don't have the page number in front of me, is door monitoring and logging. So that means that all the compartments within the cabinet have to have a door switch on them. And that we have to have all the hardware and wiring and the work involved with creating that. And that's listed in a couple of places. I just don't have the page number in front of me. The bill validators have to be in a separate compartment. That's I have it listed as Chapter 2, Section 7B, page 11 on my version. Yeah.
Page 11, line, first line.
Yes, the top of the page. So basically what that means is you're taking out the cabinets. When you consider all these requests in whole, you're taking out the whole entire cabinet, replacing it with a new one that has all these features. And the ones that have all of these features don't come cheap.
We have to replace, Chairman Davis and Commissioners, we would have to replace every cabinet with essentially a metal cabinet with internal metal cabinets and locked doors and monitors on each door that would report when a door is open. That's unclear in the technical specifications, by the way, as to who the report goes to or what affect the report has. It's silent on that. So we're going to have technology that reports when a door is open, but we don't know who the report goes to, and we don't know for what purpose. When we had the roundtable, there was some expression by commission staff that one of the reasons for this is to prevent hacking, so that somebody in theory would open up the game and somehow get into the motherboard, the brains of the game, and hack it. That's impossible with our game. If anybody attempts to wire into our motherboard or remove the security dongle, which is where you would attach some kind of new technology, the game shuts down and can't be restarted. I'm not just saying that. We've been operating this game in jurisdictions across the United States for over 7 years. We have over 25,000 of these games in operation and have had for many years. There's not a single instance, not any, where anybody has ever been able to change gameplay, hack, or in any way hijack the game. Cannot be done. So again, we would be putting in all of these security measures for no affect, to address something that is a concern that doesn't exist. That's, at great expense, because really we would have to, the metal cabinets in question here, I think weigh 300 or 400 pounds. I mean, it's a big deal to swap out every single game and put in what are big metal monstrosities. And again, some people use these, some people like these, some manufacturers. We don't, because they limit us, and they also limit locations. If you're a location with 4 games and now you got to put in 4 400-pound games, that's an issue, depending on where it is. And again, for what practical benefit?
So have you redlined these specifications and got them back to us?
We went through all of this in great detail at the roundtable in August.
Okay.
And I think in all of our recommendations, perhaps 4 were adopted out of dozens and dozens.
Yeah, we talked about those examples at length at that meeting. And Mr. Laramundi was there, and Commissioner Carpenter as well.
Nick, do you have any insight for us?
President Davis, I don't, but I think it's worth noting that, a lot of times when we have these conversations, we have an operator or a vendor that it may not pertain to them as hacking, but we have different manufacturers out. So it might be different depending on the operator or the vendor, the manufacturer, and we're looking at multiple manufacturers. Excuse me, not just one. So we're trying to do this and write specs that bring everybody in, that, if that makes sense.
But, Commissioner, if I might also note what I think is a really crucial issue here as well, a fact. These, call them security provisions. These security provisions don't result in protections for the players or the state. The state gets their money in advance. In other words, we're not taxed on a handle like with horse racing. So we pay our taxes before any game is played, because the games are basically filled with X amount of funds, and the tax is prepaid on that, what the fill is. So before any game is played, the tax is paid. So the taxpayers of Wyoming are assured their money. We're also bonded, right? In the rules that are about to be sent up to the governor, there are all kinds of provisions that guarantee payment to the state of their taxes and payment to players if the game malfunctions. So these security measures, at the end of the day, the only people they would protect are us, are, you know, the operators, the locations, and us. And, you know, we question that because we don't need these. And we are the best experts on what we need to protect our funds, because obviously we have self-interest in that regard. So with the existing rules and the existing protections that assure the tax money is paid and players are assured of their payments, again, what is the practical purpose and affect of these types of security measures? And there's quite a few of them beyond the ones we've just mentioned.
I'd like to add one more example, if I may, Mr. President. It's also mentioned in Chapter 2, Section 8C, that credit redemption to players shall only be accomplished by means of a voucher unless a hand pay occurs. So what this is referring to is Tito ticketing that's common in casinos, where instead of printing a receipt like a thermal printer would print, like what's in all of our gaming cabinets, it prints a little card, and the card has a barcode on it. You can take that card over to another gaming machine and insert it, and then the credit goes onto that machine. That's done in casinos commonly, if you've ever been to one. And the way it works is it talks to a back-end server that manages all the accounting, and then it transfers the money, and the machine, each machine talks to it, so it knows, it keeps up with the where the money is. And those vouchers or cards are what's used to do that. But according to the way this is written, we now have to put voucher support and only vouchers in all of our gaming cabinets. That means ripping out all of our current printers and replacing them with vouchers and writing drivers for vouchers, because we're not in casinos.
Excuse me, could you give us the page number and line number again?
Page 12.
Page 12,
President
thank you.
Davis, President Davis, I got a question about that. So you guys don't use Tito tickets?
No.
No.
We use thermal printers that have QR codes on them.
Okay. Typically vouchers can be, it's got a broad definition. It is what you make it. As any recommendations that you have, it's just the same thing like an EEPROM, erasable programmable read-only memory. It can be anything from a chip to a drive to this to that. It's one of those catch-all definitions. That's what a voucher is.
I have never heard a thermal ticket referred to as a voucher, honestly. I understand your point.
Yeah, and the other thing too about the door open report, usually you don't do the reports to anybody else. The report is right there on your, the monitor. And that is to help you guys. And just one of the things I'd kind of like to point out is us as the Gaming Commission, we're charged with protecting the integrity of this industry. And the integrity of this industry includes you guys too. So we don't take these decisions lightly and take even promulgating any of these regulations or technical standards lightly. We do want to protect you guys. So I do appreciate the comments and everything else. And I look forward to hearing from you guys as we go forth with this stuff. But I think that is one thing to just remember is we do this not only for you guys, but also for the wagering public too.
Mr. President, Commissioners, Director Moore, just to give you a sense, so I had a small business in Cheyenne called Dillinger's, but I'm also probably the small business example of the Skills Games folks. I'm the one that drives out to Evanston and to Cody and to Torrington, and I'm in Nebraska too, so I drive out to Grand Island. I'm the one that has to service all these games for for Patriot games in this region. I'm also the one that gets to go take them from our storage facility if one goes down, put them in U-Hauls and drive them to these far-flung places, and then me alone gets to drag these 300-pound things in and out of these stores. So if you make them 400 pounds and you make them steel cabinets, we're done, again, because of regulation that in our opinion, in my opinion, is unnecessary. Because of where we're at right now, I'm able to do these things. I won't in a few more years because I need new knees, but the bottom line is, this is allowing me to stay in business, to be honest. And so a great departure from where we are right now with different cabinets with alarms and things of that nature would be onerous for us. Thanks.
Well, then I think what we're looking at here right now is we need to either move this so then we can get further comment from you guys and work on this as we're going with the roundtable or however. Once again, if we move this on down the road, that furthers the process, okay? Or we leave it right where it's at and then that's a stall. Is that correct? Is that how you guys see it?
President Davis, it's never been clear from the beginning that technical specifications would be required for us to continue to operate. So we are very concerned to see that amendment today that was proposed by staff. So we would have concern if it is tabled and then they're going to require, especially if there are technical specifications, that would require us to change all of our games. That is a significant concern for 3/5 of the manufactured games in Wyoming.
Okay, from the commission point of view, we need to have technical standards, correct?
President Davis, I believe we do need technical specifications.
That is the commission's point of view. So if we want to further this process along, we might as well say we are going to have some sort of a technical standard. Do you agree?
President Davis, we absolutely agree to the idea of having technical specifications that are appropriate for Wyoming. These
Okay.
proposed specifications as written are not the answer. I would also just add that we would like to continue to work with the commission, so thank you for that, and to continue operate while this is going in, and not have that be a requirement of our games being going forward to operate. There are no technical specifications that I am aware of currently for HHR, and they are still operating. So once again, the equal playing field of allowing us to continue to operate and expand while we continue this very important discussion.
Commissioners?
Mr. President, I have a question or two. Were these technical specifications available to you while you were building your machine?
No, these, if I may, Commissioner, these technical specifications, and we've talked about this before, I think in August, these are based upon Class 3 slot machine specifications. They're called GLI 11 specifications. The first rendition of these was in many ways verbatim from the GLI 11 specifications. Those are specifications written for casino floor slot machines that had many provisions that not only have no reason to be in a skill game, are actually adverse to the notion of a skill game, right? Because Class 3 slot machines are specifically designed to work in tandem with each other and specifically designed to be games of chance. They're set. There's a central control point to ensure balance and that the right ratio of win-losses occurs. That's poison to a skill game, right? A skill game is supposed to be dependent upon the skill of the player, not some centralized mind or centralized system controlling the game. These have evolved from those. They retain a great many of the language and the requirements of those slot machine specifications. And that's really the root of the problem and the concern. There are, as Mr. Carter discussed and can discuss further, there are still a number of provisions in these that are unique to slot machines that should not exist in a skill game. There's provisions in here about hand pay. Hand pay is a casino floor phenomenon. Doesn't exist in a skill machine, but there's a bunch of requirements regarding hand pay specifications. There's requirements on meters in here that are just not necessary to a skill game and are consistent only with slot machines. And that's really been why, candidly, we've been really frustrated about these, because, you know, we want to play baseball and we keep getting rules for basketball. And, you know, we're kind of like, what the heck, you know? These substantially, we're not quibbling over, you know, little parts here. These substantially do not have a purpose in skill game.
Mr. President, one other thing I would add is Pace-O-Matic did spend several hours developing technical specifications that included all Wyoming licensed manufacturers, and we have given those to the commission.
You would like to relay them to the commission?
We have provided them to the commission staff, Mr. President, that have been written by Pace-O-Matic to specifically include all currently licensed manufacturers in the state of Wyoming.
We can certainly provide those to the commission, Mr. President.
President Davis, we have taken under consideration those and we made a lot of changes. So at this point, again, and this is an option for you commissioners, we need a document, a written document that addresses each and every one of your concerns on these technical specifications. It's very difficult for us when an individual's trying to relay their concerns and we don't have a page number, or, you know, we're jumping around a little bit on this. So what I would ask of you, or commissioners, ask of them if you'd like, put this in writing. You've had this posted on the website for your consumption since October 11th. Put it in writing for the commissioners, and then we will have that document if you would, please. And just to follow up, to address the 6 months to comply. So question for you is, how long would it take you to comply?
With these as,
How long would it take you to
President Davis,
comply?
with these as written? Getting lab for us to change the games, get lab certification, it would take in excess of 8 months. But there's a caveat. These as written require compliance with a, quote, external system that is not named or identified. So that system, presumably we may be back to discussing the slot accounting system or something akin to it. That system you would have to have up and running to allow us to program to what level of centralized monitoring system you have, because those systems can have 180 points of connectivity with a terminal. They can have 1 point of connectivity with a terminal. What I mean by that is getting one piece of information or one control point from within a game, as opposed to 180 different pieces of information. Or Glenn understands a lot better than I do, but so we can't even begin to comply with these technical specs until the commission has that external system in place so that we can program, right, to be consistent as is required by these specifications. So in theory, these would go in effect. We have 6 months and we can't, it's impossible because we don't have the external system in place.
Well, that's only one component that we're talking about here. We're talking about moving this whole thing forward. If I understood Director Moore correctly, if you guys can give us line item by line item, the red line document, for a lack of better words, then we can operate from there and see where we can give and take. There's some things here that we won't be able to give and take.
And I'm not objecting to that. We will certainly do that, and candidly, we've given versions in the past, and we will do it again.
Okay.
No problem. I was responding to how long it would take to comply with these if these were passed.
At that time, once we come to mutual agreement upon the technical specifications, then we can address the other issues.
Certainly.
Okay?
And Mr. President, just a point of note, it doesn't have anything about the CMS in the current version.
Yes, it does. It describes it as an external system. It doesn't have the word "seen" in it.
A central monitoring system?
And,
Is that what you're referencing?
Mr. President,
It's a different name. Throughout these technical specifications, it uses the term external system.
I can give an example, Commissioner Wildcat. On page 8, section,
Line 29.
it's line 29, says, and this relates to what you were saying earlier. Commissioner Wildcat, you were talking about, and I agree with you, by the way, that some of these things are protective of us, which is good. But in this instance, we were referring to door logging at the time. It says this error condition, referring to the door log, shall be communicated to an external system when such compatible system or protocol is supported. What do we do about that now, as we're developing this to comply? Does that make sense?
Absolutely not. But
Okay.
you're
You
reading
mentioned
it, I'm not.
you mentioned the
I'm not
CMS, and now you're talking about the.
No, I said it's external system is what it's described as in here, and I said, I don't know, maybe we're back to the
Okay.
central monitoring or the slot accounting system. I don't know what the commission staff has in mind for the external system.
But this goes, as I was saying, it goes beyond a logging of the door opening. We're talking about talking to an external system that doesn't exist.
Okay. I'm following you now. Okay. Well,
And the
so
same
we're-
thing applies to bill acceptors, sorry.
Okay. So we can get to work on that then?
Absolutely.
On your side, come to our side, hopefully have something going forth here.
We will do it promptly.
Okay, does that sound good?
Oh, for sure.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Go ahead.
I had a question.
Commissioner Barry?
Are there any manufactured games that are being played today that fit these technical standards?
In the state of Wyoming.
In the state of Wyoming?
I think it's possible that vanilla may be the closest because that's the same factory that, for example, makes Grover HHR games and slot machines. So that, we've talked about this in meetings past, that there are skill games that are slot machines that have been taken and converted to a skill game. And that would be consistent with what you see with a vanilla game. It's Grover makes they have approved HHR games in Wyoming now. They say essentially take that same cabinet, and they may still be here, I don't speak for them, but I think that would probably be possibly the only game. And I don't think that would fully comply with these, but it's gonna be the closest.
President Davis, and Commissioner Barry, we did hear testimony a meeting or two ago that there were some vendors that could comply with these tech standards or tech specs as presented. And I don't recall who they were, but we did hear from some.
Mr. Agopian had said that he had no problems with these, as I recall it.
Yes.
And prior to leaving today, he had mentioned that he had hoped that we would move these forward and had no problem with the technical specifications as presented.
At the, Commissioner Wildcat, at the roundtable we had, it was the representative from Gracie Games, who's one of the licensees, and from Patriot Games was there, and they were very clear that they do not comply with these and would have to make significant investments to become compliant, as would we.
Mr. President, Marcus just texted me with Gracie Games and said that GLI took 16 months in Nebraska in order to become compliant.
Okay. So commissioners, what's your pleasure here? Do we
think we do
table this? Or do we move it down with comment back from them?
Mr. President, I move that we move these forward and take into consideration any comments as they come through the process.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Moved by Commissioner Wildcat, seconded by Commissioner Broussard to move these forward with consideration of any comments coming in as we go down this process. Any further discussion?
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Commissioner
Mr.
Canella.
President, when you say move forward, what is the next step?
The next step would be Mr. Kaler would review those, and then we would submit those to the governor for his approval to proceed.
And there would be
And then if he
public,
gave us the approval to proceed, it would go into public comment. We would accept public comment. If Mr. Kaler had any concerns with the standards in the formatting or anything that he saw that was a problem, they would bounce back to us or to you all again for consideration of any changes he may have. And they could potentially bounce then right back to the governor's office.
So if we pass this, then it goes, they continue to go forward without any more changes back and forth with these guys?
No.
That'll be it.
We would receive public comment like we do on everything. And you can, if you're making a non-substantive change, the agency can make those and keep those continuing, moving down the path. If there's a substantive change, then we have to start back at zero again.
further discussion, Troy?
My only thought is these machines are so inherently different. Should there be subcategories of technical standards? I don't know. I'm speaking from a point of ignorance, so I don't, just speaking aloud. Does that make sense to have a category of machines with different standards?
That's what they're asking.
Mr. President, it almost feels like we're picking.
And they are, we do have a separate category. These are specific or intended to be specific for skill-based amusement games.
All of them.
And then further on this agenda, you'll see, while we're not going to get into them today, because they just came out, we have technical specifications, and we'll be doing rules for story course racing as well.
Mr. President, if I might, I don't know, are we still allowed to comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, that's one of the reasons that we've been so strident about this, is because we believe that, we know that what we're proposing are substantive changes, and not one or two, but quite a few. So that's why we were proposing that you not advance these, because it seems from our perspective, as 3 of the manufacturers out of the 5, that, these should be substantively coherent. They should be consistent, we think, with the statute, for example, before they advance from the commission. Again, I think it should raise questions in the mind of any commissioner, how a game could be statutorily compliant. Our games are compliant with the law in Wyoming, with Act 56, but not compliant with technical specifications that essentially redefine what's a skill game. So that's a problem, and that's a substantive problem. And respectfully, that should be solved before these advance.
Okay, thank you.
President Davis, just one last comment. I think this is when we were talking about earlier about situations where we put the cart before the horse. This is one of those situations. Typically, you adopt your technical standards, your technical specifications prior to approving a machine within your jurisdiction. And here we're scrambling to catch up. And so that puts everybody in a tough situation. But we've got to do what we can do to the best of our abilities to protect our industry. So this is one of those situations, unfortunately, that we're trying to make the best of.
I agree with the looming expansion of the games. We want to be on top of that. so that it isn't even more difficult to come into play. So is there further discussion?
And just to follow up what Commissioner Wildcat said, you know, we have been, the cart's been ahead of the horse from the very beginning on this. And so it's been very difficult for everybody. It's been difficult for the skill-based amusement game operators. It's been a tough road for everyone.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Been moved and seconded. Could you restate the motion? Kelly? Please. Green light.
The motion is to move the technical specs forward with any comments coming in, considering any comments coming in. Public comments.
Okay, any further discussion or clarification? Hearing none, seeing none. All in favor, aye? Aye. Those opposed, same sign?
Nay.
1, 2, 3. Roll call vote, please, Kelly. Commissioner Daigle, are you okay?
Yes, I am, sir.
All right, I see the sun's going down in Arizona.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, could we have a roll call vote, please, Kelly?
I got it. President Davis,
Aye.
Vice President Broussard,
No.
Commissioner Coelho,
Nay.
Commissioner Daigle,
Aye.
Commissioner Berry, Commissioner Ritholer, Commissioner Kura, Commissioner Wildcat. We have
A tie again?
tie again. You guys are on,
Never had a tie.
it's a tie.
So the motion, we have a tie, so the motion fails.
Okay.
So we'll
Commissioners,
receive the comments as soon as possible. What kind of timeline can you get us the comments? Sounds like you've got them already teed up, so you could have them next week to us.
I mean, we have several iterations that we'd already submitted before now, but it's,
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
and it
since
is,
when's the next meeting, I guess?
it is hunting season in Pennsylvania next week.
oh, that's a lame excuse. We have a December 6th deadline here where we're going forward here.
Yes, well, on the, we, how about by December 1st?
It's up to you. Yeah.
Okay,
And
Okay.
we may well get them next week,
Great.
President Davis.
thank you.
Thank you.
Sooner
Thank
the
you.
better.
We understand.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner. Ritz.
I'd like to thank you on your information, but that's why the staff is very important, because I don't even know what I'm looking at. I
Understood.
don't know what a door lock. I figured they all had a key to open them up. So those are the kind of things that are technically just above my pay grade. I hate to tell you that, but it is. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, Charlie, can we proceed down to bingo, item C? Update on the rules there, please.
Item 12C, bingo pull tabs in Calcutta, draft version 1.2-10.06.22. These have been posted on the website, I believe, since about October 7th, I believe. We have not received any comments regarding these at this point in time. I would propose potentially moving these on to the next step, basically. If you don't have any comments today or any concerns, give them the public comment, table review these.
Do we need a motion to that?
Yes.
I move we move them all.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Berry and seconded by Commissioner Wildcat to move bingo, pull tabs, and Calcutta rules forward. Because Mike needs something to do over Christmas. Item D, Charlie? Oh. Oh. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Item D, Charlie, please.
Yes, thank you. We won't take much time on this. The technical specifications just came out last week. I'm expecting we'll start receiving some comments from the different manufacturers on those specifications. We don't need to address those, and then we will be coming with, obviously, the direction today and rules regarding storage racing, simulcasting, and off-track wagering locations.
Okay.
No action required.
Any other discussion, commissioners? Yes. Didn't you go home?
Yes, sir. I hung around just for this one, so I got to say something.
You glad we put it last?
Mr. Chairman, Frank Lamb, Wyoming Downs. You know, I agree 100% that we need to look at the rules for historic horse racing. It's been 8 years, I think, Charlie, something like that, when we first did the rules. And at that time, I was in Idaho doing the same job as Charlie, and we conversed back and forth so that we'd kind of have the same kind of rules. But yeah, it's time. I'm a little bit worried about, I read through this the other night. There's 50 pages here. It gets pretty technical, and I don't know what half of it means. And I've been dealing with historic horse racing as long as anybody. So I really think it's important that we, as we move forward, again, to bring in the stakeholders, the people that do these sorts of things, that know what we're talking about here. This appears, and I'm not saying it is, but it appears maybe to be written by one organization because there is an organization actually cited in the rules. I don't think you can do that, to use their specifications. So that's on page 2 of 49. So I really think we need to do it, but we need to proceed cautiously and purposely and get it right again. Bring in the stakeholders and be glad to help with that on our part, and I'm sure the other operators will as well, and also the manufacturers. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Any comments for Frank? Thank you, Frank. Okay, so we need a motion, Charlie?
No, we do not.
Okay, yay. All right, no action, good.
Professional roping.
Item E, professional roping and rodeo events.
12E, professional roping rodeo event rules. This is kind of our first stab at this. Mr. Steinberg has been working on these. We had to go home sick today, so he's unavailable to work on this. As you can see from this document, and it's going to take us some time. It's going to take some stakeholder input, some additional work on these rules. If you look on page 12-4, you'll see there the underline. We added language: in steer roping, there shall be a trip judge in addition to all other required officials. That was proposed by Dr. Berry and agreed upon by
Everybody.
Mr. Flipping over to page 12-8. Again, this is giving some consistency. This is proposed by Dr. Berry and agreed by Commissioner Fidel. Steer roping cattle must be uniform in weight, breed, and sex with a minimum weight between 450 pounds and a maximum weight between 650 pounds. Oh, thank you for turning on my microphone. Do I need to go back?
No, you're good.
No?
Go back to the first item. Leave.
And then on page 12-20. This may need some wordsmithing at some point, but we wanted to address excessive dragging. And again, Dr. Berry and Commissioner Covello expressed their concerns. We need to have a excessive dragging, and this was my attempt of it. I don't know if Dr. Berry's had a chance to look at this, excessive drag. 1220. 1220, I'm sorry, line 26 and 27.
26.
President
read it.
Davis, Director Moore, just so you're aware, Steinberg's online if there's
Oh, is
any
he?
questions that,
Okay,
so we can pull them over.
okay, thank you. That basically cover it?
Yeah, I mean, it's.
For this, at this point,
Excessive dragging of the IDAC road, so.
yeah. So at this point, that covers that. And then on page 1224, these are some additions that I added in there. And again, on line 5 and then 6 and 7, no roper or rider participating in an event shall place a wager. This is consistent with horse racing.
Can the girl?
For the most part. If you look at them as a roper or a rider is similar to a jockey. So again, part of the challenge with these rules, and this is why they're going to take some time, is how do we logically go from the horse racing to the roping? And how do we draw, if it's different, how do we articulate that a roper is different than a jockey? I mean, and how do we then, if we say they are different, okay, then how do you continue to say jockeys can't wager? If you said a roper can wager, you know, what is some of that logical progression? And then the next line is very similar. No roper or rider participating in a parimutuel event shall accept or promise any token or any bet with respect to the event in which they are riding. Again, that is very consistent language in horse racing. And just how do we make some of those logical crossovers from one to the other? And then, of course, as you'll see from the staff notes, since we're towards the end of it, you know, medication and testing procedures for rodeo. I mean, how do we deal with that? It was left blank at this point, because how do we go through it? And then also, you know, we left out of these, we'll have to come back and work on chapter 9, but we defined barrel racing in these rules, but we didn't, you know, put how the event would be, how the event would function. And we did the same with pole bending. And again, how do we deal with the medication, the testing, and all these things? And to, I think, Mr. Lamb's point, we need quite a bit of stakeholder input at some point, sooner than later probably on these, and try to come up with some logical crossovers.
Okay, then, Charlie, what is our next step here?
Yeah, thank you. And
As we're
I
going down.
apologize for just stopping. What I would suggest today would be a motion to accept the changes on line 12-4, the changes identified on page 12-8.
All the ones underlined.
Do you, well, we can always take language back out if you want to do that. Also then the changes on 12-20. I'm a little hesitant because it's still up in the air. What do we do with the changes on 12-24? You want to adopt them all at this point? And we can always have them for more discussion later.
I think they're good.
So moved.
Okay.
Accept all the changes as
Seconded.
recommended.
Then moved by Commissioner Walcott, seconded by Commissioner Berry. Discussion?
Yeah, discussion, you got discussion.
Oh, it's you again?
To talk on this one, but we kind of moved pretty fast there, and there's you know, I was just sitting back there talking to Eric, and we've been looking at this stuff for a long time, and I think sometimes when we try to use our horse racing mentality on this, it doesn't work. It's different. And so the thing that made me think about that was when Charlie was talking about, you know, the jockeys betting. Well, jockeys can bet on a horse, but it's got to be their horse. They can bet on,
To win.
yeah, they can bet on themselves. They can't bet against themselves. So even with that logic, I'm not sure that fits. But I really think before we start limiting who wagers and who doesn't, we need to have a little more discussion. I just don't want to see that one pushed along too fast. The other ones, I'm not too sure about, but I don't have any real concerns. But the wagering thing, I think, you know, just from what I saw when we used to do it in Laramie at the Hyde Merit, the ropers bet, you know, and most of the time they lost too.
Most of your Calcuttas are bought by the guys that.
Yeah, and it's different. It's hard. I don't know. You know, in horse racing, you can stiff a horse, or, you know, try to keep a horse from going as fast as it could, or you know, so you can affect the outcome of the race, and that's why we have the rules where jockeys can't bet against themselves. I'm not sure this works that way. I don't know. You know, I think we need a little more information. We need to think about this a little bit, and before we jump on just a blanket thing, no ropers can bet, or no participants can bet. That's all. I just wanted to kind of slow that one a little bit if I could.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Commissioners, where are you at? Okay, there we're at. Okay, so right now we have a motion on the floor and a second to accept the language at 12:4, 12:8, 12:20, and 12:24.
And you could do a friendly amendment if you wanted to,
I would like to make a
potentially, or just leave it at this point.
We have a friendly amendment down here.
Yeah, so
Troy?
we do all the top three instead of the 1224 for the moment, just to get this moving.
Could we just have Commissioner Wildcat poll 1224? Okay.
It's the same substance within the.
Okay. So, do we have that? Are we clear?
12, 12, 8, and 12, 20?
Yes, ma'am. We're
It's on hold.
It's on hold.
gonna let it ride
It's on standby.
until someone has comments.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Charlie, I think we've already had the executive session.
Yes, we have. Next meeting date, it'll be kind of dependent on the skill-based amusement game rules. Hopefully, it is prior to Christmas. It'll be a Zoom call. Hopefully, it's a minimal agenda at that point. Try to keep it limited to some easy things if we possibly can. If I can handle it via Zoom.
The technical skills will be involved in that one?
I would say not, probably, with the Zoom call, but we could see. Let's see how everything moves forward. Is there any other general discussion or comments?
Other
Other
comments?
than it's a long day?
Who's driving you to Cody?
Anybody?
Nope. Oh, maybe Frank. He's everywhere.
Slow down on the way and you can roll up the rest of the way.
Okay, motion, well, we don't need a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.
We are adjourned at 5:39.
Thanks,
Last
Sherry.
time we got done at 3 o'clock and this time at 5:39.
How it goes sometimes.